більш чиновницьку скажімо, там боротьба з цими документами. Від них має бути зроблені річні плани, а їх не зробили. Щось зробили, не затвердили, і вони знаходяться в завищому стані. І зараз я тільки не пам'ятаю. Здається, якраз Донбаська стратегія закінчується в грудні до цього року, так і немає.
А я знаю, так.
А Кримська нам поки до 22-го. Ми поки внутрішньо вирішили, що їх варто синхронізувати в час і зараз не розробляти план на задні числа, це просто не ефективно, а запропонувати внести зміни в Донбасі впродовж 2022 року. Синхронізуватися. Бачите, що плани дій мають бути щорічними і почати готувати план на 21 рік.
Там же дивіться, що є ще план реінтеграції тимчасово окупованих територій. Він урядовий з 2018 року. Він також... Да. Ні, там взагалі реінтеграція, але там є багато чого саме по інформаційній. Там проведення тренінгів там і так далі.
Я думаю, що ці біографічні структури, ці плани часто стоїть фікція, яка пишеться так, аби написати.
Ну, щось виконується, щось ні. А потім зміна. Да, что? Мне Богдан сказал, что нет. А, хорошо.
Good morning.
Отже, починаємо зараз.
So let's start. It's time for Donbas Media Forum to be launched that we have been expecting all year long since last year in Kharkiv, and this year is the 6th Donbas Media Forum that takes place since 2015. My name is Oleksiy Matsuka. I'm head of the board of NGO Donetsk Institute of Information and head of the forum organizing committee. And right now in our studio at Hromadske in Kiev, we are here because the problem with the infection in Ukraine is still progressing. So this year the decision was made to hold all of our events online. This defines the format of our meetings of Donbas Media Forum to be online platform, but our aim hasn't changed to encourage to stick to the standards of journalist ethics, to support independent journalism, and to have discussions on the role of aims of the modern journalism in Ukraine, in Donbas, in our country, and the Eastern Europe. Ah.
Где увижу?
В мониторчике.
Хорошо.
Работает он?
Ну, тоді. So, good day. Let's start again. I know that you heard the sound, but you didn't see the picture. That's why I shall repeat everything that I mentioned for the past 10 seconds, that this is the beginning of the new sixth meeting of DMF that first took place in 2015. And right now in 2020, we're holding it in a non-standard way. It's the online platform now, but it's the standard of the today's new conditions for which the Ukraine is in and the entire world. So this, because of the pandemics, so this year we decided to hold this forum online, which has defined the format of our event of Donbas Media Forum online. And our aim hasn't changed, is to encourage discussions about standards and journalist ethics, to help holding discussions and thinking about the roles and aims of the modern journalists both in the east of Ukraine and in our country and the region of the Eastern Europe. Apart from that, we also need to attract attention of our audience to understanding of professional work and principles according to which the content is produced by our editorials. These are the aim of this year Donbas Media Forum, and despite pandemics and all the limitations, we're still holding our meeting online, and we are counting that you as our colleagues and audience shall be actively involved to comments, giving us feedback, and we are very interested in your opinions on those topics we're going to be discussing for these 2 days of DMF. In 2019, in Kharkiv, we were very optimistic about 2020, and this optimism right now is giving us the feeling that right now things will be wonderful during these 2 days of Donbas Media Forum, but most importantly that despite the fact that we have gathered online and we can't meet each other in person yet, but still the discussions about the goals, opinions that I have specified in the beginning, that they continue and don't stop. Our panel discussions, workshops are describing the trends of the Ukrainian journalism. And just like 6 years ago, we are still bothered everything about Donbas in media and politics, in post-conflict regulation and discussions on the diplomatic way of solving the situation in the east of Ukraine. And one of the key aspects of this year forum is self-regulation of journalists, since Ukraine how much Ukrainians trust the term self-regulation and of the editorial, and how do they understand the term self-regulation? We do not know the answer to these questions, and such surveys were not conducted by social experts. Unfortunately, that's why we are to develop this discussion, and we are to discuss it with the social experts, the ways of how should we communicate the idea to the audience about self-regulation and how they understand this process. The hidden political advertisement, hate speech, and other negative things is peculiar to the part of media in our country and in general in the world. So I think that during these 2 days, we shall be very attentively studying these questions and very self-critically treat discussions on these topics. Also, I would like to emphasize that during these 2 days, we are to stick to our main principle that we comply with from the beginning of the Donbas Media Forum, is the safety during communication, and the safety of our journalists, and the safety of opinions expressed at the forum. Most importantly, do not attack each other and do not arrange the Facebook format of discussion during this forum, and to comply with the ethical norms. I hope that we will cover this challenge as well. We'll manage this challenge as well. As for our reply to such things that I have specified just now in my short speech, one of the answers is self-regulation. Another is cooperation and solidarity, connection with each other. also is to share experience and mutual education. All of this you will see during this forum in Kiev and online for many other cities. I would like to express gratitude to our partners and organizations, so the logos of which you'll see on the screen, but most importantly, those who joined to the work of our USAID and the EU delegation to Ukraine, and the coordinator of the project OSCE in Ukraine, UN, and the EU project and Council of Europe project. They are working together for strengthening freedom of media in Ukraine. Right now, I would like to give floor to my former colleague from the NGO sector, but right now, Deputy Deputy Minister of Culture and Information Policy. So please tell us a few words to all those who watch us right now. Thank you. Thank you so much. By the way, the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy is also the partner of the Media Forum. And so greetings to all of you. And I'll be very brief, but I would like to say that I'm very pleased to be the participant of the opening of the forum and the participant of the forum itself. The key theses which are most important for our work in the ministry and which refer to our today's topic that we're going to discuss is that we all need to take care of the safety of journalists. And the safety questions, the safety matters is vitally important for all the citizens. But journalists are a special category of people. There's the people that are on the front line of information, communications, or messages about what's happening in the east of Ukraine, in Crimea, and everything that happens in the state. We all understand what the freedom of speech means, and the guarantee of safety of journalists is what the state is responsible of. But unfortunately, we have many cases, many examples of the attacks on the journalists, and these cases must be investigated. That's why for the ministry, this is one of the priorities, to improve, to enhance safety of journalists. And very soon we plan to discuss together with the international and public organizations. And of course, it's not just discussing. We have to have the exact results. I remember many examples of the laws adopted for the past years, but they did not improve the situation in reality. They did not improve the safety situation. Secondly, it's the question of standards and information that is transferred. It's both legal and ethical matter. Unfortunately, a lot of disinformation and also lies, and that's also like limitations, and we have to be working really hard and to be really careful. But I think that most of you will agree that the problem is in big amount of disinformation that exists. And third question is the information reintegration of Donbas, Crimea. In the state, there is the information strategy, the plans. So we would like to have these plans in progress and not to be just in paper. And we have to, of course, apply forces, joint forces, both on the national level, public level, and international level. And the last I would like to mention is support of media. Of course, media as business is to be independent, but nevertheless, in the peaceful times and in the times of conflict and of the coronavirus, the business requires support, and the state is to support media. In the framework of the Ukrainian Cultural Fund, there's the possibility of the investment support of media that I would like to mention, both for the TV and printed formats. it's the support that was allocated from the state budget through the Ukrainian Cultural Fund. It's a small drop the state is giving now, but it's still very important. So I hope that the financial support is still going to be increasing. So greetings to all of you one more time. Thank you for having invited me, and have a wonderful discussion today and good results. Thank you, Taras. And right now I would like to give floor to Matti Maasikas, Ambassador of the European Union and head of the EU delegation to Ukraine. We're very happy to see you here, and for the past 6 years of the forum existence, we cooperate with you very tightly because we understand how similar the problems with the Ukrainian media inside of Ukraine, and it's a part of the general, European landscape. So please the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Oleksiy. Greetings to all of you.
Of the sixth Donbas Media Forum, the European Union fully supports the development of professional, independent and unbiased media in Ukraine. And we welcome all the initiatives that address the challenges of disinformation and misinformation in the country. And that is why the EU delegation to Ukraine has become a partner of the Donbas Media Forum since its establishment in 2014. We do believe that the media is not only a cornerstone of every democratic society, but also plays a crucial role in any conflict resolution and reconciliation process. The Donbas Media Forum is also the unique event gathering journalists, media experts and professionals who are sincerely looking for a peaceful settlement in Donbas. We are convinced that despite the challenges of the coronavirus crisis and in such a new online format, this forum remains an excellent platform to discuss these issues related to media development in Ukraine, with a focus on regional media and Eastern Ukraine. The current pandemic demonstrates how important it is for all of us to adapt to the changes quickly and find effective solutions. This is of acute relevance, of course, for the media sphere as well. The responsibility of journalists for reporting truthful, reliable information during the crisis is only growing. To address the challenges related to the COVID-19, the European Union has mobilized in support to Ukraine's coronavirus response under regional and bilateral programs more than 190 million euro, in addition to the already established support. The EU's assistance includes the support for the development of independent media and EU's resolute efforts in the recent years to step up its fight against disinformation and to promote media literacy. The EU's support to such initiatives like Donbas Media Forum are a clear and concrete illustration of these endeavors. In this matter, we also welcome the legislative initiatives aimed at harmonizing Ukrainian legal media framework to be in line with European standards. We are, of course, aware of the particular situation Ukraine's media finds itself in with the Russian acts of aggression and the propaganda war. But we insist that those legislative initiatives can still be done in a way that do not restrict media freedom of speech, but promote the development of independent media. This is, of course, of special importance in view of to rethink the priorities of media outlets and journalists, to check the facts, report, and to assess critically the reality, or then serve the interests of their owners or serve the interests of particular political parties. It is also an opportunity to show how professional journalism in Ukraine has overcome the corona crisis. I believe that during the 2 days of Donbas Media Forum, you would have an ample chance to discuss all these challenges, including how to reach specifically the residents of Eastern Ukraine, in particular those Ukrainian citizens living in areas beyond the control of the government, which are subject of Russian aggression and disinformation campaigns. I wish you very fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Спасибо, дякую. Дякую за добрі побажання.
Thank you so much for your well wishes, for your good words. And now I would like to give word to a recorded word from Deputy Chief of Mission of the US Embassy in Ukraine, Kristina Kvien. She also joins our welcome speeches to the delegates of the forum and our visitors today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to the
Доброго
6th
ранку, пані та
annual
панове.
Donbas
Вітаю
Media
учасників
Forum,
6-го
and thank you
щорічного
for the
форуму.
opportunity to
Дякую за
share a few thoughts. The forum comes at
Цей
a
форум
critical
відбувається
time
важливий
for
для України
Ukraine
час,
when the
коли
combination
подальша
of
агресія
continued
Росії
Russian
накладається
aggression
на глобальну
and a global
пандемію,
pandemic bring
що
extraordinary
є надзвичайним
challenges
викликом для
to your
України
country and
і
highlight the
підкреслює
increasingly
важливість
important need for trusted and
зростаючої
accurate
потреби у
information.
точній
The
інформації, яка
Donbas Media
заслуговує на
Forum
довіру.
is about
Сутність
bringing people
Donbas Media
together
Форуму полягає
in
в
the spirit
об'єднанні
of
людей
overcoming
у дусі
crisis and
подолання кризи
adversity
та
and
несприятливих
providing media
чинників,
and journalists with the
забезпеченні
tools to
засобів
rise
масової
to the new
інформації
challenges
інструментами,
facing their
які можуть дати
communities.
відповідь на
This
виклики перед
year is no
громадами.
different.
Це рік не виняток.
COVID-19 is a new kind of crisis
COVID-19
that
це різновид
presents
кризи, яка
specific
породжує
challenges
труднощі
with
із
serious
серйозними наслідками з
implications for the
огляду
way
на те,
media undertakes
як
its
ЗМІ ставляться до
responsibilities.
своїх
It
обов'язків.
is a
Це
complex and
складна і
novel
незвідана
threat that is
загроза,
not well understood despite the best
незважаючи на
efforts of
надзвичайні потуги
researchers around
дослідників
the
у всьому
world.
світі.
The evolving
Поступове
understanding
розкриття
of the
таємниці
virus,
дії
how it
цього
is spread
вірусу,
and how it
як
is
він поширюється,
prevented,
які
opens
засоби
the
і
door to
профілактики уможливлюють
misinformation or
поширення хибної
disinformation that
інформації або
directly impacts the health
дезінформації,
and
яка
security of
безпосередньо
our
впливає на здоров'я та
populations.
безпеку
For
населення.
this reason,
З огляду
today's
на
Media
це,
Forum will
сьогоднішній
assess
Donbas
how
Media
accurate and
Forum дасть
reliable
оцінку, наскільки
Ukrainian
точним та
media has
достовірним
been in
є
informing
інформування
citizens
громадян
about
про
COVID-19.
COVID-19 українськими
The
ЗМІ.
Institute of Mass
За результатами
Information's
моніторингу
monitoring of
традиційних
traditional
ЗМІ
media
Інституту масової
found that in March
інформації у березні
2020
2020
more than
року
50%
виявлено,
of
що
news
понад
coverage was
50%
focused on
матеріалів
stories
рубрики
about the
«Новини» були
pandemic.
присвячені подіям
But
про
by
пандемію.
August, that number had
На
fallen to
серпень
around
кількість цих
12%,
матеріалів знизилась до
which is a natural
12%.
decline
Це
over
природне
time.
зниження з плином часу.
The research also
Результати
showed
цього
that only
дослідження
a
також
relatively
вказують на
small
те, що відносно
proportion of
невелика
online
частка
news
онлайн
coverage of the
новин
virus, about 8%, was not presented in a professional and balanced fashion. We're confident that journalists, for the most part, are presenting objective, fact-based information. Social media offers additional challenges for media professionals and governments. If we had concerns about the pervasiveness of disinformation in the Ukrainian information space before COVID-19 struck, we are seeing even more areas for concern today. Social media offers many entry points for disinformation, whether through Russian malign influence, by conspiracy theorists, or outlooks looking to profit via viewer clicks. At a time when citizens need timely, reliable, and accurate information more than ever, the public first has to filter through disinformation that is strategically designed to instill fear and divisiveness. The discussions that will occur today about these issues, including the media's public service role, how to combat disinformation, the vital importance of media ethics and standards, and how to report on the upcoming local elections, come at a key moment. Reliable, trustworthy information is more important than ever, and it is critical that journalists have the knowledge and tools on how to disseminate that information to viewers, readers, and listeners. I wish you productive discussions over the next 2 days as you work to make Ukraine's media landscape stronger than ever.
Отже,
So these were the welcome speech of Kristina Kvien, chargée d'affaires of the US Embassy in Ukraine. Today we also have with us Henrik Villadsen, Ambassador Henrik Villadsen, OSCE Project Coordinator in Ukraine. We really value your work in Ukraine. Please tell us a couple of words.
Oleksiy, and thank you to the colleagues as well It's a privilege for my office and the OSCE to again partner with the Donbas Media Forum, which is nowadays one of the largest discussion platforms for media professionals in Ukraine. And especially in these extraordinary circumstances now imposed on all of us as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. While the logic of dealing with this pandemic requires social distancing, I'm very pleased that Ukraine's media community has found a way to overcome this obstacle and this year gather to discuss challenges and possibilities to cooperate online. I welcome this for a simple reason, as no matter what crisis is upon us, whether it's an outbreak of a dangerous disease or an armed conflict, what remains unchanged is the importance of good and sound journalism, which you all stand for, and we all stand for. Media informs its audience about problems and their scope and their context, but also enables society to discover tools how to respond to these problems. From the point of view of the OSCE, free and professional media, it is one of the most important conditions of security in any society. Unfortunately, all crisis developments have another similar feature. As governments struggle with responses, they're always tempted to try and impose limitations on journalists, often for very serious and legitimate reasons. For example, to limit public disorder and thus, through that, defend public security. It's also an increasing global trend to develop and introduce more and more regulation to the media sector in order to combat waves of disinformation and address a various number of important security threats. My office, with good advice and guidance from the OSCE representative on freedom of the media based in Vienna, as we know, has been promoting a different approach that could in many ways replace regulations from the state. Excessive limitation of media freedoms may in the end undermine all other freedoms. So we are advocating among journalists self-regulation as a way to deal with many issues that have a potentially negative impact on the media environment. We do believe that journalists can themselves address a number of things that are rising or may rise from bad practices within the media community, establishing and promoting high standards for the work of media, identifying and publicly exposing the black sheep, if you like, among the media community is in fact a powerful tool, I believe, to deal with most grievances that serve as a reason for limitations for the work of media professionals. It's also important to perceive critical views from colleagues as a way to see your own mistakes and learn how to avoid them. So discussions that provide a platform for journalists and exchanging views on what's going on in the community are always important and always welcome. And I hope that all the participants of this week's Donbas Media Forum will make full use of the next couple of days to engage in these discussions. So again, thank you on behalf of myself, on behalf of my office, and on behalf of the OSCE to be a partner here. Thank you very much.
Дякую, Генрік. Дякую вам за
Henrik, thank you so much for your warm wishes for our forum, for our discussion. Now we have with us Gillian McCormack, Internews director in Ukraine. They have a huge project in Ukraine, and we have been working with Internews for many, many years. We value our cooperation. Gillian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Добре. Джиліан.
Okay, Gillian, so the floor is yours.
Sorry. Я еще online?
Да-да.
Yes, you're online, please.
Oh, okay.
Please, the floor is yours.
Slight technical problem. Доброго ранку, дорогі друзі, шановні учасники цьогорічного
Good morning, dear friends, dear participants
вже шостого Donbas Media Forum.
of the Sixth Media Forum.
Якщо ми не можемо зустрітися особисто,
We cannot meet personally.
зустрітися
So the best way is to meet online. It seems to me that within the past 7 months, I've had many meetings with my old friends, which I hadn't seen for a while. And I also want to ask you whether you have the same feelings about that. Last year, we had the opportunity to meet together in Kharkiv. And it was an excellent opportunity for all of us. A huge part of this forum was to be able to see my friends and to do what we are not recommended to do because of the limitations related to COVID-19. But I am grateful to my colleagues from the Donetsk Institute of Information for the opportunity to hold this forum online. The problems which now arise in the media community are very challenging, and we need to hear more voices from all parts of Ukraine about how to overcome this crisis. If we set aside our concerns over how journalists can continue their work and defend themselves from against coronavirus, the current situation has become a catastrophe not only for advertisers, but also for the media business, because the budgets have been cut almost in half. The salaries have been cut in media companies, but they had to fight for their independence, to think about new ways to work. And they need to understand where to get this money from. Last year, in this time, we could say that Ukrainians were welcoming autumn with optimism. National surveys showed that more than half of Ukraine considered that Ukraine was developing in the proper way. This year, a similar survey of the National Republican Institute showed different results. 65% of the respondents think that Ukraine is moving in the wrong direction. It is interesting to know that Ukrainians said they are more confident in those measures which were taken not by the government, but by the all-Ukrainian government to fight the pandemic and its consequences. I'm interested what they will say when we ask how they trust the media, local media and national media. Last year, Ukrainians had more trust in the media, as our survey showed. The trust in traditional media has fallen. In the year of the presidential and parliamentary elections, it has fallen. If we think that consumers don't know about corruption in the media, the statistics proves that citizens see this prefabricated news. They don't like it, they notice it.
So beforehand, the local elections, I think it's very important to support people who come to Donbas Media Forum. Why? because this event takes place for allies in the fight of preserving the quality, good quality journalism. I'm thanking the organizers and the participants of these 2 days of the forum for their energy and for their vision of the future and their devotion to the open and democratic Ukraine. So I wish you and I wish to all of us luck and good health. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Gillian, for your wishes and for such wonderful reflections on the state and the situation with the freedom of speech and the situation with media in our country. So, dear colleagues, we are going to finish our greetings. I was very happy to see you in the studio as usual, and we'll proceed. And for our audience, I shall inform that Donetsk Institute of Information is going to start through stream from Kramatorsk, where the head of the Donetsk and Luhansk state civil administration are going to join us, and you can ask them questions you have. And we are going to prepare in our studio for our first panel discussion, Breaking the Vicious Circle, How to Consolidate the Ukrainian Society Through the Media Despite the Conflict in Donbas. We'll start in a few minutes. Thank you. So we shall proceed our work of Donbas Media Forum. It's the first panel that starts. And right now on Facebook, on the page of the Donetsk Institute of Information, there's an online stream of the conversation of the two heads of Donetsk and Luhansk regions with our audience. So those who find it interesting, open to browsers and listen at the same time to discussions, to conversations. And those who won't manage to do it, you will have access to it on air. So I asked the ambassador of the European Union to stay with us for several minutes before we start our main discussion that was announced. So I'm asking Mr. Ambassador to answer the question that is interesting, the answer to which is going to be interesting for all of us. And then we will let you go and do your business instead of, media business. So what media challenges does media sector faces in the solving of the conflict in Donbas? Thank you so much, Mr. Oleksiy.
And the most important challenge comes from the situation that Ukraine finds itself as a country at war. And it's been said that the truth becomes always the first victim of the war. So it gets harder and harder to obtain impartial, objective information. And that's the first challenge. Secondly, it's not always about the possibilities to deliver impartial information. It's often also about the willingness to deliver impartial information. Many media outlets in Ukraine, in particular the TV houses, are owned by wealthy individuals, the oligarchs. And oligarchic media may turn a popular instrument in political wars, in political battles. And the Ukrainian oligarchs often have clear, distinctive political interests and sympathies. And so this clearly becomes, or has become, is a great challenge for the media freedom and media landscape in Ukraine. Thirdly, for the journalists to perform the tasks as the fourth estate or the fourth branch of power is also a challenge. I mean, the media should play several distinctive roles, like to provide analysis, not only sheer delivery of news. Media should be a platform for discussion. Media should be a mechanism of the checks and balances in the society, a full-fledged instrument, if you will, for citizens to react and to influence the decisions of state authorities. And from these challenges, several vectors of activities can be activated, on which the EU has already engaged, is supporting, and is ready to further support Ukraine. Promotion of media literacy, de-oligarchization of media, development of independent media, which includes a strong, independent, and sufficiently funded public broadcaster, protection of the information space and protection of journalists, including the completion of all investigations of all crimes committed against journalists, of which the perpetrators must be brought to justice, and development of ethical professional journalism. So the challenges are huge, but that always also gives us the ground to work together, and the European Union is ready to support you in this. Thank you.
Дуже вам дякую, посол, і знаю, що
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I know that you have to go, so we are letting go. Thank you for attention to our event, and we hope that we will further on look for common solutions, and we were going to look for them together to face the media challenges that we are facing. I promise. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. And we shall continue. And I'm sorry that I haven't introduced my colleagues that are in the studio because we are pressed for time and we lag behind. So we were saving up our time to hear opinions our speakers have, especially ambassadors. But nevertheless, next to me in the studio, I have Yulia Ostrovska, who is CEO of Dom TV channel, and also the Ukrainian platform of foreign broadcasting, and also Stanislav Aseyev, my colleague and journalist. We mentioned almost in each panel discussion last year to free from the captivation, and that was made, and he is now here, and it's a big happiness to us. So I'm very happy to see you here, and really I'm waiting reflections from you on the topics we have announced in our today's discussion. Dmytro Krapivenko, editor-in-chief of the Ukrainian Week magazine. We know that you dedicate lots of time and content to the topics of the armed conflict, Crimea annexation, occupation of Donbas. So it's really important for us to hear your opinion. And my colleague Vitaliy Sizov, he's the analyst of NGO Donetsk Institute of Information that studies conflict and post-conflict regulation, and dedicates lots of content to highlight topics of political and diplomatic wave and Donbas reintegration. So I'm really happy to see you all here. And right now we shall start the discussion, and I will remind our audience that all online streams and all questions you can ask through Facebook page of Donetsk Institute of Information, and also on our website of Donbas Media Forum.net. Not to get lost, please update it and check all the streams there. And before this panel discussion, I was thinking that in fact our goal to do as all possible to stop conflict in the East by this forum, to make our contribution that depends upon us to stop the conflict. And clearly, not even the conflict, but violence, I think. All of us who come from Donbas, we have gone through different attacks and challenges, attacks to our security since 2014. And what Stas has been through is something that, you wouldn't wish even your enemy, because neither of the journalists is to put himself in danger so much. But Stas actually made that risk for all of us to find out about the way of things which are in the east of Ukraine. And we were following the events on your release, and we made several statements to public organizations. And last year, Donbas Media Forum was dedicated to the topic of overcoming violence against journalists who suffer from the actions of the illegal armed groups. Of course, there are many different views, interpretation, but that's normal for democracy. But violence is not okay. And Russia, with its actions today, is provoking violence in the occupied regions. Stas, I have a question to you. You are our first speaker. Please take a microphone. We heard the reply of Mr. Ambassador if media can influence the conflict resolution anyhow. Do you think that media, a blogger, a platform, I don't know, any form of it, media, TV, can influence in any way that conflict transformation? Yes, so good day one more time. Let me thank all media and all people who were supporting me while I was a captive. because it was very difficult from psychological point of view and even from the physiological one, because information support changes attitude to you when you are there. As for today's topic, I would like to support the idea of Mr. Ambassador and say, when I was released and I was in Feofania, my colleague from Radio Svoboda came to me and we started communicating about the situation with media in Ukraine. And they said, Stas, you still don't understand how much after presidential elections we have a, like a two-way society and opinions, and it's a big problem actually in or two-sided problem in our society, because today we're not only speaking about journalist standards, this or that media outlet is to follow, but we are now on the level of the media standards and philosophy, because in 2014 we all know that a very powerful Russian propaganda was in media, not only in the occupied territories, but also in the territories controlled by our country. And we had to respond to it in the similar way that the Russians did, because if the Russians were not afraid to speak about crucified boys, but I can say that a lot of media, they moved to the emotional sphere in Ukraine, and after 6 years of war, emotional intellect, emotional component prevails in many publications and even videos that you can see now, even on the topic of the war. It's a main problem. You can see now that media are moving more to, some electronic format. Facebook, where the emotional component, absence of argumentation in the materials that are published. And we can also mention another component, that there is no more long read. It's rather short. We don't know. We are not actually good at reading the materials well argumented and long read, and that's the result from 2014. So now I have a question into the quality of Ukrainian media, which are changing the quality right in front of our eyes. So the trust to the media and publications that we see correlates a lot with the political component now, not even in the sense that media is dependent upon some political forces, but it's also because of the recipients, so people who are going through that information, they depend a lot about their opinion, when they perceive this information. So roughly speaking, if you were voting for Zelensky, then probably the materials that will critically refer to it, you won't even read, and vice versa. But critical thinking, it's the unbelievably important in the situation when you opening some resource do not understand whether it's true or not. So to question any resource, any information, is the demand to people in general, not even journalists. Of course, the political component influences media as well, because they are very multi-layered today. Thank you, Stas. We will go back to the conversation about the separation in the professional environment. We have been speaking about it for 6 years at Donbas Media Forum. There are many different views, groups. As for Donbas or reintegration, the journalists divide into different groups. So the role of patriotic views, how much can the journalist be a patriot? But the co-founder of this forum is Dom TV channel, and they have recently launched together with UA TV foreign broadcasting. So in Ukraine we have two state broadcasters, both for all Ukraine and for non-controlled territories. And together with us is Yulia Ostrovska. And as I mentioned, that we heard at the presentation in Ukrinform, you gave speech on the idea for Dom TV channel, why you created it, what for you have created it, what kind of content it is to produce. So I work with you together, and together with colleagues from Donbas, we produce certain content for this broadcaster. So right now I would like to ask you, what is there a place for dialogue in the content you produce? I mean, the dialogue for different viewpoints inside of the Ukrainian society. I mean, there are different interpretations, opinions on how we are to build the future of our country. You know, given different parties are able to express their opinions, or can you say that the TV channel Dom only supports the state opinion and no other interpretations?
Good morning. Well, first of all, okay, we have a state position. As Mr. Ambassador said, we have media divided into two camps, but for us it is easier. We are a state-owned channel. That is why we support state position. But of course, we have different opinions discussed on air, because this is what is called critical thinking. We need to provide people the opportunity to make their own decisions, to make their own conclusions. And I think it is right. We would like to know about the Dom TV channel, because we have quite a lot of questions in our groups online. For example, are the people in the temporarily occupied territories ready to listen to Ukrainian media? Are they ready to consume these? What kind of content they shall receive? So, can you tell us what the Dom TV channel is about right now? As of now, we broadcast 24 hours per day. We broadcast to the occupied territories in Donbas and in the Crimea. We also have UATV channel, where we also show the same content in Russian, and I would like to tell you about it separately. Right now, Dom TV channel, this is 29 hours per week of own production, own programs, information programs, which, as I've already told you, show information, provide information which is objective about what is happening in Ukraine. When we are talking about the role of the media in the life of a country, we understand that if we somehow manage to turn off the Russian media in the occupied territory and in the rest of Ukraine, in my personal opinion, in 6 months, people will start having critical thinking. They will start understanding what is really happening. So this is what we are trying to do. We want to bring people trusted news. We want to show them what is happening in Ukraine. We want to get back their interest to Ukraine. And we want to tell about Ukraine to those people who are in so-called captivity right now. We understand that we might not reach the minds of those people who are pro-Russian, who are manipulated by Russia, but we hope that the day will come and the territory which are temporarily occupied will have Ukrainian flags hanging everywhere. We hope that everything will be good. They will get back to Ukraine. Also now they might say that they don't want to join us now, but we want to tell them what Ukraine does right now to reintegrate the occupied territories. This is our key challenge and key task today. We want to tell those people what will happen when Ukraine will be united once again. We know that you have a presentation, but probably we will get back to it later. And now I would like to give word to Dmytro. Dmytro, do you agree that today we need to have separate broadcasting for the non-government controlled territories? Because we need to build the communication element. Well, of course, we need to use any opportunity to be able to be present in the informational space of the occupied territories. I personally consider it would be best if those media that were not created specifically for the occupied territories shall be present there, so people know what is happening in Ukraine, and they can hear the position of the Ukrainian media. It seems to me that any effort, any way to provide information to the occupied territories is good enough, be it media, be it internet, because according to my information, there are some Ukrainian websites which are blocked in the Donetsk and Luhansk separatist republics. Some of them are blocked, but as far as I know, social media, social networks are still available. So I read a book, an excerpt of the book by Stas, which were published online, and what I liked is the phrase that even in captivity, you had the opportunity to listen to Svoboda radio, to Freedom radio. So when a person wants to get information, they can do it. For example, back in the Soviet Union, there were people who managed to listen to the Freedom radio, to other foreign radios, though it's a challenge. Because, for example, when you listened to those voices, to those radios back in the Soviet Union, you were under threat, but still you could do that. The same situation is now. You are at risk, but still you can do it. That is why I'm very happy that Yulia said that we cannot reach everyone. We cannot reach the mind of every person, because some people can be aggressive towards Ukrainian language, Ukrainian flag, because we know that in Donbas, they remove monuments to Taras Shevchenko, to Sagaidatchny, and to other heroes of Ukraine. Our enemies try to remove all the symbols related to Ukraine from the occupied territories. That is why any connection to the home, to Ukraine, is very important, and I think it is of great importance, because this is counter-propaganda in any case. They say that we are some kind of monsters, that we are manipulated from abroad, that Ukrainian troops came in Donbas in order to hold everyone captive. They tell all of those stupid things about one Ukrainian and two slaves. But we want to say that we are normal, we are good, but we don't have to use manipulation and fake news to do that. And I would also like to add something which might be a bit off top. When Ambassador told us about separation, about information war, I would like to say that information war is present even here in Ukraine. There are such channels as News One, 112 channel, and other channels. They also work here. Their offices are located here, and they are part of this information war. Thanks a lot for your comment. Vitaliy Sizov, the floor is yours. So, in your opinion, can media play the role of intermediaries in order to listen, to broadcast different opinions in a country which is at war with another country? Is there a place in Ukrainian media for a discussion, for example, about solution of the situation in Donbas, in the east of Ukraine? Or shall they follow only one state position? Well, I would like to say that media has a more technical role, and we cannot expect something like consolidation from the media. I agree with Mr. Ambassador, who told us about oligarchic media. We still have this trend. They relate the opinions which is good for those oligarchs, for those financial groups. We don't have a lot of independent media, but they are also separated, following different ideological patterns. Even before the war, I read many newspapers in my work. And you don't always see that a representative of a media which follows one ideological position to publish something which is against this position, which encourages discussion. These media are not dependent on the oligarchs or financial influences. They are dependent on their audience, because it's difficult to have a conflict with a loyal audience which supports you. It's difficult to raise some sensationalist questions. It is better just to use the language of the audience. From the commercial point of view, it is completely understood, because media wants to get benefits from it. That is why it seems to me that the role of this dialogue platform might be provided by the state media, which are not dependent on oligarchs, which are not dependent on the ideological platforms, and they can become the platform for discussion about unification of the society. Because I think that every person, even here, representatives of different media, people with different experience, they have different opinions on life, on some situations. That is why to say that we need to be united, but to be united around what? It seems to me that the only thing which can unite Ukraine is the idea of getting back the uncontrolled territories, of reintegration of those territories. And even this question might be challenging, because every political group has its own vision on how this process shall be made. That is why it seems to me that we need to raise those humanitarian questions, such as aid to those Ukrainians who are in the occupied territories, such as help to Ukrainian students who want to study in Ukraine. These are the questions these are the issues where everyone agrees, or almost agrees. It seems to me that the role of the media is at least not to make it worse, not to worsen the situation, because a lot of Ukrainian media try, well, it is my personal opinion, they might worsen the situation from the point of view of their work. They want to hype on some situations. Unfortunately, this ideological position creates some problems in the media. Ukrainian media might repeat terminology of the civil war when they say that we have citizens with another opinion. In terms of the Russian aggression, it seems like these citizens are wrong. So it seems like we can fight them or what? In this situation, seems to me, this is something like a narrative of a civil war. I think it is wrong. I think we need to have basic values such as humanitarian values and to unite around them, and not to try to show people who disagree with you, who have different opinion, or who have different experience, different story, different thoughts. Well, because these thoughts are formed based on an experience. In my opinion, it is better to accept those people. If they don't do nothing illegal, nothing criminal, we need to provide them a platform for a dialogue. Because this speech that we need, this rhetoric that we need to fight someone continues, and it's quite easy in a critical situation, such as it was in 2014, to consolidate people around some ideas which are not completely understood, which are fanatic, and to use it against the Ukrainian state. It seems to me that we need to find ways to understand each other, but of course, within the Ukrainian legislation and within the standards of the journalism ethics, because we are talking about differences which are normal in any democratic country, in any democratic society, but we're not talking about propaganda of violence, because sometimes some content is a call to violence, as we saw in 2014 in Donetsk, when there were new anonymous groups, if you remember, using different media platforms. There were media platforms which calls to find people who have pro-Ukrainian position. Unfortunately, there are things like that even in the greater Ukraine. There are citizens who think that the role of the media is not to inform, but to form a radical position. Unfortunately, there are such trends in Ukraine. By the way, the Commission on Journalism Ethics has a lot of cases of non-committing to the journalistic standards. But my question to all of you is the following. We all produce content at different stages of our careers. So where is the limit that you shall not cross so the audience doesn't think that it is a call to violence? For example, if one of the speakers calls to outwards violence, and we put this commentary.
Відбувається. От, власне, у кого який досвід з цього питання був? Давайте, Дмитре, з вас почнемо.
Ну, дивіться, є поняття.
So there is a notion, you know, of protecting the motherland and then as a call to violence. I think no, because we support our army and we are thankful for protecting Ukraine. No, I do not mean the armed, you know, battles in the east. I mean our political ones, when there are such things, when certain sides are calling to violence against other parties. We have many examples like that in the history. Take a look at the Kiva's behavior, for example. Well, it's a part. You see, our position is not to give the word to anti-Ukrainian forces. We think that it's impossible to have a dialogue with representatives of the fifth column of the enemy, so we cannot have dialogue with them. And the other parties of Ukraine, it doesn't matter if we like the party of Sluha Narodu, it doesn't matter, but we communicate with them. And I think that anti-Ukrainian forces are usually calling to violence because Russia is interested in chaotization of Ukraine and another, but the internal conflict, unlike the aggression we see in the east and in Crimea, and Russia would have been very interested in it. Yes, but we see it actually on the television. Yes, we see it on air. But yes, but though it's aired by those channels which are interested in changing, you know, the opinion that we have, like the civil war, that that Maidan was the military action. You know, I can bring up to a dozen of such narratives, because the war is also like a violence, maybe not directly, but it's an attempt of revenge. And the fact that we have them on air is it's because our law enforcement officers, they do not process that thoroughly. Non-Ukrainian media, they're becoming the tools for Ilya Kiva. I mean, if Ukrainian media are giving them a floor, I think it's their mistake, because they're not giving floor to the MPs of the Russian State Duma. But I think it's like the same thing. Stas, I would like to talk to you. We saw your interview with Solotkov, and I viewed it as the violence of journalists, you know, against a person who is in really difficult conditions, but he's made to give such an interview. And in our opinion, we considered that situation with our colleagues and with the Detector Media, that we in fact cannot trust such interview, because it's fully a sign that it's violence against speaker. Yes, absolutely. I would like to clarify. it's not like I was made, I was actually made, I was indeed made to give this interview. I did everything possible to refuse, but when they said that you have a mother here, don't forget about it. So this was a decisive factor for me to, if you can call it an interview, you know, for me to give this interview. And that was on the federal television. Yes, so millions of people could see it. It's a very difficult question that you're asking right now. The journalist standards in conditions of the armed conflict and war. Of course, in the classical form, the journalists are not to give any narratives. They are just to feed the bare facts, and the recipients, I mean the consumers, are to make the analysis and assessment of those facts. An example, when I was still free and worked on material for Radio Svoboda, of course I couldn't work on the occupied territory as a Ukrainian journalist because we cannot get accreditation there, and you shouldn't even ask about it. And when I came to Makiivka, it was shelled and a number of buildings were destroyed. I didn't have just to shoot it, but I had to interview the local residents. Of course, I have introduced myself as a Russian journalist, and thank God they didn't ask for my accreditation. I made up the story about myself, and I interviewed them. All local residents I communicated with, they were sure that this shelling was done by the armed forces of Ukraine. I have recorded it on the speaker, and we were giving their opinion without any changes, despite despite the fact that I knew it had nothing to do with the armed forces of Ukraine. But me as a journalist, I didn't even have the right to give my own assessment if it was a classical journalist work. If it was publicist work or interview, that's a different thing. If you recall interview of Dmytro Gordon with Hirkin, it's a question if during the war we can interview those people. If it doesn't have any propaganda function, then of course our route for taking interview, you know, we are to interview people even with the opposite opinion, even from the occupied territories. You know, the residents of Makiivka see this situation this way, and we have to understand it, because if we would like to integrate those territories, we have to understand that when you get there, this building will have this opinion, because they will think that they were once shelled by the armed forces of Ukraine. We are not to follow some illusions on the local residents that they are all expecting us Ukrainians there. That's why you have to manage also some other opinions. But when it's a classical propaganda from some political forces, what Dmytro mentions, then it's a question whether or not they should be given this possibility to speak. And clearly that during war, some journalist standards, they are to move to the side of some national interests and standards, and not all are to be, you know, aired live. Yes, it's an opinion. It's a part of the architecture of the, you know, the all Ukrainian state of the modern journalism, because the journalism doesn't exist separately from the society. Clearly, that Ukrainian journalism is part of our society, and it shows the moods and the opinions of our people which they have now. Julia, I know that we work with you on Dom TV channel and sometimes work taking videos from Donetsk. It's really difficult. No accreditation of Ukrainian media can be there. But nevertheless, we try to make a social dimension, humanitarian dimension from Donetsk, from occupied territories. It's the most important thing for us, because this way we can show how people are surviving in such conditions that Vitaliy Sizov mentioned. The humanitarian dimension, altogether with the political dimension. This is my opinion. They can do it because they are in Kiev, apart from the front line. But how do we find balance between the dimensions of political safety and humanitarian on the situation in the East? Because the political diplomatic state declared by President Zelensky, which is on TV channel in Dom in the sound bites, and there is also opinions of demonstrating life of the common people, like of pensioners and so on. But Is there a safety factor on TV channel Dom? Of course. That's what you are talking about. We're not trying to get accreditation. It already means that we are providing the safety, trying to get the safety for us. If we, but I wanted to, you know, support the comment by Dmitry Stas that you are the start. We cannot prohibit right now with no democratic ways. We do not have such possibility to prohibit in the 21st century. To Ilekili to mention something. That is true. But if we raise new generations now and explain them what information hygiene is and what critical thinking is, in representatives of media won't have viewers, and that's important. You have to raise people which will ask these internal questions. So we have to so it's like the Department of Technical Control. It's the internal. So the part of the video production, right? Which is no, it's the moment till which you're not going to ask questions, and then it's also the point at which you are going to start questions. When you understand the information to be taken from different sources, and you have to sieve it through you in this way, or not when something is imposed on you, when you just read something. So you shouldn't become a person whose world outlook is changing because of the today's newspaper. Like, this is the newspaper that I read today, this is my opinion for today. So the information hygiene, it's very important, but it's something that has to be, raised or brought up since childhood. We do have such a curriculum of media education, and we shall mention it today. I'm reminding you that all streams you can see on YouTube channel Ukrinform and Facebook page of the Donetsk Institute of Information. So Vitaliy Sizov is also with us. Vitaliy, I have a clarification. We hear different positions, but how do we understand, or how do we try to understand everyday interaction between people with different political views? You mentioned, and Dmytro is mentioning, that different views. But how do we understand, us as journalists, this efficiency of normal interaction that could have worked in the interests of Ukraine, or values of what we have during armed conflict, that we have to be like, that we are also somebody who's attacked by Russian Federation? I would like to go back to the previous speeches and partly answer your question, because it's a very controversial question about not giving somebody a voice. But what if the person from the state position is saying that he would like to start the civil war in Ukraine, just like it was after the presidential elections, when the society was polarized and lots of media personages were calling to aggressive behavior? I shall not quote them in relation of those people who have voted in the way that they were not supposed to. And a lot of people were saying that we are now we have to, oppress a certain part of the citizens because they didn't vote in the way that they were expected, and say that we are patriots, and those people who vote like this are not patriots. But I think if we start, shutting down all, that's what we're going to do, because those people who are speaking about civil war, and they say that we have lots of citizens who are, so in the framework of the narrative of the television, although in reality there is no civil war in Ukraine, we saw how many people are attending Ukrainian territory to receive some social benefits and other things, but I do not know a single case of the civil opposition in Mariupol. Or I can criticize, of course, the opinions of such people, but have the right to talk about it if they are emotional, they want to express these opinions. I don't think I can stop them, or that I should stop them or influence them anyhow, physically or legally. It's their opinion. Here I would like to support Julia in the part that you don't have to open this first newspaper that got in your hands and think that it's the truth, the final truth. I think that we probably exaggerate the role of media here, because in many cities and the electoral geography shows that the convictions of people are much stronger than media, and even when media influences, people do not change their viewpoints. And that's why here it's important. I mean, I know that there are political parties that I like. You already named them. We only named one, but each person can say that I don't like any party. I don't like the party Voice or this Голос Слуга Народа or European Solidarity. It's their opinion.
And unfortunately, for example, this political party has a million voters, and we need to communicate with them. I think it's in the interest of the state to communicate with those voters. If we are trying to build a democratic society, or if we are not trying to build a society where different people listen to different media and live in completely different worlds. It seems to me that recently in Ukraine, I've seen something like this. People live in parallel reality. For example, people live in different bubbles. They see the same situation differently. They have completely different ideological positions, and they don't want to find a compromise. It creates foundations for polarization in society, which can lead in the next elections to something worse. The results might be worse because even if we take a look at the dates of the elections 2020, it seems to me that there is some unpredictability, and it helped the state position, because voices of many people who have not decided yet, the votes of those people might go to those people who are heavily criticized by the state. And we might face a situation when the speaker of the country is somebody who has a different opinion. Okay, so one of my final questions to my colleagues will be the following. Dmytro, how do you engage different parts of the population? Vitaliy said that there are people who want to live in a bubble. They want to watch a certain TV channel, read a certain blog on a newspaper. They live in a bubble. So how do you solve the issue of engaging new audiences to your magazine? We look from the point of view that, well, we see our audience. We, for example, want to engage a younger audience. If you want to do that, we develop online formats and so on and so forth. But it's not a uniquely Ukrainian situation. For example, in the US, the majority of the media are polarized. Some of them support Republicans, some of them support Democrats, and for more than 100 years, nobody changes that strategy, because as Vitaliy said, they have their own audience, and the media corresponds to this audience, to their tastes. When you told about so-called stupid calls to use violence to some parts of the population who voted differently, well, of course, we don't have to do that. I was talking about certain persons, right? Well, it's important to distinguish, because there are some narratives by our enemies, which live in another dimensions than separate persons. Well, this was an off-top to paint the big picture. We have our own narrative on the territorial integrity of Ukraine. When we could, we had our journalist in the Crimea, we worked with stars, we had a journalist in the Lugansk Oblast, because we wanted to see how people really live there, in the occupied territories, how just average people live, how their daily life looks like. Our position is quite simple. We just tried to be persuasive. Donbas is a part of Ukraine. This is a natural part of Ukraine. We like to fight some prejudices such as like all people from the Donbass are the same. There are a lot of stigmatization words that are used about them. For example, we are for benefits for students from the occupied territories. So there is also always a space for discussion. But it seems to me that a pluralism of thoughts in one head is schizophrenia, if I may say so. We cannot have two narratives that, for example, there is a war in Ukraine and there is a civil war in Ukraine. It diminishes trust in media. It seems to me that when media just provides platform to everyone, the media just shifts the responsibility. Because, okay, people say that the media are unbiased, but in any case, we kind of paint a big picture of the world. In Western world, BBC standards, look how they are used in the Falkland conflict. This is natural. We are not inventing a bicycle here. That is why we try to be persuasive, we try to stick to our narrative. And when we see there is a space for discussion, we do use it, but this is not limitless. Well, we also have some limits because we need to stick to a timeline. We have new speakers who are getting ready. So we have 4 minutes left, and I will give each of you a couple of minutes to say final words. In 2014, we tried to involve those people who were pro-Russian for discussion because it was before the military conflict. We called them pro-Russian activists, but this discussion was not possible back then. And then later we understood, because of the way elements are very serious, there were representatives of the Russian military. After 6 years, it is easy to understand. So in your opinion, how do you engage new audiences to your posts, to your articles? Well, I'm short in time, that is why I will tell you a couple of words. I don't believe in communication with those people from the occupied territories who have a completely different opinion. I think we overestimate the role of the media because we are talking about 2 different paradigms. Of course, we can see CNN, BBC, and other channels, other broadcasters who tell different opinions, but they are in one paradigm. For example, if people say that there are no Russian soldiers in the east of Ukraine, that there is no war, that the Crimea wasn't annexed, you won't be able to persuade this person, even if he or she watches a dozen of forums like us today, because we are talking about some positions, some thoughts which were formed based on many years of experience. When I was in isolation, when I was in captivity, I was with a person who was a victim of a shelling in one part of Donetsk when a bus was destroyed. So this person saw the shelling. he saw that it was not Ukrainian, it was Russian. And I asked him, have you ever told about this to the media? And he answered, even if those people who shelled it, even if they say live on air, yes, we did it, nobody will believe them. We're talking about different paradigms. That is why this is how I see it. Thank you. Yulia, about engaging audiences, your TV channel is a young channel, but what territories of Donbas and the Crimea your TV channel covers, and what are your plans? We have ambitious plans. We are grateful to Ukrainian Media Group who provided us content within the past few months. We hope we have plans to produce our own entertainment content, and then we will be broadcast via satellite, and we have changes in modulation of the broadcasters. That is why we will be able to cover all the occupied territories, and everyone will be able to see and listen to us. Yes, it will be the engagement of the new audiences. And I would also like to say that that even the Russian Federation doesn't only act using analytical programs. They spend a lot of money to create so-called patriotic vision. It is difficult to reach those people using information programs. It is better to make a film, a feature film, because this is what will reach the heart and minds of the audience. That is why this is what we need to do. We need to remember our great history, our hetmans, our leaders and heroes of Ukraine. If we tell everyone about them on our TV channels, we will be able to reach the heart and minds of our audience. It seems to me, in my personal opinion, there are TV channels in Ukraine from the pool of the previous government. I think you understand what channels I'm talking about. For example, News 1, 112 TV channels. So these channels are similar to News 1 and 112, but they are of a different position. It seems to me that we need to talk to these people, so to prevent these people from taking weapons and go at war. Okay, people might have different opinions, but they are citizens of Ukraine. They just live there, they don't take arms, they don't fight, they just have these opinions. Secondly, I met several representatives, even in the Ukrainian law enforcement, who had such informal opinions, but it was their position. There were few such people, but there were people who, for example, didn't understand what happened in Maidan. Well, you see that a lot of representatives of the law enforcement were on Maidan, on the other side of the protesters. Despite that they swore to Ukraine, they did differently. That is why I think that dialogue is important. A minimal task for me is so these people don't become victims to the Russian Federation. Just because we didn't listen to them, we didn't provide a platform for them. When we tried to talk to them, to have a dialogue with them, Oleksiy said that the key role of the Russian Federation that brought death and murders to the territory of Ukraine, because back then, without Russian influence, it was possible to talk to those people. But after the annexation, after the euphoria of the annexation, it became too difficult to talk to those people because they felt they were backed by the Russian Federation. And we understood that these people that this is not their opinion, that they are backed by someone stronger who backs them. We need to understand what to do with it. We try to understand those people because they have been living there in the occupied territories. They were not rich, but they had a life. their key trauma is not that everything was caused by Ukraine, but they lost everything. Thank you, dear colleagues. Every year we get back to our traumas which we suffered in the east of Ukraine. Unfortunately, we have what we have. But Donbas Media Forum goes on, and I hope that our discussions are some kind of therapy for us, because we need to develop in the greater Ukraine. And sooner or later, together with the Crimea, Donetsk and Luhansk, which will get back to Ukraine. I hope that our listeners will get back to us in the
Цей виборчий проєкт ваш виборчий проєкт, там 8 вебінарів, з мене там більше.
Доброго дня, шановні учасники. Ми починаємо наступну дискусію протягом
Dear participants, we're starting next discussion, and we're going to discuss the topic of implementation of European standards and new media legislation of Ukraine. Among speakers, we have Olga Gerasimyuk, Chair of the National Television and Radio Broadcasting Council of Ukraine, and there Halina Smirnova, Project Manager for EU and Council of Europe, working together to support media freedom in Ukraine. Kristina Rozgun, International Consultant of the Council of Europe, and Alexander Burmakhin, Executive Director of NGO Human Rights Platform, member of the Working Group on the Development of the Draft Law on Media, and perhaps Mikita Porturaev will also manage to join us, who is the Chair of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Information and Humanitarian Policy. I shall be I'll be at the moderator. I'm the media lawyer and NGO Digital Security Laboratory, and you can also join our discussion. Please leave your questions under the stream of this discussion, and we will speak about them. This discussion happens on the support of the project of the European Union to support media freedom in Ukraine, one of the priorities of which is the adoption of a new audiovisual legislation and enhancing media regulator capacity according to the standards of the Council of Europe. So I guess we'll start with the standards and harmonization, the Ukrainian legislation with the European one in the sphere of media. In 1995, when Ukraine joined the Council of Europe, we took the liabilities to bring our legislation in compliance with the European legislation on the freedom of expressions and media regulation part. During this step, Council of Europe for many times reminded Ukraine about its liabilities, but only recently Ukraine has managed to launch very important media reforms, to launch the public broadcaster and delineation of the printed press. TV and radio, they didn't have many changes though, but altogether when signing the agreement on the association with the EU, another important point was mentioned, the implementation of the European Director of Audiovisual Media in Ukraine and enhance the powers of the National Council as the main regulator. To fulfill these liabilities, in September last year, the Profile Committee of Verkhovna Rada on Information and Humanitarian Policy, they voted for the complex law to be adopted that was not only supposed to bring do the harmonization in the area of audiovisual media, but also for the very first time in Ukraine to implement certain requirements on the status and activity of online media. This draft law caused lots of discussions in media and many provisions were both criticized and well accepted from the side of the journalist community. And one of the critical remarks were the special powers that the national regulator can obtain, abuse of which can take place afterwards. So now I would like to give floor to Olga Gerasimyuk, Chair of the National Television and Radio Broadcasting Council of Ukraine. I would like to ask her, Olga, do you think that the new draft law presupposes such a enhancement of powers of the national regulator, and are there any, any ways of controlling it, and what actually is missing in the current legislation on media, and what precludes the national regulator to fulfill its functions well enough right now and to protect the Ukrainian space? So, Olga, do you hear me? Yes, I hope that you can hear me as well. Thank you for your question, and thank you for the possibility to participate in this important forum. I would like to say that within the context of the topic of the forum, it's a question of implementation of European standards and new legislation, it has a double important role. We are still in the epoch that was fixed before Zuckerberg, the law according to which we live in the information space, and the National Council as a regulator, the European regulator, works according to. This law appeared ever since then, and it hasn't changed. And then some of this discussion perhaps were even in the kindergarten back then, or maybe weren't even born. I think in Ukraine, it's a very difficult situation to live in this, because we are paying, in blood for setting the European values. As for this reform, it only fixes the convictions how necessary this report is, since information war we all live in, and information wars, of course, they are going on all over the world, but we have a special situation because we also have the actual war. Today in this space, it's vitally important to save the society, to counteract this war. We need this reform. And of course, what we are trying to overcome, I hope that we will not give up. And it only shows, how important it is. But overcoming information chaos and adopting standards in the profession, it's something you should start with to integrate Donbas, for media to understand their mission on this vitally important matter. To do that, we have to start with, to move from feudalism to regulation of information space. This project that was processed by a wonderful professional team of good experts, this draft law levels Ukraine, no, not levels, but puts on the same level Ukraine with, on the same level of European society. And it's not only radio and television which take a big segment these days in the information sphere. It's the law. This law gives possibility for us to only start what is out of discussion in the world. It's no secret for all of us that in media sphere today there's a certain revelry of manipulation, of fake news, of propaganda. So, of course, the national, so then the National Council is to be, like the scarecrow that is going to punish, to sanction, and it's a stereotype. Nobody is trying to debunk, but because we have to understand what is offered. You have to carefully study the material. The National Council today, I shall start with, by answering to your second question. So the it has the law that was created back in the first years of independence, when it didn't give the possibility to face the challenges of today. It's very nice to have the National Council in the state that it is now, because politicians have chosen it as a lightning rod where you can address all of the problems. But if you ask in each separate case where in the law on the National Council there's a single power to overcome the challenges, then the answer, nobody wants to know this answer, because today we're only dealing with the political engaged company on the National Council. So today we have elections. The political campaign has been ongoing for 1 week now. I work in the National Council for the 6th year, and every year our working groups submitted to the Parliament and to the international organizations the conclusions which say that the National Council has no possibility to influence what is happening on air during the political campaigns, no possibility. But according to the law, we are the only responsible body for control what's happening on air. And this will keep on happening. So in order to change at least something today, we are trying to, I don't know if all colleagues are making administrative protocols, but we were fighting for this during the previous elections. And this story is not legally regulated. Today, in order to test this, we are just experimenting. We are going to try to make it, but I don't know if it will have any effect. So the word to try to do is all we have in our practice today, because, you know, trying to warn the broadcaster that it is violating the law, we can only announce the audit or the inspection. I would like to emphasize only to announce the inspection. And the politicians are making shows about it, and they do not only, and they send messages about this horrible monster who is an obstacle to freedom of expression, or freedom of speech. And, you know, I think that right now, a lot of people in the conditions of lockdown are now learning to start their own business, do something for the cinema. But this coronavirus pandemic, it stopped it is an obstacle for the National Council to fulfill its functions. Today, even if when we make agenda that some of the broadcasters are informing us, then we know that you can consider it only when we are present there, because it's according to the law. But we are depriving you of this wonderful possibility, and we shall not attend. So, dear colleagues, I can give you many details on its account why we do not have a possibility to work these days. How could we change if the law was adopted? I don't know how much time I have. I just wanted to emphasize that for the very first time, a perfect document was created, and the representatives of the industry of the NGOs participated in its development in cooperation with European experts. We all worked on it. It's the balanced, compromised document, and what we have today is objective reality, because to bring order in the information space, it's like to win the war. If mention the powers of the National Council, then of course those who want to get the answer to these questions, he's going to read this in the law. And today there will be representatives of the working groups, like the executive director Alexander Roman and the member and of Geo platform. He will give you more information, but I would like to say that the fact of regulating the media sphere cannot be interpreted as limitation to freedom of speech. Regulating freedom of speech only starts when the other rights are violated. The European Convention says that the right to freedom of speech is not absolute. The list of limits are mentioned in that article. It's all envisaged in the law. And exercising of these freedoms, since are connected with the responsibilities, can lie to sanctions or conditions which are set by the law, which are important and necessary in the democratic society, especially in the interest of the national security and territorial integrity. To all of it is described in this law. When somebody says that they have some dragon sanctions, so dear colleagues, let's discuss what is mentioned. They sound in the way that the media representatives have more possibility to discuss their positions in the discussion about the violation of the law. The draft law clearly foresees the responsibility only for the subjects in the sphere of media and does not touch bloggers, that we hear, and we hear the opposite right now. We are not to regulate the internet. We can only regulate the spread of content that violates the limitations. No blocking, because I hear that the National Council say that we have the possibility just to push the button, but it's not. The court can only make that decision, but because it's not that we can turn somebody off because he said something wrong. Only after you read the draft law you can study the information. And I would like to say that most of the countries of EU, they do regulate the online media. Out of 11 countries do that.
And when people say that online media shall be completely let free, they would like to make unequal conditions for media professionals. For example, there are regulations for radio and TV, but no regulation for online, for internet media, though they are probably the most powerful type of media right now. I would like to highlight that efficient self-regulation is not working in Ukraine yet. And when these draft law proposes self-regulation, this co-regulation is an additional way to protect from the actions of the regulator. The regulator should represent interests of the media market, of all the actors of the media market. This is a great innovation which we need to improve. In the opinion of our international partners, it is a limitation to the National Council, but we consider it is a necessary part of the regulatory activity in Ukraine. I know that I don't have enough time. I just would like to say that this draft law, dear journalists, please pay your attention that this draft law doesn't regulate the actions of the journalist. It decreases the violations of the state to use media in its own interest. Well, that's it from me for now. If you have any questions, I will be happy to take them. Thank you. Thanks, Olga. Please stay with us. If we have questions, we will ask you to answer them. And now I would like to give a word to our expert from the Council of Europe, Kristina Rozgoni. Kristina knows well. She's an expert in the media legislation of Europe, and she knows a lot about European standards. Her presentation, which will be in English, is related to those standards and those commitments that Ukraine shall aim to in creating its own legislation. Kristina, can you hear us? The floor is yours. So let's wait until Kristina joins us. Her presentation, which will be in English, is related to those standards and those commitments that Ukraine shall aim to in creating its own legislation. Kristina, can you hear us? The floor is yours.
Hi. Can you hear me?
So let's wait until
Okay.
joins us.
Okay, I can hear you on YouTube, but I cannot hear you on Zoom, so I try to mitigate the situation right now.
Shall aim to in creating its own legislation. Kristina, can you hear us? The floor is yours.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you only via YouTube.
Okay, I can hear you on YouTube, but I cannot hear you on Zoom, so I try to mitigate the situation. Kristina, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can. Can you talk now? Because then I can see whether I can hear you via Zoom. Okay. The next question is whether you could open my presentation, because screen sharing is disabled for the attendees, so I cannot share my screen. So I would kindly ask the host to either allow me to share my screen or to run the presentation. Galina, Svitlana, can you hear me? Okay. So, okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. If you can run it for me, then I will let you know when you have to switch the slides. Okay. Okay. So, thank you so much, and a warm welcome to everybody. I'm Kristina Rozgoni, Council of Europe expert from Vienna, University of Vienna, and it's my honor to be with you today, and as a long-standing colleague and, let's put it this way, friend of the Ukrainian media development process, I am really pleased to discuss with you today the most pressing issues on European standards and new media legislation in Ukraine, and how to implement new media standards to the legislation. I am going to highlight briefly the most relevant and current issues and debates on the implementation of the European and especially the European Union standards, international law in Ukraine, and I will briefly talk about the principles and the rationales of audiovisual media regulation from the European perspective, and also I will then highlight the most pressing issues and debates right now also going on and debated within the European Union on two major aspects. One is the independence of the regulator and how to ensure the independence of the national regulators, which is, let's put it this way, a hot topic right now in Europe with regards to the new European Union rules. And the other question is about how to regulate online platforms, online digital intermediaries, so-called video sharing platforms, and what are the pros and what are the cons of implementing these laws. Thank you. Can you switch to the next slide, please? Okay, thank you so much. So first, just a quick reminder about why Ukraine has to attend to these questions and why Ukraine has to needs to attend to the European standards and the European Union's new rules. First, there is the agreement, the association agreement between Ukraine and the European Union, which is about transposing the European Union's regulations and into Ukrainian national law, and especially special regards to the European Union's directives. Here we need to highlight the directive on audiovisual media services that was amended in 2018. Excuse me, just still back to the second slide. So the Audiovisual Media Services Directive that was amended in 2018, and the new rules are being implemented right now also within the European Union, and these are the rules that Ukraine also has to take into consideration. The other legal requirement was with regards to the alignment with the Council of Europe standards regarding media freedom and pluralism, and here the resolution of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe was to be taken into consideration. Okay, so these are basically the fundamentals, the drives about why Ukraine needs to attend to European Council of Europe and European Union rules and regulations and norms and also standards. But before we go into the very details, let us consider for a minute the rationales and the principles of regulating audiovisual media in Council of Europe member states and according to the European Convention on Human Rights. So first, there are so-called democratic purposes of regulation. Among these, we can very much be aware and familiar already with the issues with regards to hate speech and how to protect users, how to protect citizens from hatred and from exposure to hatred and from exposure to hate speech. Also here we have to consider the principles of dignity and of media plurality and about the democratic role of the media to inform citizens and to allow citizens for informed decisions. So these are the so-called democratic purposes of media regulation and of audiovisual media content regulation. Another very important strand is about cultural policy considerations. Here we need to highlight diversity and diversity of the media. And here comes the question about language, minorities in the country and how to protect minorities within the country. And there are several standards of Council of Europe in this regard that are also applicable to media regulation and towards media regulation. A third pillar is about consumer protection. Here we need to be reminded about standards with regards to advertising and advertisements and about misleading advertisements, harmful advertisements, or unconscious advertisement types, and how to protect viewers, how to protect citizens, how to protect users from those harms. So these are also principles and policy considerations of regulation. And the fourth pillar is about economic purposes. Here what we need to be reminded are the questions how to regulate for transparency of ownership, a huge topic and a very, very important topic in Ukraine. And with regards to media in Ukraine, and the standards about who can own and who can control and who should not control media and how to regulate for that. And another very important strand here is about fair competition and how to ensure fair competition on the media market. So basically these are the four main tenets why and how to regulate audiovisual media and on what purposes and in which manner. Can you please switch to the next slide? Slide 4, please. Okay, I hope the organizers can hear me. Okay. Meanwhile, I just start to talk about a little bit another area of European standards and norms that Ukrainian. Okay, thank you. That's it. Wonderful. So the principles of good regulation, because this is the area that is less clear, let's put it this way, from the laws, but it is very much about the practice of regulation, and this is very much about how to align with the standards of good regulation. And here I need to highlight 5 different aspects. One is proportionality, which is a very important part of good regulation, and that needs to be reflected in laws and legislation. Proportionality is about that regulatory intervention should focus on harm, it should focus on really pressing needs for intervention, and also that remedies should be appropriate to the risk posed and the cost identified, and these remedies should be also, and the risk should be also minimized. Another perspective here is of accountability and how to make regulation accountable, especially towards the citizens and towards other stakeholders. And here are very important rules on iteration, for example, between the regulator and between the public. And these are also very important rules we need to take into consideration. The third area is about consistency and consistency of regulation, and that rules should be fair and they should be foreseeable, and their enforcement should be foreseeable for citizens and for all stakeholders. The fourth area is about transparency. That is extremely important with regards to public trust in media regulation. So regulation should attend to the principles of transparency in order to enable the public, the media itself, to oversee how regulation works. And the fifth area is about targeted regulation, which means that regulation should be focused on the problems and minimize side effects thereof. So it means, in other words, that regulation should be minimized and kept to the minimum if possible, and really focus on the problems that it needs to tackle. So these are basically the most important principles of regulation from a European perspective, and according to the norms of council topics of today, and how these hot topics are debated in Europe, and how do they affect, thank you, the new media legislation in Ukraine. So, as I've said before, Ukraine agreed with the European Union to transpose European Union's legislation into Ukraine's national law. And here the directive of the Audiovisual Media Services Directive of the European Union is the most important legal instrument that we need to take into consideration. This directive is the centerpiece of audiovisual regulation within the European Union. The fundamental regulatory principles of the directive are technological neutrality. Basically, it means that rules should cover all services with audiovisual content, irrespective of technology used to deliver that content, no matter whether it's broadcast media, it's radio, it's television, or it's streamed via the internet. If it's audiovisual content and if it's there is editorial responsibility over this content, which should constitute also an audiovisual program, then the regulation should apply. However, this directive introduced a so-called graduated approach to regulation. There is a clear distinction between linear and non-linear so-called on-demand services, which is the basis for a graduated regulatory approach. In other words, there are different rules, and the rules are different and their application is different if it's about linear media, which is television or radio, the classic forms of audiovisual media and broadcast media, or if it's distributed and disseminated via the internet, because less regulation and different type of regulation is necessary for these type of so-called non-linear on-demand services. And a very important point here, which is also important for us, is about the country of origin principle of the AVMSD, which is about that legislators and regulators should have competence louder or slower? Okay. Yes, please.
У нас уже є одне питання.
We already have one question to our speakers, and the question, in fact, is very general, but I would like to address it to Alexander Burmagin and to add also my question. So the viewer asks why the new legislation, the new media legislation brought so many discussions, and how can it influence the audience, not only media? And my question to you, Alexander, as the member of the working group on development of the draft law. So the standards that we were just told about by Kristina, how much were they put into the draft law on media, and does this draft law really helps to protect the freedom of expression? Thank you for your question. Greetings to all participants of the Donbas Media Forum. So as for the question from the audience, the answer consists of two aspects. So the answer consists of two aspects. One of the main reasons of these discussions is that for the very first time, the regulation has appeared. For example, the Hromadas broadcasting, and this is something new, and it's the implementation of certain standards and international approaches. So the broadcasting of communities, you know, and that's the possibility for small communities to create the audiovisual material that they think is necessary for this local community. The new regulation that covers different aspects of the activity on the internet. It's the possibility of communication of the National Council as a regulator on the internet, the online media, non-linear audiovisual media, so called the online cinemas. So it's like the specter of new regulation connected with the internet, and this regulation was never in place. And to many stakeholders, it seems, and it seemed, that it's a very convenient situation when you make money and the influence of the audience on the internet is growing every year, and they already also taking part of the audience from the television and, of course, press. And of course, they're okay with it. There's no control, no supervision, no regulation. They are making money and not responsible for anything. But when some certain norms appeared somewhere, which would start regulating certain aspects and create more or less equal conditions for work, because television, printed press, or internet, these are the media that have to be maximum, they are to have the equal conditions from the point of view of the responsibility for certain content. And this is one of the reasons why so many discussions appeared. Of course, a big part of the stakeholders or of interested people paid attention that the regulator can become the regulator but not the observer. Olga Volodymyrovna already mentioned the electoral process, and she mentioned the systemic irresponsibility of media during these important events in the country, which regularly take place in our country. And unfortunately, our organization, together with other organizations, have been conducting monitoring in 2019, and now we are highlighting the electoral process in media now, and there are many systemic violations. So you can say the media, they're ignoring the demands of the electoral legislation on the way the electoral process is to be highlighted, which has a negative effect on the voter. So one part of these discussions are connected with the fact that this project about media offers to introduce or to implement the civilized rules of the game, but not the rules themselves, but also the responsibility for its violation. And too many, this way of things is not, many are not okay with that way of things, and others' opinions is connected with the influence of the you know, the direct agents of Russian Federation are in Ukraine, and they have their own media outlets, including television. They're using them not as media, but they are disseminating manipulative theses or narratives of Russian Federation via them. And these subjects do not need this project. They radically do not need it, because we are in war for 6 years, but we do not have in the information legislation any norms connected with the armed aggression in the information field, which is very weird, actually, in my opinion. Another third component of these discussions is actually experts, and including international experts, our colleagues from public organizations or NGOs, employees of the industry who paid attention at the flaws or some technical errors in the first draft law, because it has been actually, it's now it has been revised, and because really to develop a new big project about media, which would include so many novelties, and to make it perfect from on the first try is difficult. So I think that these three components led to this discussion emerge, and it is ongoing. Thank you, Alexander. And I would like to give floor right now to Halina Smirnova. The European Union and Council of Europe, as we understood, they support the media reforms in Ukraine. And at the same time, there are certain remarks. So Halina Smirnova, project manager for EU and Council of Europe, working together to support media freedom in Ukraine. So what are the expectations and what gives Ukraine this harmonization of Ukrainian legislation with the EU? So are there some benefits for the Ukrainian media and for Ukrainian viewers?
Колеги, ви мене чуєте? Доброго дня. Так, я вас чую, так. Доброго дня, шановні учасники.
Good day, dear participants. I'm really happy that we have this discussion today, and I would like to say that Ukraine is to harmonize its legislation in accordance with the standards of EU as a member state of EU. And it's according to the agreement on association. And I would like to remind you that in the beginning of July, the Office of the Council of Europe has published the announcement on the support of the draft law and mentioned that the draft law is an important step to fulfilling by Ukraine its international liabilities, and this message was supported by a number of embassies, and the experts of the Council of Europe provided their recommendations on this draft law. Part of them were already taken into consideration. And now we have received another demand for the expertise of the updated draft law. We shall prepare it. And the draft law that I introduced is called EU and Council of Europe are working together to support media freedom in Ukraine. So we did a lot of work to enable more transparency and openness while this draft law is developed. We had 6 expert discussions of different chapters of the draft law, and we also involved Ukrainian and international experts to this work and held a number of educational tutorials and lots of experts and aware with this with the provisions of the directive and the standards of EU.
The role of a regulator is very important. We highlighted the importance of an independent regulator for many years. In 2017, we carried out a survey on the responsibilities of the regulator, and one of the key recommendations by experts was to adopt a draft law on media, which explains how to make a national council an independent body. In 2016, our international experts were concerned on how bureaucratic is the process of the regulator's work. They were surprised that the regulator has to approve its regulatory acts with the Ministry of Justice. Back then, the experts wrote that these normatives have to be rewritten to improve the work of the regulator. Another important issue is activities of the regulator and monitoring during the elections. Last year, at the presidential and parliamentary elections, we supported monitoring and covering of the campaign in the media. This monitoring saw systemic problems. One of these problems were deficiencies at the legislative level, which prevent Verkhovna Rada from promptly reacting to violations. The Verkhovna Rada was an observer. We hope that the draft law on media will solve those issues, will bridge those gaps, and that a new transparent mechanism will be developed. a mechanism of what the National Council will do when there are violations in the election campaign. So that is it from me for now. I wish you a productive discussion today. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Halina. We have new questions to our experts. Within the context of the strong National Council, a question to Alexander. We want to reform internet, we want to regulate online media, but isn't this regulation transformed, as we see in Russia, to block opposition media, to block and to limit the expression of opinions? Is it true? In order to answer this question, we need to read the text. So I suggest that all those interested in this draft law number 2693D, it is published on the website of the Verkhovna Rada, so you can read it and see how some issues are offered to be tackled. As for the comparison with the Russian monitoring regulator, this is what Olena Gerasimuk said. Olga Gerasimuk said, all the countries are moving toward monitoring and regulating the internet. There are more than 4 billion users of internet and of other services, of social networks. Internet covers more and more, and it even impacts election process. And we cannot but regulate these, because this development has a lot of pros, but also it increases threats and risks. I mean, cyber crimes and other negative dimensions of the internet. We need to regulate that, of course. As Olga Gerasimuk has already said, the majority of European countries has already implemented relevant legislation. There is a list of challenges related to this regulation. Ukraine and members of the working group on this draft law has worked a lot with this topic. How do we define what is an online media and what is not? For example, messengers such as Telegram that have about 200,000 followers, are they a media or not? Shall they be regulated or not? The same goes with social networks, with social media. Most of the countries have to tackle these issues, and the question is, how do they do that? What mechanism, what tools they use, what procedures they use, which resources they block? For example, what harmful publications can be blocked? Can you please elaborate on that? Because we have quite a lot of questions, for example, on how this draft law tells everyone to react to hate speech. For example, there are such hot issues as issues with Roma people, and there is a lot of hate speech. How it is proposed to react to that? Well, there should be a regulator who reacts to these content violations. This is an important innovation of our project. This is a body of co-regulation, which has to have special procedures and special indications on what is a hate speech, because it is an important issue. It's a difficult question, and they need to provide its conclusions on whether there is a hate speech in a content or not. There is a responsibility provided for that, a special responsibility which might be imposed after it has been detected that there was a hate speech, because we all know that hate speech is a very dangerous thing and we need to react to that. But I would like to continue answering the previous question about the Russian regulator and our draft law. There are a lot of differences between the procedures. Our project suggests that only court can make a decision on whether to block or not an online media. In Russia, the Russian regulator has the right to block this media, and the media that has been blocked can then go to court and appeal this decision. So this is one of the main differences between our laws. There were 4 cases of violations, which there are 4 types of violations, and they can only be, the sites can be blocked only using court procedure. I would like to remind you that we now have a special workshop going on right now. You can join it. And my last question within our discussion will be the following. Are there enough explanations around this draft law on media? Probably this is a question to Olga Gerasimyuk. Probably explanations of these provisions can remove those statements that this draft law is draconian, is bad. So what is done in this direction? I would like to ask Olga Gerasimyuk to elaborate on the role of the National Council. Thanks a lot, Alexander actually replied to this question. What I would like to say is that the question about comparison to the Russian regulator is a question by a person who has a lot of stereotypes and political cliches which are now out there. Comparison to Roskomnadzor, to the Russian regulator, is not right. In my opinion, it's not a regulator. It's a repressive body in a repressive country. The Russian regulator is not part of the European platform of regulators, where Ukraine is among the most active participants. As for the issue of regulation of the hate speech, well, on the one hand, a lot of people say that the National Council shall deal with the hate speech, but on the other hand side, when we ask to describe it in a piece of a law, so we have a special mechanism, people say you are building a monster who will suppress the freedom of speech. This is the world we live in right now. Are there enough explanations? I would like to say that within the past year, the Council of Europe has held a lot of discussion platforms, online, offline. There was a meeting of chief editors recently. There were also providers of internet services included in the discussion, so we cannot say that there were no enough explanations. There are no limits. The National Council continuously publishes explanations of the provisions of this law on its official website. Well, I don't know what else we need to do. Maybe we should make a feature film on that and show everyone. I don't know why people are talking about that there is no enough information about this draft law. This is only the question of the political struggle, which is our objective reality, and which only increases with time before the elections. But for us, it's not a signal to stop. Thanks a lot, Olga. Well, your idea with a feature film is excellent, but what I want to say is that if you like information about the new draft law, please look at the website of the Council of Europe and the website of the National Council of Ukraine. I would like to say a couple of words. So the paradox of this situation is that the draft law, which aims to fight disinformation and manipulation in the information sphere, struggles from disinformation and manipulations. Because, yes, it's true, there are a lot of stereotypes and cliches that, for example, it will be possible to block a website overnight. It's not true, because the blocking procedure is quite lengthy. There shall be at least 3 court instances. So this process will take at least 1 year. In my opinion, we've done a lot about that a lot has been done on informing the society about this draft law, but we shall continue this work. We shall continue informing the society. There are some technical problems, but I'm sure we will overcome them before the second reading. Thanks a lot to all the speakers, Kristina, Halina, Olga, and Alexander. Thanks so much for joining us. I would like to thank participants who listened to us. I wish you a productive continuation of Donbas Media Forum. Thank you. Participants who listened to us, I wish you a productive continuation.
що стосується захисту національної безпеки і оборони. І якщо блокада буде потрібна для такого захисту, то ми готові її підтримати.
Возвращаться к этому вопросу нужно, но для этого нужно выполнить ряд других действий.
Блокада Донбасу допомагає послабити агресора. Торгувати не можна.
Что, это знаешь, вот, piece of the piece, да? Мир во всем мире. Не пыть бросай.
Ты смотришь, как она растет, наливается, и у тебя это... Ой, какое счастье, боже мой. Сереж, иди сюда, она зацвела. Наташ, иди сюда, смотри, а вот тут первая ягодка. И вот так вот мы все время живем. Даже в условиях вот этой блокады, вот этих всех боевых действий, мы так и живем. «2014 год, когда более или менее перестали стрелять, началось, так скажем, перемирие. Мы начали выезжать в Луганск. У нас другого выхода нет. Абсолютно. Ездить, опять-таки, Лисичанска, Северодонецка, да, туда. Дороги ужаснейшие. Иди.
Захожу сюда. И погнали.
Наших городских.
Да. Ну, то что, вот это ж сейчас выбираем. А время к 6 часам идти на переход, не знаем, пускает, не пускает.
К чему еще сегодня прицепятся, скажи, пожалуйста?
Да. И...
К весу, не к весу, к малине, не малина, что? В банках, не в банках. Ой, я не могу, меня просто вот прямо...
Так, все. Мы ж не уйдем, будем настаивать на своем. Это наше. Это не воровано, не куплено, не купи-продай. Не барыги.
Упрекают нас в том, что каждый раз сепаратистов. Да не кормим мы сепаратистов. Все. Получается, сепаратисты могут кушать 75 килограмм плавленых сырков, а килограмм малины они не могут кушать. Они сразу превращаются в сепаратистов, а когда едят колбасу украинскую, они не сепаратисты.
Ой-ой-ой. Так, я отошел в сторону. Сейчас начнете перестрелку.
Классическая ситуация, вечер начинается.
Клубника, малина. Малина.
Малина не проходит сразу.
Не, 10 килограмм. Почему? А, пробу снимать? Снимать.
Знаешь почему? Потому что ягоды вообще нельзя.
Почему?
Ягода не предусмотрена приказом, поэтому
Предусмотрено. Нет.
С собой чуть-чуть можете взять.
Не-не-не. Пропускайте. Выйдите, пожалуйста, к нам. Выйдите, пожалуйста, к нам. Чего вы там спрятались?
Выходите. Прячетесь от меня. Вот это что, можно, да, вот это, да? Можно? Вот он, да, для себя везет? Или кому он везет? Вот кому он попер вот это сыры? Вот, я выращиваю лично, вот этими руками, с дочкой, с семьей. Вот я буду каждый день сюда ходить и каждый день...
Мы едем реализовать, потому что рынок...
Я не
Его
могу, я
никогда
только есть,
здесь
что
не
говорю.
было,
Я
я
не
вам
могу.
больше скажу.
Меня, когда я высшую
Здесь
школу
никогда
заканчивал,
рынка
меня
сбыта не
учили
было.
говорить правду. Ну как можно, блядь, вот скажите, вот объясните, как, что мне, блядь, делать, а? Вот что мне, блядь, делать? Что, скажите, мне с ней делать? На голову высыпать им, блядь, или что? Вот объясните мне, что мне делать с ним, блядь, а?
19-й у нас начинается у всей станицы, начинаются большие проблемы, большие неприятности с заработком. Они подрывают наши станицы, реально. Если это блокада, да, блокада, то пусть эта блокада будет вот вообще блокада.
Полная.
То есть проходят люди, сумочкой, все. Другого источника дохода у нас нет. Что? Когда ты целый день здесь находишься, ты трудишься, ты на что-то надеешься, а тебе стоят люди и стараются как-то тебя унизить, чем твой труд. Но становится очень обидно, очень обидно.
Good morning.
Hello, Ivana.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm not sure our organizers can hear us or see us. And if we are not, yes, we can hear you, Svitlana.
Okay, because at the moment I don't see the...
Yeah, there is no interpretation button. No. Thank you.
Ivana, just to mention, I'm not going to be here in the panel because we have other moderator here. I will just, check that everyone is on board, and then I will close my.
Of course,
my
no
meeting.
worries. Yeah, I imagined, in fact.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Як же ж? Ну ладно, я не знаю. Вітаю, пані Світлано.
Вітаю, Світлана, вітаю всіх.
Це я. Так, і Мар'яна Мазур, але її там ще нема.
Де нема мене?
А.
Зараз, бо я ще ж паролів поводив.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Maybe we shall reconnect, but it's not. Okay, thank you. Перевода все равно нет. Нет, не появился, нет. А у вас там точно включено в настройках interpretation? Там в Zoom настройках должно быть, именно в этом митинге.
Добрый день.
Привет, Саш. Спасибо. Все працює. Все працює. Добре. Я тоді відмикаюся. Вітаю Наталю.
Да.
Дякую усім. Я тоді відключаюся. Ще раз перевірю просто переклад і буду вам бажати гарного пленарного засідання. Не чую переклад, чи ви вже перекладаєте? Давайте перевіримо, будь ласка, протестуємо.
Доброго дня знову всім.
Все, дякую. Дякую. Все, супер.
Через скільки доброго дня, скажіть, через скільки рівно хвилин ми починаємо? Через там хвилина, пів, там просто мені одну технічну річ треба зробити. Я є, я просто запитую, якби. Зараз я відімкнулася, я і питаю, скільки в мене часу. Це спокійно. Ви готові? Я тут, я запитую, в мене є 10 секунд, 20 секунд чи 30 секунд. Чи ми починаємо через 15 секунд? Скажіть мені, будь ласка. Ну тоді все. Якщо ви готові, тоді я готова. Не треба. Отож, доброго дня, вітаю вас також на Донбаському медіафорумі, який зараз в такому вигляді є, але, можливо, ми будемо більше зосереджені. Мене звати Наталка Гуменюк, я є українською журналісткою і зараз є також співзасновницею проєкту «Лабораторія журналістики суспільного інтересу». І ми, звісно, говоримо сьогодні про важливу тему, яка називається «Висвітлення соціальних прав людини як приклад журналістики суспільного інтересу» з чудовими учасниками. Це
An important topic today, covering social rights as an example of public interest journalism. So right now I would like to understand So, do we have all the participants? So, you know, your names look different in the Zoom meeting. So Vitaliy Muzichenko, Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine. Svitlana Ostapa should be somewhere. And also Oleksandra Golub from National Consultant of the Office of the Council of Europe in Ukraine, and Galina Tretyakova, Chair of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Social Policy and Protection of Veterans' Rights. And I think that we can, in any order, actually speak. My first question, because we speak in the context of war in Ukraine, in the context of what is happening for the 7th year in Donbas. We always speak about the war in the military sphere, or everything that's connected with the military, but how certain social rights of people were lost, and who is ready to start first. I guess I will ask questions to all of you. The social, you know, very often in Ukrainian space, there's a question about social rights. And in the context that there are clients people want, there are many talks and conversations about populism, when people want something from the state, but the state cannot give everything. So in our case, how can we say it? Are the social rights, are the rights, the obligation of the state, or people are certain clients that can either be provided these rights or not, especially in the conditions of the conflict? What do you think is the better, you know, construction? How do we build it better when the part of the society is very much afraid of the populism and saying that the state cannot provide everything? It's populism. But what are social rights in this context? What is your definition? So I would like for you to speak briefly. We shall speak about without speeches, but Vitaliy, Mr. Muzichenko, I will give you the floor first because you're from the Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine. So please, how would you formulate it? So 2, 3, or 4 minutes tops, and then you will have the possibility to talk about everything that you have prepared during this conversation. Thank you for giving me a word. Good day to all of you. Well, if we speak about the events that we are going through for the past years. Of course, you can consider social rights or social sphere apart from the rest, but you have to view it as a complex, because if we say about that there are occupied territories, the rights of the citizens living on the territories are violated, then the state cannot protect its citizens, not from the point of view of the safety, not from the social rights or health. And we are to create the favorable conditions to provide the implementation of these rights on the territory controlled by Ukraine. And that is the fact that we can start with. Second aspect, I would like to draw attention to its pandemics, lockdown, coronavirus, and this lockdown is happening in almost every country of the world, and every country is using certain elements. And us as the government, or those who should have offered the, regime in which we live today, we of course adapted, and I think we managed to adapt the social system as well from the point of view of providing those guarantees that the state is to provide for its citizens. But let us not forget that an important part to practice these social guarantees is the financial resource. I shall not mention the organizational resource because it's also something to be paid attention at, but financial resource is the basics. There are many decisions of the Constitutional Court, of the World Courts, which say that every separate situation taking place in this or that country, going through different events, it has certain capacities. And there is no stable situation. We can say that this is what it is, and this is going to last for decades. We understand that the situation is changing. We are to adapt to it. And in the framework of these factors, the state, from my point of view, does everything possible to provide guarantees and rights not only to those citizens who live in the territories controlled by the government, but also to those citizens who are IDPs, who have the status of IDPs today, in order to provide the elementary positions so that people could live normally in such conditions. Thank you. I tried to be brief. Alexander, I would like to give floor to Alexandra Holub, who is the national consultant of the Office of the Council of Europe in Ukraine. Can you... So we are speaking... I will have more questions to all of you and to Vitaliy Muzchenko as well, but please clarify, maybe not argue, but clarify where such social rights are provided, where the gaps are. But the conversation that is in the sphere of journalism, in the public space, what are the key social rights of people in the conditions of conflict, which cannot be provided, which should be provided? And thank you so much. I'm so happy to be with you today. So, in my opinion, the question of social rights is not a matter of the models of services, as you mentioned, when you said that the citizen is a client and the state can think whether or not it is to give those rights. Because in this country, in Ukraine, there's a constitution which defines that Ukrainian citizens have certain rights guaranteed by the state, including social rights. The constitution says that we do have such social rights as the right for social protection, for habitation, for the good level of life, health services and health insurance, and it's hard to say which of them can be discarded. And we can say that due to the conflict, we cannot guarantee them and provide them, and which we place, which are the priority ones, and which we are to finance first. So, of course, I would like to agree with Vitaliy Muzchenko and say social rights, which is always the subject of the populist discussions, because it's also connected with this allocation of financial resources, organizational resources, and the Ukrainian policies. These matters are often manipulated not but just by citizens, but by politicians. So the assignment of journalists here, they are to be the bridge between the political part and between what is really important for the citizens, and to show how the state provides these social rights, how many funds are allocated, and to which extent these services are covered in this or that hromada or a community, what is the demand in this or that community for this kind of services. So I think the journalists have to dedicate attention to these technical issues, but which are very much important for the average citizens, and a lot depends upon these moments. I would like to talk to our colleague Ivana Rogna, who's international expert of Council of Europe office in Ukraine, and I know that there's translation. That's why she will speak a bit slower, so that the interpreters could translate her. And Ivana is actually the criminal law practitioner, immigration and human rights lawyer. So I'm asking her the same question. So in the conditions of war, in conditions of the conflict, and just in general, today many things are confused. What is social right and what is some requirement of or demand of the voter? Very often the Ukrainian discussions, especially when it's about war, it says that this is like the matter of paying the pension, or the question for this or that political party, or to those people who live on the occupied territories, or access to the education to children from occupied territories. What, in your case, or what rights in the condition of conflict are really the most questionable, and what are the rights among them that we shouldn't ignore, or we shouldn't think that it's a luxury?
Thank you very much for your question and for having invited me to participate in this very interesting discussion. Let me try and answer your question, which is very complex, in a linear way. You were asking which rights cannot be traded or cannot be, should be given priority. When we are talking about human rights in general and social rights in particular, we cannot establish a hierarchy of rights. Meaning, and I'm saying this from an international law perspective, when a certain state enters into an international treaty, it undertakes the obligation to comply with all the obligations that a treaty implies. It was mentioned that the financial element, the financial difficulties were mentioned. Not in the area of social rights, and I will explain to you why, but in the area of civil and political rights. The European Court of Human Rights has stated that lack of financial resources cannot be used as an excuse to avoid full enjoyment of rights by the population. So when it comes to social rights, we should recall that Ukraine has become a state party to the European Social Charter, which is the international instrument that provides the minimum standards that states undertake to provide to people living in their territories in terms of social assistance, in terms of right to housing, in terms of just condition of works, fair remuneration, non-discrimination, etc. Unfortunately, contrary to other international treaties, and I'm referring to the European Convention on Human Rights in the first place, the European Social Charter has a mechanism of enforcement which is not very strong. Contrary to the European Court of Human Rights, it cannot convict states for non-compliance with their obligations. But the European Committee for Social Rights, which is the body entrusted to oversee the implementation of the European Social Charter, issues regular reports and conclusions vis-à-vis certain countries. And if we look at these conclusions and reports by the European Committee of Social Rights related to all those different aspects of the life of individuals, we see that there's no hierarchy of rights, so there's still a confirmation that we cannot say one right has a precedence over the other, and that there are still situations of non-compliance with the obligations. And in the case of Ukraine, the pensions, for example, the amount of pension has been constantly found to be below the minimum threshold imposed by the standards of the Council of Europe. So it would be easy to say we should ensure this right before the others. Of course, logically, there are rights that come before the others, those related to the actual life, possibility to live of individuals, to have minimum financial resources, to have minimum social security, to have minimum health protection in order to be able to survive. But legally speaking, we cannot say that one right has the precedence over the other. And when it comes to the role of journalists, I think it is extremely important that journalists have an understanding. Of course, they don't have to become lawyers themselves, but they have an understanding of how international obligations work. Because when they look at cases, when they write stories, when they look at situations and are prepared to write an article on them, they have to have the background knowledge about what are governments expected to do. Because guaranteeing human rights, social rights to everybody is not a matter of compassion, is not a matter of pity, it's not a matter of humanity. It is a matter of international obligations. They are not as clear-cut when it comes to social rights when they are in relation to civil and political rights, but still we can find minimum standards and we can say the state has to apply such standards.
Я, власне, хотіла поставити питання пану
I would like to ask Vitaliy a question and then probably to discuss certain issues. So I'm not here only to ask you questions about certain issues such as pensions, but this is probably what worries us. As a journalist, since winter 2014, I remember meeting with Mr. Rozenko in the room where you are right now in the Ministry for Social Policy. We were discussing that it is impossible to pay the same amount of pensions on the non-governmental controlled territories. Unfortunately, this question is highly politicized right now. Can you please tell me, you personally, what do you lack as a public official? Because this conversation, let me tell you the truth, of the conversation between the public officials and the journalists meets the challenge that the ministries that are more social, they say these questions are related to security, related to the military, related to the war, and we say that this is just impossible. But we understand that you are working with something, you do something, you are always busy. So what kind of, you have the opportunity to say, what do you lack? Maybe journalists ask you these questions about ensuring humanitarian rights or human rights in times of a conflict. Maybe there are initiatives, but we just don't know about them. Maybe you just cannot explain us about them. We've been living under the same conditions for the 6th year in a row. And I think by this time we should have understood how to cover these issues. But I feel that like there is a gap, a vacuum in what it comes to issues. We don't really understand everything. Probably we as journalists do something wrong. Maybe it's your fault, maybe you don't explain everything the way you should. Well, I don't know. Maybe we as journalists do something wrong. So, generally, how are you working with this topic? Well, I cannot recommend you how to perform your responsibilities. But I like what Ivana said. She approaches this question in a comprehensive way, and this is exactly what we need to do. If we are now discussing social rights, then of course implementation of these rights, as many other rights on the non-governmental controlled territories, is just impossible. It's a fact. We can discuss it, we can elaborate on that, but because we don't have the institutions that work on the occupied territories, there is a fact that we cannot provide payment of pensions on the occupied territories, which are not controlled by the government of Ukraine. Our task is to create conditions to provide the citizens of Ukraine to be able to implement those rights on the uncontrolled territories. There is a special algorithm of actions. Probably some people don't like it, but it is working now. And a lot of citizens of Ukraine use these to implement their rights. Probably not in full. Probably they still experience some discomfort because they need to go through a special procedure to go to the controlled territory. If we're talking about pensioners, but we're not talking about only about pensions, we are talking about other social services. There are some things which we cannot do on the uncontrolled territories. But if we are talking about physical access to Donetsk and Luhansk, no matter how we cover it, we don't have physical access to these cities, to these territories. In some territories, until the April or November 2014, these social payments were made. And I would also discuss some aspects of implementation of social rights. On the surface, we have those payments which are made from the state budget of Ukraine or from the pension fund, social security fund. So these are the funds which are administered by Ukraine, by the state of Ukraine. But there are other aspects which we often forget. This is providing social services in direct understanding. I don't mean administrative services of social character such as social benefits or pension. It is administrative services. But I mean physical services to reduced mobility, to people with reduced mobility and to other people. These services can only be provided where people actually live. It doesn't mean that the territorial community is responsible for providing these services. So if a person moves from the uncontrolled territory, they become the part of this new community, and they need to file a request that they need new services. And then the community where this person lives need to provide these services to these inhabitants of the community. This is what integration is about. So this aspect is very important to cover as well. We need to explain to people how the state, if we're talking not only about the government, but about territorial communities, territorial Romadas, we need to talk about how the state can implement its rights. This is not about our desire to do that or not to do that, to implement constitution or provisions of the constitution or provisions of the law. We need to understand that there are special conditions. We need to understand the conditions that we have been living in for the past 6 years. So this is what I would like to say. Svitlana, director of the chair of the Supervisory Board of the National Public Television and Radio Company of Ukraine. I would like to ask also Sasha Holub, who is national consultant of the Office of the Council of Europe in Ukraine. So our discussion, this is not a discussion in Parliament of Ukraine on how we need to provide to meet the rights, but how we shall cover the providing of these rights. So in your opinion, what lacks in the discussion, in the media discussion in Ukraine, from the part of the journalists and from the part of the public officials and the government of Ukraine? Thanks a lot for your question. We all already said that covering of this issue is very politicized, and unfortunately, very often when media is covering such issues as paying pensions to people in the occupied territories, we forget about such things as Constitution, European Social Charter, human rights, and this public discussion becomes completely politicized. And it seems like we remove from this discussion the question that that the question of paying pensions to the citizens of Ukraine, it's actually the right of the citizens of Ukraine. Very often the media, instead of moving this discussion into a constructive dimension, instead of telling how the state can do that, what are the challenges, what resources are lacking in the ministry, the media starts spreading hate speech. Instead of talking about the mechanism of how these rights can be implemented, the media creates or spreads stereotypes about the internally displaced people. This is not a secret that there are a lot of stereotypes like that about IDPs. It seems to me that they are less frequent right now than before, but still they are there. That is why I would like to say that the role of the media is not to spread the hate speech against those people who are discriminated against because of the war in the east of Ukraine and because of the conditions that they are currently in. And now I would like to give word to Svitlana Ostapa. We are talking about social rights, and we started talking about the context that when we have a discussion about paternalism and populism, it is easy for the media, for the politicians, just to say, these are not rights, this is just populism, people want to march. Or populism say, no, we should have those rights. In the media sphere, the indicator of success is, no matter where you work, the indicator of success, so these are likes, shares, number of views, and rankings. Now we see which media have more shares and likes online. I've been working with this difficult topic for many years. Well, this topic, this issue is kind of related to everyone. It is relevant for all citizens of Ukraine, but for the media whose indicators of success are clickbaits and number of clicks, they're not really interested. So what is the role of the public broadcaster in this? Because we all know that the public broadcaster also shall be high on the ranking. You also judge your success by the number of likes and shares and views.
And also media that follow these. So greetings to all participants of Donbas Media Forum. So journalists are taught in the institutes and universities the right things, but when they get in the organizations owned by the oligarchs, of course, they face, lots of other challenges because they are sent to go through, some underpants of other to dig into, to get some dirt even sometimes. But speak about social rights is worth doing without humiliating people, including IDPs. It's just that the journalists, when they bring the violation of rights into social sphere, is already protecting them. The role of media in protecting social rights is huge, but it all depends upon the competence of them. Before working on this topic, the journalists have to be familiar with to know the standards of human rights and the link between the domestic and international legal norms, to know about the liabilities of the state authorities and the human rights defenders, public activists, if they help to protect social rights of people, because some media consider that PR. Right now, the Ukrainian journalists, media journalists, they don't know how to correctly highlight or deliver on the topics of human rights in the conflict, in the time of the conflict. In my opinion, this topic is to take the third place after the political and economical. Pay attention to the newsreel about people with disabilities, people with HIV. They always go after political scandals. The freedom of media is an important component to protect all other rights. If media is only focused on its audience, they're going to show the way it has to be shown. But if it is focused on shares, likes, and so on, then of course it will be or focused on scandals. With globalization, internet media it gets harder to bring information, because media, they can counteract, of course, the violation of rights of people. And I would like to say that media is an important mechanism, you know, to protect rights and freedoms of people. Most rating TV channels belonging to oligarchs in Ukraine, they try to show problems with providing social rights of people. They even have some mass events when the channels are trying to, for example, make dream of a child with a disabilities, or when they collect money for some surgery, and they do it not on air, right? They do it as additional activities. And pay attention, for example, what we see on TV right now, when the journalists are trying to shoot a woman crying at the funeral to get more trash, you know, the news that are amusing, it's like social shows on the different channels. On the public broadcaster, on Suspilne broadcaster, highlighting the social problems is one of the strategic tasks. And here we look better, because Suspilne is trying to increase the social level to these problems with respect to people. On the public broadcaster, they are attracting people or involving people, you know, to these programs. For example, involving bloggers, or it was right now the program is mentioned in which one of the presenters was the person who is in the wheelchair. Also, the journalist Volodymyr Noskov, who has visual impairment. For example, Ukrainian radio, I have several names of the projects. It's called Inclusive World. It's a program for people with disabilities, not indifferent, about active residents of amalgamated communities who are trying to change their villages and cities for better. Or Lines Without Contact Line, the program about IDPs from Crimea and Donbas. The weekly program about the life of the national about the ATO fighters, your rights and the human rights every week. Also, Life Plus everyday program is for proactive pensioners or retired people. Be Healthy every week, a weekly medical program. They are inviting the medical experts to debunk the myths and to popularize the healthy way of life. As a social code, the interactive program about this safety in the social networks. But you know, the Suspilne very rarely has. So let's just say that because they're showing these socially important programs, they do not have high ratings, and they are very often squandered for that. So, fulfilling its mission, Suspilne is always highlighting the situation on the social rights of people in marathons, documentaries, social advertisements. They also is called about another program is called At the Lockdown, that is dedicated to the coronavirus lockdown. But in general, the radio channels, they have the right to show up to 5% of the social programs, but not so many of them do it. At Suspilne, for the 8 months, they showed 7,000 and something videos about the human rights and freedoms of the citizens. On the Independence Day, to the defenders of the motherland, on the safety measures for the elderly against coronavirus, about children, videos about coronavirus, when they give tips, you know, what do you do with the advice, how do you laundry, what is the difference between COVID-19 and flu, giving instructions how to wash your hands and so on. So for 100 times they showed social ad about equality in the profession. Okay, Svitlana, I will interrupt you because we have a discussion. Let me finish. So they do not forget about these topics in journalist investigations, which is called Drohobych 101, about the house, the house that was destroyed. And several years ago, the monitoring was conducted with the by support of the General Consulate of the Germany, of the Institute of Mass Information, and the main aim was to assess, you know, the level of compliance or of covering human rights and the quality of journalist material. So my conclusion, media actually addressing the matter of the human rights, but up to 5% in media is dedicated to this topic. But in our calendar, we have 60 days that can be called as information reasons to highlight the topic of human rights. Thank you for your attention. Okay, thank you. So, Svitlana, you gave us good conclusions. I will give floor to Ivana right now because we asked you a question, what are the social rights and why they differ from the rights of human rights and why they are not paid enough attention. But right now, going back to the questions of our discussion, from your experience, from your international experience, what often is missed by the journalists, what the advice would be, and what, from your experience, in your opinion, is the role of journalists to solve these issues? Because the rights, the human rights, there are lots of human rights defenders, but social rights, they're often missed or skipped in the context of the rights, but not privileges. Дуже вам дякую за це запитання.
Making a differentiation between human rights in general and social rights. Sometimes when I talk about the European Social Charter, which is the main treaty within the European continent dealing with social rights, I talk about the Cinderella Treaty. A treaty that very few people know, very few people are familiar with, and as a consequence, people don't know how much they can expect from the state. And this is a widespread problem across all European countries. Let me okay, now I wanted to share with you something. What you asked me, what should journalists do in order to, which responsibilities journalists have in relation?
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah. I said, like, what they also could, not just should.
I don't hear you.
Кажу, що би ви...
Okay, what they could, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
What they could do, they could start wearing social rights glasses, just like these glasses, that allow me to see the screen in a better light, to see not a blurred image of you, but to see the full picture. What are the social rights glasses? These are glasses that allow journalists to look at the context in which certain situations occur, and not limiting themselves to report on a situation, but to go further, to see the full picture, in focus, and ask themselves what are the obligations of the state in relation to the demands of the citizens, or in relation to a situation that has been detected? Because the critical thinking is necessary. It's not just about reporting on a law, on a situation, but asking yourself, what will be the impact of this law or this situation on people with disabilities, for example, or people from marginalized groups, or elderly? In relation to the COVID emergency, all states try to protect elderly with blanket provisions, saying all people above the age of 60, 65, 70, depending on the time of the emergency, have to stay at home, without thinking how this ban on restriction of movement affected the social rights of the elderly, the right to have adequate health assistance, to get medical treatment, routine medical treatment, not ordinary, not exceptional medical treatment. So human rights and social rights lenses could be worn regularly by journalists in order to take stories to the next level, to deepen the focus of the story, not focusing only on the situation, but looking at which are the obligations of the employers, for example, in terms of provision of equal pay or non-discrimination. It's not just sufficient to talk about discrimination of women in employment, but to understand what the governments should do also vis-a-vis private employers to end this discrimination, collect information and spread information about how is this discrimination wide in a certain country. Request for statistics, for example, and look at the statistics and read them for the readers, because readers need to be illustrated things. And of course, I'm not a journalist, so I don't want to enter into the merits of the work of journalists, but readers needs to be instructed, need to be made aware also of certain rights. With the Council of Europe, we are conducting at the moment a research on an assessment on the implementation of Article 20.
Yeah, we do hear you. Ми вас чуємо, все гаразд. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yes. To the right of social protection of people, elderly people. And we realize that many elderly people are actually not aware of the minimum standards that should apply to the social protection they are entitled to under national legislation and international practice. So the role of journalists should be to wear these social rights glasses and to ensure that they contribute to the public interest, that is issues that matter everyone in society.
Я все ж таки в цій дискусії дуже хочу бути
I would like to be useful in this discussion for the journalists who work locally, who probably don't have access to wider information. Now, I would continue the discussion and ask Svitlana. Within the past few months, I've been working a lot with regional journalists, with local journalists, and I see that they are sometimes a bit scared or afraid when we are talking about social problems in the regions. they don't quite understand how to discuss it properly without promoting the local government, the local foundations, or something like that. So it seems to me that they're a bit scared because on one hand side, they are afraid that they once again tell about inhabitants of a village who don't have access to urgent medical help, or they cover problems with water sewage or something like that. Well, now I'm talking about social issues, not actually about rights, but providing access to public health is very important in villages, for example. So do you have at the level of your supervisory board, at the level of management, do you have any recommendations and advice on how to solve this issue? Because yes, we have a discourse in the society that people are sick and tired of complaints. But what if they don't complain? How they can solve the issues that they have? How do you differentiate the stories where people are afraid if state does something, journalists cover it, then journalists might be blamed for promoting the state or one of the candidates? People just don't do that. They're afraid to do that. The same question is related to pensions in the Donbas. In 2015, for example, several dozens people died near the control point. All of the recommendations are written in our charter, or editorial charter. They are also listed in other documents. But when it comes to practice, we did have some problems with that. I don't think that all of these issues have been tackled. A public broadcaster in the regions was created on the basis of the central state television. They promoted the central authorities or regional authorities. That's why when the new team came to SUBTITLE, to the public broadcaster, that wanted to tackle this issue. But as you say, they were a bit afraid. Sometimes they were afraid to get commentaries from the local government. But right now, the task of every journalist who wants to get a comment from the authorities, they need to think first whether this comment would be interesting for the audience, whether it will help to inform the audience on the issue that is being discussed. And we need to closely follow what the local authorities say, what their representatives say to your question. Do they promote themselves or do they tell what is needed? You can just remove the PR part and leave the answer to the question. As for the responsibilities of the local authorities, if a journalist knows that the local authority has to complete certain tasks and they don't do that, of course, they can ask why. But there are situations when our people who are quite paternalistic, who have been paternalistic from the Soviet Union, they think that the government has to provide everything, to do everything, even in those questions, those issues where the state doesn't have to do that. For example, if inhabitants of a multi-apartment building have created an association of homeowners, the state doesn't have anything to do with them. They need to do everything by myself. That is why I would like to say that the journalist shall know well all the information, all the background information, and to ask the right questions, not to promote or to promote public officials, but to inform the population. Sometimes there are situations when, for example, the school has been renovated for 10 years, and then the authorities come, they just launch the opening of the school, and voila, it's like they did it, but it's wrong. That is why journalists need to be professional and well informed. And only then their materials will be useful for the audience. We have a question from our participants, from Olga Vesnyanka, a journalist who writes a lot about human rights, about Roma rights. She said that after a survey on Roma rights in the east of Ukraine, it turned out that there are a lot of negative stereotypes against Roma people. Do you think that for how do you think local media shall cover the rights of the Roma people in Donbas, especially when it comes to issues related to public health or education? This question is broader. According to the new legislation, will there be any punishments for the hate speech, such as, for example, broadcasting of a pogrom of a Roma settlement? So probably my question would be to Sasha. Sasha, can you please start answering this question? But I would like it to be a discussion. So I would also like to ask Vitaliy, inside the ministry, what's your opinion at covering these issues? How do you raise the issue of discrimination? Do you have any programs or policies for example, for the workers, for the employees of the social services? Do you teach them how to talk with people? Because unfortunately, there are a lot of biases and stereotypes. Maybe Alexandra, Sasha, you can start. I would like to say that the Office of the Council of Europe in Ukraine has been working in this direction, in fighting the stereotypes for many years. Olga Vesnyanka, who asked this question, is also part of this work. There was a textbook for the media on how to fight stereotypes when covering national minorities and gender issues in Ukraine. This textbook is available online for free. You can find it on the website of the Council of Europe in Ukraine. And I would also like to say that we need to remember, when we are talking about those groups that face discrimination related to the conflict in Ukraine, or in general, all over Ukraine, who live not only in the east but all over Ukraine. There are groups which face a lot of discrimination. There might be persons who are Roma people, IDPs, women, and people with disability. So if this person can face 4 types of discrimination at the same time, because all of these, because there are a lot of stereotypes towards it. Because of that, we have quite a lot of situations, in addition to living in the conflict zone. These groups are discriminated by their ethnicity or their mobility or something like that. That is why journalists shall pay attention to it. Why journalists should care about the social rights? Because according to a survey, if people ask, where do you go when your rights are violated? 28% of the people say that you need to reach out to the media, not to the police, not to the lawyer, but to the media. So I think that the media shall understand that people actually trust in them. People, your listeners or watchers, or in general your consumers, they understand that they need to understand that media does something for their benefit. Well, my question is more for the responsibility for the use of the hate speech. So, Vitaliy, can you please inform us whether you have any policies or recommendations inside the Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine? Do you have any efficient measures or programs to counter discrimination, to provide the opportunity for the social workers all around Ukraine to fight their stereotypes. We journalists, together with colleagues, we also carried out an opinion poll among doctors that not all of the family doctors are ready to work with LGBT people or with transgender people. So my question is, social workers, they might be excellent social workers, or they might have excellent attitude to some people, but still they might have stereotypes which are widespread in the Ukrainian society. They might be racist or against Roma people. So how do you tackle this issue? I do understand that you are not a politician, you are a public official, but try to answer this question. Well, I'm a politician because Deputy Minister of Social Policy is, we're not public officials, we are politicians as well. There are some differences in different positions. After listening to the discussion, of course, every society has its system of stereotypes, which has been based on individual or mass events which had been happening in the society before. So, for example, you mentioned national minority, Roma people. Well, we don't say that we have this position towards Roma, and we have no stereotypes against Romanian, Polish or Hungarian community. Roma people are just one of the national minorities who live on the territory of Ukraine, but we pay too many attentions towards it. Of course, there are stereotypes in the society, but these stereotypes are based on something. They must have preconditions. You mentioned public health system and social system. These are the systems that shall provide the basis for people's life. The quality of providing these services have impact on life of citizens or families. Of course, we control this situation. We have a system of monitoring the rights of Roma people, including in several regions of Ukraine, in specific regions of Ukraine, because we understand that in some regions of Ukraine, this situation is worse than anywhere else because of the way of life these people lead, because of the attitude of the local community towards these groups of people, depending on their impact on the community. But I wouldn't highlight a certain category or a national minority. I would like to say that the system of stereotypes towards certain categories of people, because you said that one person can belong to several categories. Or
Ні, я власне хотіла сказати, що да, я якраз і не зосереджувала на чомусь увагу. Я запитувала про те, як ви працюєте в будь-яких історіях з, як ви думаєте, саме з соціальними працівниками. Це фактично ті
Знову ж таки, давайте говорити про дві частини. Кого ми маємо на увазі під соціальними працівниками? Це працівники, які безпосередньо заходять в сім'ю і надають соцпослугу, зокрема там соціального супроводу, я не знаю, виявлення домашнього насильства, надання соціальних послуг там денного догляду і так далі. Чи ми говоримо про адміністративну послугу, коли в офісі сидить працівник?
Якщо чесно, я вам скажу, я перепрошую, я вам скажу, якщо по-чесному, то насправді немає різниці. І ті, і інші. Тут питання про те, як
різниця,
вони...
тому що це трошки різні аспекти з точки зору контрольованості ситуації. Якщо ми говоримо про адміністративну послугу, то це безпосередньо органи виконавчої влади, і тут ми маємо напряму контакт з цими працівниками, ми проводимо системно з ними роботу і так далі. Якщо ми говоримо про соціальних працівників, безпосередньо на місцях, ті, які працюють в громадах, то, звичайно, більше ми працюємо через громади. От тому я і уточнюю, тому що тут різні механізми є взаємодії, власне, по відповідній вертикалі, або це
Ой, щось
горизонтально.
Вас, на жаль, стало трошечки гірше чути.
Ну, в мене нічого
Я
не змінилося.
перепрошую.
Да, зараз чути нормально?
Так, є ще досі речі, які ми, на жаль, не можемо контролювати. Також це я зараз говорю про технологію. Да, вам зручно? Чи ви, ну, я думаю, що ми завершили. Я би хотіла...
Я нормально чую.
Да,
Чую. Мене чути нормально?
Чудово. Я ще хотіла запитати, можливо, Світлану, ви нам підкажете, оце питання про відповідальність за мову ворожнечі. Як воно регулюється в новому законодавстві, бо я знаю, ви більше теж з цим працюєте і слідкуєте.
Ну, нового законодавства ще немає, скажімо так.
Ну, планується. Скажімо, я розумію, що
у мене є сумніви, що воно буде, тому що там зараз такі перипетії з цим законопроектом про медіа, що ну, наразі точно до місцевих виборів до кінця жовтня його не будуть виносити на голосування, а там, ну, якщо назбираються голоси, то побачимо. Відповідно до цього законопроекту, який, наголошує, ще не став новим законодавством, там велика відповідальність за всі ці такі порушення, ну, тобто стежить за порушеннями цими Національна рада з питань телебачення і радіомовлення. Причому у всіх медіа, і не тільки в телерадіоканалах, а й в друкованих і онлайн.
Зрозуміло. Тоді я би хотіла зараз на завершення, в нас є, ну, по-чесному, там 12 хвилин. Це не так вже й багато. Але якщо зважимо на просто дуже коротко на ситуацію, там 2020 рік, скоро місцеві вибори, а в Україні 7-й рік вже є війна, є внутрішньо переміщені особи, є люди на окупованих територіях, є певні там сфери, в яких щось відбулося краще, щось відбулося гірше. Чи можете просто перерахувати, я не знаю, ваші пріоритети? Хай це буде не на основі якихось соціологічних досліджень, але які ви думаєте...
It might be not on the basis of some social studies, but what the topics on social rights could be very useful right now, which sound in the way where they need to be corrected, where there would be even use, you know, from the journalists for the society. Because summing up, we are speaking about a lot about this disinformation, that the journalist loses its influence, but the pandemics show that people clearly understand that there is useful information, that journalists can provide useful information. And in that journalism, there are, you know, where we prevail. I understand that you cannot define all of the problems of the country, but just give me 1, 2, 3. I will give floor to each of you. Could you please just name the things that need more attention according to you? Or you think that it has to be enhanced because it's already done by media, but it needs more attention? So I give floor to Alexandra first because I think that she's probably ready sooner than others. I just wanted to say that it would be wonderful if media was highlighting in its reports and materials the role of vulnerable groups of the population, like people with disabilities, the senior people, IDPs, and they shouldn't be viewed as victims of the conditions, but as active participants of life of our country, as active participants of life of the community. And it's very important to just, you know, debunk the stereotypes about these people, to destroy the stereotypes. And I would like to talk to the editors who are listening to us right now. Please invite these people who belong to discriminated groups as experts, heroes, heroines, not only for in the stories that refer to their disabilities, or not only asking women talking about child upbringing or some domestic, duties, but please involve them to discussions of all problems so that your broadcasting was inclusive. And it will help to all us as your audience to obtain the inclusive picture of the entire world, which will allow to make the country more inclusive. Thank you. Alexandra, the thing is that you dropped out a bit. So now I will give floor to Vitaliy. I understand that maybe you can tell me that you have priorities, or if you don't have priorities, or you will say that everything is important and complex, but still, what do you work with? What are the priority questions in this context? And after what we are going through, I mean, wanted to say what we have gone through, but what we are going through, what are the biggest challenges according to you? So if we speak about the all-national priorities, so we speak the first is the the payments and compensations. Part of agenda is decentralization, and for us not to lose what we have already gained in the social development when transferring powers. And I think this priority has to be followed at the end of this year. And if we speak about summing up the position and media participation in this process, then I would like to mention that a big part of the society that needs social support position as those who are provided for or who receive care, but I also want to view them as those who make contributions, because we have a very powerful civil movement where there are people with disabilities, because protection of rights of certain categories is not just journalism, but we have many civil organizations created to fight for, to talk about needs in the social aspect as well. This aspect has to be developed. Отож, Ivana, okay, sorry, I switched to English automatically, but I will ask a question to you, to Ivana. So you're here. What do you think is the most important thing that you pay attention to within the context that we are now here, September 2020? What are the things that maybe were not noticed, which seem to you insufficiently covered by the media or anybody who is working with such issues? Я хотіла би попросити вас, прошу вас повторити питання, бо я пропустила першу частину. I would like you to explain what are the priority topics or issues on social rights for Ukraine, or those topics that maybe we haven't noticed yet or do not receive enough attention.
Well, I don't think
Я не думаю, що я знаю ситуацію в Україні настільки, щоб бути спроможною дати вам якусь таку повномасштабну відповідь на ваше запитання. Але, звісно,
to a previous question that you made to the representative of the Ministry of Social Rights, related to hate speech and bias attitude of social workers or state representatives. I think that one of the key messages, one of the key points, which is cross-cutting, that has to be paid more attention to is that there are certain principles which are non-negotiable, and non-discrimination and hate speech are non-negotiable. So we can discuss about the extent to which social support can be given to certain categories. We can discuss about the difficulties in providing adequate health care system to the population, but at the bottom level, there is the fact that services, social services, rights have to be enjoyed with no discrimination at all. And this is not something that can be tolerated. So the state, and I go back again to that question that you made, which was very important in my opinion, has to make sure that reactions are put in place when discriminatory, intolerant attitudes are displayed, because non-discrimination and expressions of discrimination such as hate speech are non-negotiable. So this is not something we can discuss and argue.
В нас з'явилося ще одне дуже важливе питання, але Світлана, якщо ви готові дуже коротко, я потім все одно...
We have another important question to Svitlana. Svitlana, you can sum up as well. I have several messages I would like to mention. So the journalists have to highlight these topics of social rights and social problems, and this will add trust to them for journalists in media, because now in our society we have a crisis of trusting certain organizations, and the statistics show that the trust to mass media has also dropped as compared to the previous years. Apart from that, they have such categories of people who have some problems or they need protection. They are to be shown not as show them as part of the society, not separately, because today you are healthy, but tomorrow you can be a person with a disability. Today you're just a regular girl, but tomorrow you can be a mother of 10, you know. And maybe not all people get into a certain situation every day when their rights must be protected. So I don't like when the news was prepared by some national minority only for this national minority. It has to be communicated to the entire society. The society is to hear about them, about you. And second message, you have to follow how the problems are solved. And I mean, those problems the journalists talk about in their material, whether or not there is a reaction. If some official was, if he was found guilty in some scheme, that he has to be punished. So you have to not just, a journalist is not to inform some scandal fact, but he is to follow up. If that person was brought to responsibility, if these person's rights were protected or not.
And I also would like to ask another important question to Vitaliy. I know that I've already asked this question. There are people who say that human rights in the occupied territories shall not be implemented because it shall be the responsibility of the occupying power. Do you share this opinion? Well, I'm not expressing my opinion. I would ask other participants to react to this thought. Well, as of now, you asked this question and you are smiling. It is a provocative question, because I already answered this question in my previous replies. We cannot provide respect of these rights in the occupied territories. It seems like you had an apartment, you had a flat, and then somebody forces you out of it. So you're forced out of your apartment, and then you cannot respect the rights of those people who live in this flat. We would like to do that. We know that there are citizens of Ukraine living in the territory, but you as journalists, please tell us how to do that. Well, of course, we are discussing this as part of the Donbas Media Forum. This is a special platform for discussion, where we discuss very painful issues. But there is another issue, another question of so-called positive discrimination for students or people who are displaced. There are internet services. Sometimes people have to move out of the occupied territory, but you are not registered, so you cannot move out of there. There is the issue of access, there is the issue of physical access to the territory of Ukraine. There is the issue on how to get a certificate of birth or death of a person, which is valid for those people who have already died after the war or were born after the war. We all understand that in modern world there are questions which are related to physical presence, that there are things that can be done online and offline. There are also the issues of social security and internet security. So how do you think? What is the responsibility of the occupying power? But what is still the responsibility of the Ukrainian authorities before those people who still have Ukrainian passports? We have the Geneva Convention, which stipulates that the occupying power bears all the responsibility for the territory that it occupied, all the territory and the inhabitants who live on that territory. Okay, these are citizens of Ukraine, and we need to create conditions for respect of the human rights on the territory which has been occupied. The facts of birth and death can be done. Right now, the court system works in a simplified regime to be able to do that. Every citizen of Ukraine has the right to free movement all across Ukraine. To do that, you don't have to be on a special list. This person can provide the documents they have. There are no limitations on the movement of around Ukraine for the citizens of Ukraine, except limitations which are set during the lockdown measures, but they are not related to the war in the east. These are limitations which are implemented in different parts of Ukraine in relation to the zone, to the lockdown zone. So we cannot say that people cannot implement their rights. I saw your reactions, Ivana. Do you have any reaction or any comment on this question on who is responsible for respecting the rights of people living on the occupied territory, the occupying power or the state?
Well,
from an international law perspective, it is a very complex issue, because if we look, for example, at the European Convention on Human Rights, Civil and Political Rights, which also encompass, all aspects of life that you mentioned, birth certificates and getting identity paper, etc., freedom of movement that was mentioned by the other panelists, etc. Well, there's a strict regime applicable. If a country believes that they cannot provide full enjoyment of those rights because of an occupation by a foreign territory, they should enter a reservation with the Council of Europe, with the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. But that has a lot of political implications, because it means recognizing that the territory of the state is lost. So there are legal avenues that are available, but the political implications often overcome the legal possibilities because of the consequences also in terms of international diplomacy, etc. So the situation is very complex. As a human rights lawyer, not a politician, of course, I say, well, there is a legal answer. But I understand that governments do not necessarily apply immediately, and this is not something that touches only on Ukraine, but also touched the other countries of the Council of Europe because of the implications.
Дякую всім. Скажу, певна є перевага онлайн-дискусії.
Thanks a lot. Well, I think there is a benefit of online discussions because usually they don't last as long as offline discussions. I am grateful for this discussion. I would like it to be useful for all the participants, for all of you. This was a discussion about covering human social rights as an example of public interest journalism at Donbas Media Forum. My name is Natalka Humanyuk. I am grateful to all of you, so please follow the news and follow our discussions today. Thank you. Bye.
года информационные издания, телеканалы, радио, газеты не упускают возможности повысить рейтинги, часто переходя грань и нарушая стандарты журналистской этики и даже законы України.
Засоби масової інформації, на жаль, дуже часто
Добрий день
за сенсаційністю,
всім.
за
Good afternoon, Alan. It's a pleasure to see you.
слухачів, читачів. Вони намагалися нагнітати, так би мовити, ситуацію, і в тому числі там, починаючи з публікації мапи з позначкою домів, де є захворіли люди, і закінчуючи там якимись іншими матеріалами.
Как журналисты должны работать со столь деликатными данными о человеческом здоровье в условиях эпидемии? С одной стороны, информировать общество максимально обо всем происходящем, при этом не нарушая прав людей, рассмотрим далее. За полгода карантина в Украине, думаю, вы часто встречали новости о заболевших коронавирусом. Естественно, в этот довольно беспокойный период мы хотим знать как можно больше детальной информации о случаях, чтобы оградить себя от риска. Но стоит помнить, что информация о здоровье человека – это часть его личной жизни. И Гражданский кодекс Украины гарантирует право человека на тайну о состоянии его здоровья. СМИ или информационные паблики любого другого характера не имеют права без предварительного согласия человека публиковать данные о его заражении или тем более о его месте проживания. Как пример, публикация издания «Вести» с адресами по районам, которую осудили в независимом медийном совете Украины. В редакции издания утверждали, что получили списки из круга медиков, и если это так, то это еще одно нарушение. Медработники также не имеют права разглашать личные данные пациентов, как в случае с эпидемией COVID-19, так и в любой другой ситуации. Это врачебная тайна, и ее нарушение несет за собой криминальную ответственность. Не подлежит разглашению без предварительного согласия родственников и личная информация о человеке после его смерти, вследствие коронавируса или любой другой болезни. Наибольшее внимание СМИ, как правило, уделяют новостям о заражении коронавирусом публичных людей, но они как раз-таки и являются в некоторых случаях исключением из правил. Например, если подаваемая информация несет общественный интерес, как предостережение заражения большого количества людей. Ну и к тому же публичные люди зачастую сами заявляют о своей болезни. Тем не менее, журналисту при публикации такой новости все равно стоит убедиться в правдивости данных и соблюдать журналистскую этику при написании текста, понимая, какие последствия которые может нести информация для публичного лица и его родных.
Посадова особа, яка має зустрічі, має, так би мовити, менший захист, відповідно і до практики Європейського суду з прав людини, менший захист щодо інформації про цю особу. Тобто про нього можна більше говорити. Про членів сім'ї цієї особи можна говорити виключно в тих випадках, коли це стосується безпосередньо виконання обов'язків цієї посадової особи.
Чиновники или любые другие люди в публичной сфере, которые сложили свои полномочия, приравниваются к частным лицам, а значит, публиковать информацию об их состоянии здоровья уже нельзя без предварительного согласия. В то же время не запрещено законом публиковать информацию о человеке, который несет угрозу обществу.
Який уникає госпіталізації, порушує правила карантину, наражає на небезпеку оточуючих через те, що він не дотримується передбаченого законом режиму, тобто не зважаючи на те, що він є хворим на ковід, він все одно продовжує без маски, наприклад, заходити в магазин. Да? Тобто це також є вже суспільно важливою інформацією.
Если человек сообщает о своем заражении коронавирусом в социальных сетях, СМИ имеют право сделать из этого новость. Главное, сперва убедиться, что это не фейковый аккаунт, а настоящая страница человека. Первое, о чем должны помнить журналисты, что на них лежит огромная ответственность за информацию, которую они разглашают, поэтому все должно быть тщательно проверено. И стоит отметить, что републикация личной информации о зараженных коронавирусом не освобождает издание от ответственности за нарушение закона.
Можливо, журналісти вже перестали бачити в новинних приводах людей, але хочу нагадати, що це все ж таки люди, які продовжують жити далі після цього інформаційного матеріалу. Матеріали про ковід – це дуже чутлива тема. І якщо неправильно, нераціонально, незаконно якось нанести просто можна шкоду дуже велику людині.
Еще больше интересных роликов смотрите на нашем YouTube-канале. Чтобы их не пропустить, подписывайтесь и нажмите колокольчик. И давайте уважать личные границы друг друга. До встречи!
В какую сторону? Вправо, влево?
Влево, влево, немножко, чуть-чуть буквально. Наоборот, наоборот. Да,
Вот сюда, да?
Просто больше было на камеру.
А я буду бачити наших Вітаю. Ми починаємо дискусію з питання, навколо якого українська медіаспільнота
Okay, so we start our discussion around which the Ukrainian media sector has been discussing for the past few years. There are new journalist associations which call themselves self-regulating. There are new legislative initiatives which aim to regulate Ukrainian media market. And today, I'm awaiting a hot discussion on the question, what is happening with the Ukrainian self-regulation in the media sphere? What prevents us from further developing? Maybe we already have the self-regulation, maybe we don't have it. Before we proceed to the discussion, I would like to invite Lana Horovitska, who is National Project Officer at OSCE Project Coordinator in Ukraine, because OSCE, for the first time, they conducted a research in Ukraine. They carried out an opinion poll among several thousands of journalists. They asked the question about self-regulation. The results of this research, personally for me, were quite strange. So I would like to ask Liana to provide us this information. Liana, the floor is yours. Liana, you can start, please. Okay, while we're experiencing some problems.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Дуже приємно доєднатися до
Good
розмови.
afternoon, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. Unfortunately, I didn't hear Oksana, but I want to ask you if you hear me. Yes? Yes, we can hear you, but we don't see Oksana. We don't know what is happening in the studio. I can see Oksana at a different screen, but unfortunately, no participants can hear the questions of Oksana.
Я спробую говорити в мікрофон, так чути, ні?
Can you hear me now? Why? Why not? There was a research of journalists, the biggest research in Ukraine, about the awareness of the media on self-regulation. What are the key takeaways of this research? What are the challenges to Ukrainian journalists in this direction, and what ways to solve these issues they have?
Мы, в принципе, не должны участники из Zoom слышать студию и видеть студию.
Я думаю, що я може просто...
Okay, I will read. Unfortunately, we have problems with connection. Well, you see what kind of challenges we have.
В повітрі нам заважає. Отже, основними перешкодами назвали на першому...
What are the challenges? One of the challenges were oligarchs. 76 people said that key challenges are oligarchs. Secondly, journalists said that one of the challenges is education. Maybe there is a lack of education, but I don't know what relation it has to self-regulation. And a lot of people said that the problem is self-regulation is about the ethics, about journalist standards, about responsibility of the media, not about the protection. If we are talking about measures to improve self-regulation, key answers are Spreading of information, 63%. 41% said that we need to discuss more. 41% of respondents said that we need to care more about the self-regulation organization. I agree that there is no enough information, but all the three questions are related to information. Maybe they mean that we lack understanding in the media community on what is regulation, what is self-regulation, who are self-regulating organization. And let me give word to Oleksiy Pogorelov, president of the Ukrainian Media Business Association and member of the Commission on Journalism Ethics. Oleksiy, so what is actually self-regulation? What is the difference between self-regulation and state regulation? And what are the challenges to development of self-regulation? First, I would like to comment on the research, although I would like to hear first from those people who actually carried out this research, because unfortunately there is no information in the research on who made this research, this presentation. So I think it wouldn't be proper for me to comment on this because we don't know who were the respondents. I see that 51% say that they don't have enough time. We don't have time to understand what is self-regulation. What is self-regulation? These are the rules set by the state. What is self-regulation or co-regulation? This is when the industry sets its own rules and commitments, and these commitments are transferred to the state, and the state might have an impact. Self-regulation is when a media industry or an industry or community sets the rules for themselves and solves all the issues by themselves. So it means that the journalists just get together, or managers or producers or owners.
Well, if managers, then it's probably a different thing. Maybe it's about, the ad market more. No, why? When the chief editors of regional outlets gathered and created rules on how local outlets are going to work during the local elections, so they have come to an agreement between themselves. We will do this, we won't do that, and we won't do that. And we will not intervene. So, and the state, you are on your own, and this is our area, this is our sphere. We have accepted certain rules, and we will work according to these rules. So self-regulation can be possible on several levels, right? How the journalists can gather together and come to a certain agreement, even of one editorial office, right? Yes, it's self-regulation is the tool that has no limitations, neither geographical or industrial. Then what precludes us from doing it? Who us? Let's define us as a community. Do you have a good self-regulations? How do you evaluate it? Well, I think that self-regulation, judging by its basic principles, can be effective when there are people who would like to agree to a certain list of rules because they want to comply with these rules. But if it's done externally, that is not self-regulation, that is regulation. But there must be a motivation, right? So according to the survey's answers, motivation lacks because the information lacks, but there's the will in the state. Well, the state always is willing to regulate, to collect taxes, that's the function of the state. But in this situation, it's not about taxes, it's about other preferences. The state cannot exist without taxes. But I'm speaking about information categories, right? It's about regulating media market when we see that there are new legislative initiatives coming up. How do you evaluate the situation, the balance between self-regulation and regulation in our market? So you want the factual information or on the basis of the law on the media? Well, in fact, the balance is hard to be assessed because there must be some basis for evaluation. I can say nothing about balance because it's hard to assess. So what are the roles, that gives this balance? So please then sum up and name 3 main problems of self-regulation development. Thank you very much. A very good question. I think the following. In order to be developing in harmony, and in this draft law that I quoted about media, there must be clearly separated areas of influence or areas of responsibilities. Like, for example, one is a zone of regulating by the state, another one, another zone where it's the co-regulation, and this sphere, like industry, please be self-regulate, and if you don't, then we'll have to intervene. But to a certain extent, we are ready to delegate this for self-regulation. That's number 1 now. Secondly, it's very important to support this. You're saying that there is no demand. I agree, there is no demand for self-regulation because these are rules, but it's easier to work without rules. Business always sets limitations or restrictions when it needs these restrictions. But if the restrictions are not vitally important, then the business is not going to set them, because business, according to its nature, is to be free. And it's about possibilities. It's a search of niche where you can make money, and business is always going to aspire for freedom, because this freedom is to be covered. Of course, there might be some restrictions by the state, but it's important within this context to encourage a certain self-regulation activity, because self-regulation is important in the aspects where the state wouldn't have to intervene, especially when it's about freedom of speech, about journalistic activity, so about things where all over the world, which are all over the world, are self-regulated, and where self-regulation works efficiently. And from the point of view of encouraging, when the state gets in the area of grants, of support, it's important to use here questions of ethical standards or of business quality, because the state wouldn't have to support the non-ethical media. So those media which follow the ethical standards should receive something. So the advantages of self-regulation will be discussed later, but now, while we are here discussing what self-regulation is, and I think that our market doesn't really understand it yet, because it's free, and it's not scared yet, or maybe too much scared. But there are other trends developing in the world which are echoing here, and one of those trends is the implementation of the individual ombudsman, press ombudsman, in separate media, which would follow the compliance of ethical and professional standards.
Виконавча
have we will give floor and now we will give floor to Alan Sunderland, Executive Director of NGO News Ombudsman and Standards Editors. So do we have the connection with Mr. Sunderland?
Yes, we do.
So I would like to ask you, Mr. Sunderland, to tell us about these press ombudsmen. How do they function? What is their function? Who is financing them? And can these press ombudsmen appear in Ukraine, and what do we need them for?
Thank you very much. Look, I'm delighted to be invited to speak to this conference today. I'll keep my remarks short, but I'll be very interested to listen to the conversation and to answer any questions you may have. Let me start with an apology. I last visited the Ukraine in 1991, as part of a journalist's delegation. And as you might imagine, I think things are rather different since then. So I'm the first to admit that my knowledge of the situation on the ground in the Ukraine when it comes to the state of the media today is very limited. That's not what I'm here to talk about. I guess I'm here to talk about what I see as the fundamental importance and value of self-regulation. I think that the reality around the world, I represent an organisation with 50 different media members in Europe, in Asia, in North and South America and around the world, in Oceania as well, and Australia, where I'm from. We all experience a very different level of government interference, government control, commercial pressures, interest groups, powerful individuals who seek to influence the media. That's the reality to a greater or lesser degree for all media organisations around the world. But fundamentally, those of us who are committed to the principles of journalism understand that to the greatest extent possible, and only you will know what is possible in your market, in your organisation, in your country. But to the greatest extent possible, our primary relationship, our primary responsibility is to the public we serve. And so those of us who have a commitment to journalism, to accurate and informative information about the world that helps us to be good citizens in the world, those of us who are committed to that, understand that we need to earn the trust of our audience. That is one of our primary relationships that will give an indication of whether we prosper or whether we decline as a news organisation. So I was interested to hear people talking before about the realities of commercial business and how hard it is to make money, how hard it is to survive, and businesses like to be free. Of course they do. Why should they voluntarily regulate if they don't have to? My view on that is simple. If you are making cars, you have a quality control operation in place. If you don't, you make terrible cars, and sooner or later, if people have a choice, they don't buy them. There's no difference when it comes to journalism. If you want your journalism to prosper and survive long term, it needs to be trusted. And if you want it to be trusted, you need to demonstrate that, first of all, you have a set of principles and standards that you believe in when it comes to your journalism. And secondly, that you are going to hold yourself to account to meet those standards. So you live with the media interruptions and interference from the government that you have. You minimise it if you can, but you live with it where you can. What's important, therefore, is that you say to your public, these are the standards we hold ourselves to, and then you can be responsible for that and be answerable to that. And so the relationship between, when it comes to self-regulation, there are only two parties to self-regulation. The government is irrelevant, the law is irrelevant. It is what it is, and you have to live with it. Self-regulation is a relationship between your organisation and the public. The two biggest barriers, in my mind and in my experience around the world, the two biggest barriers that prevent self-regulation from happening are simple finances. It's easy to save money by not investing in a degree of self-regulation, quality control, and accountability. I understand that, but to the greatest extent you can find a way to make that very minor investment, it pays off in terms of public trust, public acceptance. The second biggest problem is not government interference, it's not regulatory issues, it's internal will and internal culture within your organisation. If the people who run your organisation, your news organisation, are not interested in having a trusted, two-way communication with the public, self-regulation will never happen. If you have that commitment, then there is a process involved, which is possible, that involves training your own staff to accept the idea that they will be answerable to the public for what they do. And their first critic and their greatest critic will be the internal critic of the organisation itself. So that's the framework as I see it. Those are the philosophical underpinnings as I see them, and they're fairly straightforward. They relate to the desire an organisation has to produce valued journalism. Valued journalism is trusted journalism. It is only trusted if the audience you are talking to feels that you're holding yourself demonstrably to a high standard, and they feel heard. They feel that they are being listened to when they complain. And if you have a strong culture of self-regulation, a strong culture of a commitment to principles and accountability, then my experience internationally is that that pays off in terms of audience loyalty, audience commitment, and audience response to the work that you do. That's the broad picture. I think I'll leave it at that for now. That's the kind of work I'm doing for OSCE at the moment, to map out some of the practical issues, the practical steps along that path. But make no mistake about it, the first step to that path is understanding as an organisation that you want to improve your relationship with your own audience and your own people who access your journalism.
Дуже дякую, пане Алан. Надзвичайно цікаво.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sunderland. It's very interesting, and I agree that it's a strategic and tactical approach to development of your media or your reputation and the way you see your future in this sector. I'm addressing now Ukrainian journalists, of course, because from the tactical point of view, it's very easy. So local election, it's easy to collect money from each party to give, but from the strategic point of view, it's going to be a minus for, as for the audience. And right now, if there is no trust to you, your income will drop. But we'll speak about profit later. And I hear that Liana can join us, Liana Horovitska, and she will show us several interesting slides. I think that after what Mr. Sunderland said, it would be very interesting to see the numbers that describe the situation in Ukraine. You're welcome, Liana.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear Liana. Good afternoon. Once again, thanks so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to take part in this public discussion. I know that you have already started discussing our research. I heard some of the questions. I will be happy to answer them. And of course, we will publish online this information on this research. Now I would like to provide you general information. Why we actually carried out this research. We wanted to understand the awareness of journalists on the self-regulation of media. That is why we carried this research among a selected category of journalists. Can you please put on my presentation on the screen so I can share with you these statistics? So the general information, we tried to cover all the territory of Ukraine. The most active were Kyiv and Lviv. We carefully selected the respondents and we chose the representatives of the national and regional media and local media. We wanted to hear journalists and chief editors of the media. Our research consisted of two stages, qualitative and quantitative. First general slide consisted of two stages. Our selection of respondents was using one criteria, the side of the media, online and offline media. We received 372 invitations to the survey, and the majority, more than half of the respondents, answered our questions. It showed us that people are interested in this topic. Please, next slide. I think that for today's discussions today, you have already discussed what are the challenges on our way to self-regulation. I think you haven't started yet discussing the ways of development of self-regulation. So I hope that we will see the next slide where this information is located. Okay, then I will try to comment on these, and later we will send you the link to the full information. Okay, so next slide. I would like to ask you to show the last slide about the ways of development of self-regulation. What can you see on this slide? The most efficient way is education and raising awareness using different ways, such as spreading information among the journalists in the journalist community and other ways of spreading information. The most important thing is that this direction of development is supported by the state and by the leading universities. I think this is the brief information that we can provide you with. I hope that my colleagues will be able to discuss this issue further, and we will publish a full report on our website very soon. Thanks so much, Liana. Excellent statistics. It seems to me that we need to build a so-called bridge between the understanding that self-regulation means trust, growth in trust, and trust means improvement of the financial situation of the media and even safety and security situation of the media, because unfortunately there are a lot of attacks against journalists, and usually these are just average citizens who attack them. And let me add one more number about this self-regulation. Recently we carried out a research and we took a look at the editorial policies on the websites of the leading Ukrainian online media. Editorial policy is the foundation of any media. This is where you stipulate your principles, your ethical principles. So this is where you can write that you stick to the requirements of the code of ethics. How do you refute information? How do you provide different opinions? And only 16% of online media have editorial policies published on their website, or something that looks like an editorial policy. So actually we don't have a full understanding on what is responsibility, what is self-regulation, because such policies mean that the media is self-regulated. It means that they assume responsibility. And as Alan told us, self-regulation is cooperation between the media and the audience. And now I would like to give floor to Katerina Mesnikova, head of the National Media Association of Ukraine. So we have already discussed self-regulation, about state regulation. Probably we will talk more about it. But there is also such concept as co-regulation. I would like to ask Katerina to elaborate on co-regulation. What are the challenges? What are the problems related to this model? Thanks a lot, Oksana. Good afternoon, everyone. Co-regulation has emerged as an interim link between the state regulation and self-regulation of the media. It shall work where the state cannot regulate, cannot, for example, set standards, especially related to content, or the other, but is not ready to allow self-regulation. For example, it might happen in relation to the question what may spike, what may cause interracial or national hatred, what is racial or national hatred, or what is propaganda of communist and totalitarian regimes, because we have a decommunization law according to which such promotion is prohibited. But if we give the state the opportunity to regulate what can be considered as propaganda, this is a very fast way to censorship. But on the other hand side, these questions are too important. That is why we cannot give the media, we are not ready to give the media the opportunity to decide all of it by themselves. The state also wants to have a word in it. Well, as far as I understand, self-regulation is stipulated in the draft law on media, which is now widely discussed. Well, yes, you are right. There is a chapter in the draft law on media which stipulates the procedure of this process, creation of a co-regulation authority, and so on and so forth. Answering to Oleksiy's question, right now this project clearly stipulates what this co-regulation authority will do. Now we're discussing this draft media law, and we have very polarized opinions about journalism standards, about whether journalist standards are part of this document. We have very polarized discussions. Probably a week ago, we had a discussion which was held by the Council of Europe. There were thoughts and ideas to include media standards to this draft law as well, but there were opposing opinions not to include these standards. I'm sorry, I had some technical issues. No, it's okay, you can continue. As of now, co-regulation doesn't include journalist standards. There are a lot of issues related to defense of protection of children and people under 18 years old. There are such things as there is an information about what can be considered a hate crime, what information can be recognized as promotion of communist or totalitarian regimes. And we also have a special case with aggressor country. Unfortunately, we have this case in our country. Okay, I have two questions. As far as I understand, co-regulation is a unique Ukrainian mechanism. For example, if we take Germany, they have a clearer distinction between the state regulator and journalist when it comes to labeling of programs on air. What was the reason behind the creation of such mechanism in Ukraine? And secondly, because we're discussing self-regulation, what in your opinion are the challenges on the self-regulation? Well, a co-regulation mechanism exists in different countries. For example, in France, advertising industry sets its standards, very detailed standards of advertising. But for violation of these standards, the Audiovisual Council can bring the media to responsibility. So there is such a co-regulation mechanism all over Europe, in Canada as well. So it's not an innovation which which was created uniquely in Ukraine. Why we decided to use this mechanism? Why our organization supports this mechanism? Because for self-regulation in those questions, there is not enough credit of trust from the part of the society. The state and the society are not ready to give the media the right to self-regulate these issues. And the industry is not ready to give the state the exclusive right to regulate those issues because it might lead to censorship. As for the second question, I took a look at the presentation thanks to Liana. The first two reasons why, the first two challenges, these are media that belong to oligarchs and low level of education. There are two other reasons. A lack of self-regulatory organizations. So as for the first part of the question, it seems to me that this challenge is the most significant because we don't have a separation. When we are talking about editorial policy, we don't have a separation of what is the responsibility of the media as a business. We understand that there shall be a mechanism of communication with the media as business. It shall be so-called sanctions, a fee they need to pay if they violate the standards. Those media who make it, those organizations that make the editorial decisions are the media, or probably if the media violates the law, the audience might decrease, or the advertisers might decrease. What we lack is a public mechanism which would have such reputation consequences. We need to build it from scratch. We need to give it the opportunity to develop. It is mentioned in the research that one of the problems is low awareness. The audience is actually sometimes lazy to get to know more. That is why we need to pay more attention to promotion, to education, to raising awareness and building trust to this mechanism. So when, for example, this co-regulation authority makes a decision on, it is really binding.
Journalists, as those who make decisions to work in such oligarch media, they are the ones who make decisions whether or not to work in them, to fulfill the criminal order or not. So it's also a question from powerful self-regulatory or professional unions bodies who could be so important for this profession, so that, you know, the judgment of my particular work would have been a reputational story for me, you know. But right now, as for me, the mechanism is insufficient. There is no enough influence. You know what? I'm listening to you, and I'm understanding that another component there is in this story, and that's awareness of our audience. If the audience trusts bad quality media, manipulators, those who just spread fakes, then here self-regulation will not be built or will be difficult to build, because what reputational losses can we talk about if we just, for example, there's the Commission of the Journalistic Ethics and so on. We say that this media is a violator and its audience has another opinion. It's up to 30 or 40 million of audience who trust this media. How do we overcome this situation? I'm sure this solution or decision has to be you know, several levels, and there must be strategic steps to develop self-regulation, which will include education, media literacy for a wider circle of population. So self-regulatory organizations have to see as a target audience not only journalists but wider circles of people. Yes, but can I comment on this very briefly? Recently, I have read an interesting book about business consolidation, and there was an interesting example there. So the first date of bread production is put by the bakers themselves to compete with those who sell bad quality goods. And then it has become a tradition. It has become part of legislation and the liability of the producer. But the audience that has seen it, who has understood that this was respect for them, they, of course, used it as the competitive preference. Yes, I agree, because respect to audience causes trust in return, and then the audience is going to support this media, seeing that they respect this person. Yes, that's a very complex question, and unfortunately, oligarchs and their impact on media market is something that's hard to get rid of. And unfortunately, in the new draft law about media, we did not see mechanisms of de-oligarchization that the new authorities declared last year. But the Institute of Mass Information, together with the Detector Media, prepared the suggestions to this draft law, because we think that from the strategical point of view, globally it is important, but it needs adaptation. So this is the situation. I would like to give floor to Chair of the Board of NGO Media Detector, Natalia Ligachova, and I have the same question to her as to previous speakers. What precludes us develop self-regulation in Ukrainian market? What are the main problems we're facing now? Which are the most, topical now? So, good day. My name is Natalia Ligachova. I agree with the previous speakers that existence of oligarch model of media in Ukraine, and that the main mass of journalists, they take care not of interests of the audience, unfortunately, but they take care about are about satisfying the owners of their media outlets. And we see that on the examples of many media outlets which belong to or which are controlled by such personas like Medvedchuk or the Inter channel. But this is mostly demonstrated by those media that change editorial guidelines and policy a lot. So right now we are monitoring when we see how the attitude is changing, how the attitude of 1+1 is changing to the revolution of dignity, who are supporting this revolution very subjectively. Even sometimes they were openly supporting the activists of the revolution of dignity. But when you now hear from the talk show presenter on 1+1 channel that revolutions are never for good or never effective, then we understand that the owner of this media, the owner's attitude to this has changed. So we can see it that he has the direct impact on what his journalists say on air. How can you fight this? Well, I think that we heard today lots of useful tips and good opinions. Self-regulatory bodies have to be more influential, both for the national regulator, and they are to be the means of dispute resolution between those who submit some complaints for media, and between this media and together with the Institute of Mass Information, we were even very surprised because we had a local initiative, Media Check. And we didn't think that it would be popular or will be of interest for many media. But we see an interesting example when we receive lots of complaints. And the most interesting part is those they complain about often reply to these or satisfy these complaints. Usually these complaints against regional media, and maybe because for these regional media it's important, I mean, they value the trust of their audience more than the national media do. So I would like to encourage the regulatory bodies to be more proactive as for those we write negative comments about. Because very often the Independent Media Council publishes some decision. If the National Council is willing, they edit it, but very often those we write about show no response at all. So maybe it's worth being more proactive. That's why I agree that this is the work with the mass audience, and perhaps not only with communicating on how bad this or that media outlet works, but from the proactive position concerning supporting good quality media. We mentioned a lot about such initiatives existing in many countries, you know, like the science of good quality media. So combining self-regulatory bodies with some movements, like media movements. Media movement includes those media who agree to work according with the standards. So if we work closely with such media movements, they are more powerful because media participates in it. And if we would show to our audience which media are quality media, why are they quality media, and to use different formats, signs, videos, captions, working with the social networks, all of this will provide more strength and power to self-regulatory processes which take place in Ukraine. So work with the journalistic community, with the wider community. Yes, we lack discussions. Often the journalistic community is very divided, and I have recollected one more component that can improve the situation, and that's Ukrainian business. I know that the advertising agencies, they orient on the audience, but business should be also more socially responsible and to be trying to post ads in those media which follow the ethics, do not place fakes or hate speech, and to assist maybe some even financially for media to pay more attention to the quality. And that's now we are speaking about decisions or solutions. Think about 3 suggestions on what we can do. I know we do a lot already as organizations, but maybe there are other interesting solutions. What else can be done to develop self-regulation in Ukraine, to improve the responsibility of Ukrainian media, and to improve the financial position of them? Because I think these things are closely connected. Please, Oleksiy. Yes, I would like to comment the words of Natalia Ligacheva saying that the National Council reacts and pays attention to those decisions that is prepared by NMR. This is already co-regulation. It's an important thing, because when the expert body prepares a decision that is used then by the state body, this is co-regulation, what I mentioned in the beginning. It's an important work, but I would like to emphasize that self-regulation is when, for example, the reader or the audience representative complaint for the media to the regulatory body, and this case is solved. And I confirm the words of Natalia that usually regional media respond to it when the reader complained on the title or some mistakes, and when the decision is being prepared, the Commission of Journalist Ethics always contacts with the media that is the subject of complaint, and they would even respond to it and would change the titles or find out how was the standard violated, so they would learn from their mistakes. This is what the colleagues are mentioning. Do you remember that you said that the self-regulated organizations are to give recommendations? Yes, we are doing that. The Commission of Journalistic Ethics decided that the positive stimulation is a lot better than the negative one. And the survey shows it, that the Commission, when they say that the Commission of Journalistic Ethics is not effective, it doesn't influence anything because the decisions of it may be or may not be followed. But the state is to decide to control the compliance with the legislation, to give fines, to put into prison for violations. Never self-regulation is responsible for it. Self-regulation always works with trust, and then trust is transformed into money via increase of audience of I don't know, advertising agencies. So these advices were added to the decision because in the rules of our commission, they were dwelling actually on the punishments, because we thought that it would be very valuable for the audience and for everybody to say, but not only to point out a mistake, but also to say, how was it supposed to be done? So now we are checking if this is followed, and usually we get a good reaction to it, because when we make corrections, they say that this was done wrong, and they would wonder, and what would be the right way to do it? And that is popularization of standards, explaining the standards, and how in this situation they were supposed to write or communicate the news to make it compliant with the standards, because in many cases it's not about conscious violation of standards. It's about tell us how to do this. And I want to speak about the oligarchic media. If we speak about the law, about the draft law, and say that it is aimed at influence the oligarch media, then why are we also speaking about the others or the rest? If it's the law about the visual media, then why are we mentioning that we also to fit in questions that are non-oligarchic?
Oligarchic media, this is a single sector in Ukraine where there are lots of money by the oligarchs. We also raise this issue as media experts. Do we need a media law? Yes, we do. But there are some things which shall not be accepted in the first reading. We need to improve it, to make it better. Katya Mesnikova, can you please tell us how you see development of self-regulation of the media? Do you actually see development of the self-regulation in Ukraine? Yes, I do see it. I would like to support my colleagues and to say that I am for positive methods of motivation. As you know, we've been organizing a competition which is called the Dignity of the Profession. We added to our nominations requirements of the Code of the Journalist Ethics. All people who apply, who submit their works to our contest, they need to check whether they correspond to the requirements. In order to build trust, we need to overcome the first stage. We need our authorities responsible for self-regulation to have a high level of trust and a high level of awareness on behalf of the journalists and on behalf of the society. They don't only have to to show the mistakes or violations. Probably they can create a ranking of the most ethical media. Probably we can create something like a sign of quality, which the media that correspond to the highest standards can publish on their websites. Because for businesses, it's actually very important to show that they have high quality or enough quality. I think these positive methods of motivation can be used in Ukraine. They will create additional reasons for the media to talk about that, to talk about sticking to the ethical standards. Probably media can say why they stick to these standards, why it is good for them. And it also might create a so-called professional envy, and other media will follow suit. They will follow those who are on the good side, on the white side. But of course, we have quite a lot of those media that consciously don't stick to the standards, don't even respect the legislation, the national legislation. And until we create a relevant mechanism to fight those violations, not until we can differentiate this media, we can move forward. I am against self-regulation bodies to be mentioned in the legislation. It shall be decided on the level of the market itself, on the level of the media industry. The state doesn't have to interfere in it. But it would be good if the National Council would react to these authorities of self-regulation. If there was a mention of self-regulation in the legislation of Ukraine, I think it would increase trust in them. Well, for many years in a row, we've discussed the so-called press cards, which will help, we'll discuss the necessity to control their activities. When I'm talking about the state, when the state proves or implements developments of a regulatory authority, sometimes it is already self-regulation. Self-regulation can happen when, for example, I, as representative of the profession, get some kind of a complaint or a benefit, and I am proud, or I think it is a problem for my reputation. Only then I can understand that this self-regulation body is really working. It has an impact. Thanks so much, Katya. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time. That is why I would like to give word to Natalia Ligacheva, and I would like her to tell us about the key problems. Continuing what Katya said, shall we talk about self-regulation in the society? Reacting by state authorities, by state bodies on the decisions of self-regulation bodies can be called co-regulation, but the key decision was the decision of this self-regulation body. Well, of course, first it must mean something to the media. But in Ukraine, why it's not legally binding by the state, the media that belong to oligarchs, they don't react to decisions by the self-regulation bodies. This is the truth. That is why I think we shall at least mention in the legislation in this draft law on media that the state regulation body can appeal to decisions of the self-regulation bodies in order to tackle an issue. I would offer it for discussion. Secondly, I'm answering the question, which are the three things that need to be done? Secondly, shifting the focus to the positive side, to the search for positive examples and PR in a good meaning of the word. And third, united different initiatives which are on the right side. Media check, media ruch, independent media council. We need to unite in our actions, and we need to find a broader audience. If we unite our efforts, our forces, if we unite around an initiative aimed at a broad audience, if we have enough financial resources, and we know the responsibilities of all the people involved, if we can explain what media are of high quality and which are not, I think it would be a powerful impetus to development of self-regulation in Ukraine. Thank you so much. I see that Oleksiy wants to comment on that. Natalia, thanks so much for your suggestions to unite our forces. This is actually what we all do. We have a coalition of 5 election monitoring organizations. It has worked in Ukraine in the previous elections, so we have this experience. But I'm very grateful for your proposition, for your suggestion to unite our forces, because it will be all across the industry. It would be excellent if every self-regulation organization declares its niche, declares its part of the work. But not all of these organizations are self-regulating, right? Well, I mean those organizations that work with ethics and standards. Well, there are expert organizations, there are self-regulation organizations. Well, maybe citizens from all over Ukraine watch our program. We have a question to our experts. How can we influence propaganda, including, in particular, propaganda of DNR, or Donetsk, so-called Donetsk People's Republic? First of all, this is the question to the legislators, including it must include criminal liability, and it does require regulation. As my colleagues have said before, there are cases when the state shall interfere and shall regulate the situation. But if you take a look at the propaganda, there are no direct calls to start a war or to do something like that, but there might be fakes, manipulations with emotions. Or probably they just don't tell all the information, and this is the discussion that Katerina tells us about. There are some things that shall be discussed. That is why I insist on separating the responsibilities. What you are talking about, these are expert opinion plus responsibility or liability. This is co-regulation. This is where the industry must be involved when it comes to standards, to, for example, if journalists fail to fulfill their commitments. This is what our experts said. Well, this is a long story which requires a lot of time. If we would like to make it overnight, then we need regulation. Katerina or Natalia, maybe you can comment on that. And I would like to read our next question. When the oblast administrations will support local media? Well, we don't have the answer to this question, but we can only recommend you some ways of development, probably to increase trust in the media. Right now we see very interesting methods of co-financing of the local media globally, all around the world. This is a local media that develop very fast, because citizens are interested in reading what is happening in those places where they live. local media provide the society with the answers to all these questions. That is why they can engage the audience and ask them for financial support. Municipal newspapers in the regions, they are still dependent on the state. I mean, well, this question is not actually very related to our conversation. There is a lot of prefabricated news in the media. Well, it's a problem that we do have. Reacting to this is very important. You, as representatives of the audience, can react to such problems. You can write a letter to the audience, to the media, and write about it in your social networks. I would like to join you on this. You not only can, but we would like to ask you to do that, to react each time you see such prefabricated news or fake news, because only public pressure will allow us to react and to improve the quality of the media that work for us. But it is a long way to go. We cannot change it overnight. It will happen when we will do it together. But we will need many more years to reach that goal. I do understand, I do agree that we lack informing the citizens about what is a media, how are they self-regulated. We have questions about the editorial policy, about the research. So please take a look at the report which was recently published at our website. We analyzed Ukrainian media, and it turned out that only 16% of the media have editorial policies published online. TV channel, it turns out, are more transparent than online media. A question to our experts. I would like to ask Katerina and Natalia to tell us, how do you assess, evaluate the level of media criticism in our country? Can you please repeat the question? How do you evaluate the level of media criticism in our country? And do we have enough organizations like this in Ukraine? I think that the media criticism is developing within the framework of one media, which is actually detector media, our media.
And I'm so sorry that the media critics, the way this media was called, that existed in Lviv, barely works these days. What we lack? Well, detector media can provide not all, but more or less critic of TV content, but we do not have media criticism of online content. Well, that online is by Institute of Mass Information, you know, responsibility. Yes, you have it, but we have ratings. You do it very well, but there is more of the criticism that shows what's good or bad. I mean, some articles, analytical information. I'm glad that Oleksiy Bratushak joined you now, and he does it. But it can be done better. But all is lacking is financing, yes, to spread this aspect. And by the way, I join the words of Oksana that you have to also involve business, also to placing or not placing ads in certain media outlets. And we heard the positive examples when certain advertisement agencies, they stopped placing their ads in media who were violating not just standards, but business can be encouraged to support self-regulatory criticism. Yes, I support you. So, dear business, if you can hear us, using this chance, please support Ukrainian media organizations. Dear colleagues, I'm really grateful to all of you for a very interesting discussion, since the problem of self-regulation in Ukraine is very acute. Lots of fakes, lots of manipulation, and many questions to state regulation, to the quality of it. We are to develop co-regulation as a mechanism, and we need to transform self-regulation from the problem to a solution. I'll be very glad if the audience that has listened to us today, they will Google more information on the topic of self-regulation and those organizations that represent it. Thank you to all of my colleagues who are here in the studio and who joined us on Zoom. And I would like to say words of gratitude to Mr. Alan Sunderland for such a clear and interesting information by answering the questions so distinctly. And I would like to thank to all organizers and those who have conducted the survey.
Россия-1 и Новороссия ТВ добивает и на подконтрольные Киеву территории. Глава Луганской области Сергей Гайдай на заседании Совета нацбезопасности и обороны попросил установить в серой зоне его области глушилки телесигнала, идущего с неподконтрольной территории. Но на вопрос, о каком именно оборудовании он просил, представитель президента на Донбасі ответил так.
На деякі питання я не зможу вам відповісти, бо це військова таємниця.
О том, что это за оборудование и почему же оно до сих пор не работает, рассказала бывшая заместитель министра информационной политики Татьяна Попова.
Теоретически они должны были бы уже работать где-то года с 18-го, когда их купило государство, в этой серой зоне. Почему они не работают? Судя по всему, потому что, насколько я слышала, у первых экспериментальных глушилок была проблема с тем, что они глушили не только сигнал каналов на оккупированных Луганска и Донецка или российских, они также глушили время от времени сигнал наших каналов.
В результате глушилки отправили на доработку еще в 2018 году, и с тех пор информации о них не было. Почему снова заговорили о необходимости блокировки пропагандистских каналов? Возможно, это подготовка к новому этапу информационной политики Зеленского, после которой последуют шаги к началу полноценного украинского вещания на оккупированной территории. В парламенте сейчас зарегистрированы два законопроекта. Первый – закон о медиа и второй – закон о дезинформации. Оба документа вызвали бурную реакцию в сети и на публичных обсуждениях. Закон о медиа вызвал много вопросов и породил мифы, которые пытаются развенчать авторы законопроекта. Одно из первых опасений, которое вызвало споры, это намерение власти ввести в законодательную плоскость онлайн-медиа. Правда, авторы закона говорят, что это только на пользу.
Тому що на сьогодні одна з головних проблем онлайн-медіа, і навіщо цей статус взагалі потрібен, це те, що їх журналісти, по суті, через відсутність законодавчого врегулювання не мають такого повноцінного захисту своєї професійної діяльності в порівнянні з журналістами преси або телебачення и радиомовления.
Это попытка впервые за очень многие годы объединить все существующее и устаревшее законодательство, которое было о медиа в Украине, в один кодекс, привести его к современным реалиям.
Главный аргумент соавторов закона, депутатов партии «Слуга народа», основные законы для СМИ были написаны в 90-х годах прошлого века. С тех пор многое изменилось.
Все більше виникає питань, пов'язаних з соціальними мережами, інтернетом, онлайн-медіа і з цими моментами, то у нас про ці всі речі просто в законодавстві суцільна біла пляма. І на нашу думку, все ж таки регулювання в цій сфері має з'явитись. Питання дійсно, щоб воно не було надмірним і не було можливості застосовувати якісь речі, які мають ознаки цензури.
Еще один пункт, вызвавший обсуждение, это регистрация медиа, в том числе и онлайн-ресурсов. Будет ли она обязательной и зачем она вообще нужна?
Буде добровільна реєстрація онлайн-медіа. Тобто, хто захоче, він зможе отримати такий статус в достатньо такому простому порядку, спрощеному. Хто не захоче, може далі працювати, як і раніше. Бонусами для тих, хто зареєструється, буде те, що їх журналісти зможуть отримати повноцінний захист своєї професійної діяльності, починаючи від акредитації до захисту Кримінального кодексу у випадках перешкоджання професійній діяльності.
По сути, и региональные, и вообще онлайн-медиа, они просто выходят из такой серой зоны и становятся абсолютно легальными вещами, которые прописаны в законодательстве. С одной стороны, это накладывает определенные обязанности, но с другой стороны, медиа получают защиту, они становятся урегулированными, и это чуть-чуть облегчает процесс их работы.
Отдельно в законе о медиа прописана система запретов. Часть из них осталась стандартной. Например, запрещаются призывы к насильственной смене власти или оскорбления граждан по расовым и другим признакам. Но появились и новые. Запрет на оправдание оккупации части Украины, а также отрицание территориальной целостности страны. К нарушителям будут применяться санкции, грозят и судебными исками. Определять нарушителей будет Национальный совет по телевидению и радиовещанию, который получит расширенные функции. Хотя и предусматривается совместная его работа с участниками медиарынка. И здесь, по мнению журналистов и медиаактивистов, могут быть подводные камни. Поскольку такая сорегуляция – новое понятие для Украины, эксперты говорят о том, что возможно чрезмерное вмешательство регулятора в работу СМИ.
А поскольку это попытка первая, то, конечно, очень интересно, как она прописана, и, возможно, вот к ней нужно внести какие-то поправки для того, чтобы это все сработало правильно, и чтобы идея не была снивелирована.
Я не бачу тих загроз, що він буде вводити якесь надмірне регулювання або надмірний контроль. Тому що, ну, скажімо так, серед співавторів законопроекту були юристи від громадських організацій, були юристи від індустрії і були юристи від самого регулятора, від Національної ради. І члени Нацради також брали участь в написанні цього документу. Тому він, по суті, враховує інтереси всіх зацікавлених, скажімо так, сторін, від неурядового сектору і правозахисників до індустрии, до державного органу, який регулятором в цій сфері.
По словам авторов законопроекта, данные решения были приняты, так как в последнее время фиксировалось много нарушений со стороны медиа, особенно во время последних избирательных кампаний. Национальный совет жаловался, что им недостаточно полномочий реагировать на такие нарушения. С одной стороны, в законопроекте существуют пункты, которые могут негативно отразиться на работе независимых маленьких редакций. Однако, с другой стороны, нарушители журналистских стандартов и пропагандисты будут под санкциями. Еще больше вопросов вызывает второй законопроект о дезинформации, предложенный министром культуры Владимиром Бородянским. Согласно этому документу предлагается административная и уголовная ответственность за распространение недостоверных данных средствами массовой информации. Редакции, увлеченные в распространении дезы, обяжут платить штрафы от 24 тысяч гривен при своевременном удалении публикации до 9 миллионов гривен. А максимальное наказание за систематические такие публикации – тюремный срок до 7 лет. Но проблема в том, что в законопроекте не прописано четко само определение дезинформации. Некоторые журналисты считают само вмешательство в роботу медіа ненормальним.
Для мене взагалі нонсенс, як держава може регулювати журналістів, які є по суті четвертою владою і мають бути незалежними. Тобто сама ця ідея є абсолютно божевільною. Але ще божевільнішим є те, що автори законопроекту намагаються ще й підсунути захист національної безпеки під цей закон, тому що я нагадаю, що свобода слова – це така сама національна безпека держави. Держава має дбати про свободу слова. Що єдине може держава робити для журналістів – це захищати журналістів від нападів, розслідувати, коли нападають на журналістів, коли перешкоджають їхній діяльності.
Проект закона о дезинформации вызвал резкую критику со стороны журналистов. Сотни редакций требуют от депутатов не выносить в сессионный зал этот документ. Публичное обсуждение проектов документов, которые будут регулировать работу украинских журналистов, еще идут. И вполне ожидаемо, что депутаты примут уже более реалистичные законы.
введіть аккаунт там свій, оцей, який тут, і ви зможете зайти.
А я не можу. Воно автоматично просто запустило.
А, серйозно?
Yes, we do.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. It is there.
Видимо, выше нет.
Я слышал ребят, которые отзывались где-то в той колонке, а в ухе я ничего не слышу. Мутная готовность.
Сейчас слышите?
Нет.
Нет, покажите, что нет.
Нет.
Ведущий слышит?
Сейчас идем. Доброго дня, шановні пані та панове. Ми з вами на
So good day, dear all. We are at the Donbas Media Forum, and for another year and a quarter, we're going to discuss the topic of COVID, but not just about COVID, but about the wave of disinformation that it brought. My name is Roman Shutov. I'm the Open Information Partnership representative. Together with me in this studio, I have Galina Petrenko, Executive Director of NGO Detector Media, and also together with us we'll have several very strong and powerful experts from different countries. They are united by two things. They are one of the best ones on the part of study and monitoring of propaganda, disinformation, and misinformation. They all are the part of the project Open Propaganda project that is to enhance the work of those organizations which are to fight the disinformation they were provided. So 66%, this is the number, according to Kiev Institute of Sociology. This is how many Ukrainians believe to different conspiracy theories on origin and spread of COVID-19. And this is, it sounds dangerous, but it's rather expected, because the moment the epidemic started, people got in the epicenter of information attack. The politicians of the national level were telling people about some American labs doing different studies, and the national channels were speculating, looking for fantastic versions of who and why is spreading COVID. And in parent chats and anonymous Telegram chats, there were fantastic recipes, instructions how to cure COVID-19, who created COVID-19. So it's rather expected that people got in the atmosphere of the information noise when things that seemed illogical could have been logical. And in this chaotic atmosphere of information noise, people couldn't critically perceive information. The moment it started, in the Open Information Partnership Project, the working group was created that was to search, analyze, and generalize all these fakes or scary stories, different disinformation narratives on the epidemic. And this group was managed by Hannah Maxwell, who is together with us today at this forum. So Hannah, we know you can hear us. For 6 months, you were receiving flows of disinformation from all Europe. And so my first question for you, how do you feel? Stomlena. That was rather expected, so we are very sorry to hear that. But I have to say that Ukraine is the country where there's a noisy disinformation campaign around COVID. So can you say that a similar situation is in other countries? And if so, then what are they scaring their citizens with? Коли ми започаткували нашу робочу групу, ми, звісно, досліджували в 17 країнах цю дезінформацію. І що ми в загальному з'ясували, це, що, можна сказати, що можна поділити 6 таких загальних наративів. Тобто вони...
There was a lot of anti-EU, anti-specific Western states. There was a lot of emphasis on Russia being viewed as a protector, as a savior at the time of COVID. There was we saw a lot of things about a malign global elite, which in some ways was being started by different disinformation actors, and then also by conspiracy theorists more generally. So we saw stories developing around Bill Gates and ideas of anti-vaccination movement and microchipping. And then we would see stories arise in different areas, and then they would take on a different permutation as they popped up in different places around the world. So things like stories about US biolaboratories in Georgia, in Tbilisi. We then saw that pop up in Ukraine and then in Moldova, and then be taken on in different contexts in places like Slovakia and Poland as well. Sorry. Any other specific? Is that right for you, Roman?
Так, ми тебе добре чуємо. Скажи нам ще, будь ласка, які специфічні історії, чи є якісь такі найбільш яскраві історії, які стрибали з країни в країну, які були такими, знаєш, повторюваними в різних місцях? Чи в кожній країні воно було все приблизно однаково?
So you would see something start somewhere and then snowball and be picked up. So there was a sort of misquote of an old Nobel Prize winner, Luc Montagnier, of him. It wasn't what he said, but saying that the virus might be man-made. And then you saw that being picked up in different places in the Baltics and the Balkans. We saw lots of cases of people creating sort of fake doctors to say that actually it's being massively overemphasized, it's just totally similar to the flu, and people doing sort of fake interviews with them and saying no one needs to worry. There were lots of, particularly in the Balkans and like Moldova, people saying that there's a lot of things happening on like Telegram and WhatsApp of stories like, oh, my friend heard from my friend who heard from her aunt that morticians are making up death rates and overemphasizing them to make it seem like a bigger problem than it actually is. So there were a lot of those sort of, essentially the same story being told, but being taking on different local nuances depending on what country it appeared in.
Ага, тобто історія про Джорджа Сороса, який начебто теж стояв за створенням ковіда, щодо Білла Гейтса, історія про лабораторії, в яких все це відбувається, оці записи в WhatsApp, що моя ось подружка тільки що хворіла в Італії, вона розповідає всі ці страшилки. Тобто ти хочеш сказати, що це відбувається в усіх країнах?
Боже, ну що ж таке? Дякую. Всі ті країни, які ми розглядали, так. Super. So together with us, we also have Oleksandra and Oleksandra, tell us please. I know that for all this time you were also working and you were studying propaganda of Kremlin via their officials and media. Tell us please, is it what Hannah is mentioning now? Do you recognize some of what Hannah was mentioning, or can you say that those are different things? Good day to you all. I'm really happy to hear you, although not very well, Roman. So I hope that things I'm going to talk about will answer your question. If we speak about how disinformation on coronavirus that we observe during pandemics is placed on Kremlin frames, that I would mention two main characteristics. One of them is the one common feature is how these campaigns are coordinations. With COVID-19, I observed a very high level of coordination between Kremlin and its local agents of influence, which differ depending on the target society, and between Kremlin and Beijing on the other side. I would like to say a few words about this, ex-Moscow, Beijing, because it's about information ecosystem. So in our Ukrainian crisis center, we agree with lots of international experts who say, and we see it ourselves, that pandemics of coronavirus has modified a lot information attacks by China and made them a lot closer to the way that Russia does it. And even though we cannot say that it was 100% common operation with Moscow and Beijing, but a lot they have become situational allies in this, and they were and are still trying to support and to strengthen each other. It's especially seen on the conspiracy theory that coronavirus was like a biological weapon developed by the US. I think that most know how many people believe that. It's up to 66% of Ukrainians believe that coronavirus was created manually. This theory was launched by Russia first, and then it was supported by representatives of Beijing. So I suggest right now, if we have the possibility to view a short video about Chinese and Russian conspiracy theories spread, and then I will add a few more words. Російські медіа запустили конспірологічну теорію про ковід.
Этих тревожных новостей появилась и усиливается версия, будто вирус был создан в одной из бактериологических лабораторий Соединенных Штатов Америки. Власти США протестуют против таких обвинений, но специалисты сходятся на том, что естественным путем такой монстр-мутант вырасти не мог.
Все это выглядит на диверсию, похоже. Во-первых, этот город Ухань – это центр страны, крупный транспортный узел, плюс сейчас китайский Новый год, сотни миллионов китайцев будут ездить по стране.
Одни из тех, кто наиболее пристально изучают возбудители смертельных болезней США. Биотехнологии двойного назначения. Можно лечить, можно убивать.
Почему тут же возникли вопросы об искусственном происхождении вируса и почему китайцы обратились к российским специалистам по бактериологическому оружию?
Именно военно-морские силы США занимаются
claiming that the virus is a U.S. bioweapon war against China, and that the U.S. chose Wuhan as a target because they are trying to shift the blame to Wuhan's P4 lab.
Alexandra, a very interesting video. It actually gets to you, and it's actually scary. So do I understand it right? Are there any evidence that Russia in this situation is coordinating its disinformation efforts together with China? So, Roman, if you gave floor to me, then I would like to proceed information on coordination of disinformation campaigns and to speak about by Kremlin, and I would like to also speak about the methodology guideline on the territory of the countries that border with Russian Federation. And the classical example of the laboratory in Georgia, I'm sure that my Georgian colleagues shall give more details about it. In Ukraine, we know another version of this conspiracy theory that is actively spread by opposition Platform for Life, speaking about uncontrolled military laboratories of states. But on the occupied territories of the eastern Ukraine, this was brought to a new level, spreading the information that this coronavirus was leaked from controlled by CIA territories. So we see that the going back to the classical disinformation, and the main part of those narratives that we have identified are like modified versions of everything we heard before. For example, narrative about EU and NATO that are breaking down because of pandemics. Usually, it was before the migration theory. So this is the Kremlin classics. So pandemics showed the how unnatural. It's like giving a new life, about the like bad and dying off life at the West, as Russians like to say it. And also the new song of Kremlin about institutional incapacity of the European democracy. So I'm completing, and I would like to finalize by underlining two main moments. That is coordinated and revitalization of the old narratives that is based on already used way, using the archetypes and templates that were used before. Because this is the psychology, of us. It's easier for us to believe in something that we hear for many times, but from different sources. But in fact, we see that very often these sources are well coordinated. That's all from me.
Thanks a lot, Alexandra. I know that you have a lot of interesting things to tell. We will have more time for that later, when we will be answering the questions in the chat box. So it looks like we see that the Kremlin propaganda knows how to use the topic of the pandemic in order to promote its old stories about the decadent West, about LGBT community, about the hand of Soros, and about the chaos all around the Western countries. And they say that only authoritarianism can save the world. So, Halina, my question is to you. Detector Media has been monitoring Ukrainian media for all this time. How these narratives were popular in Ukrainian media sphere and who spread them? Can you hear me? Yes? In our media sphere, such narratives were also quite widely spread, as in many other countries. We heard them, we saw them through a coordinated network of those official media that we suspect in being financed by the Russian money. And we also saw this information all over the social networks and unofficial media. But I would like to highlight that the difficulty of this situation related to disinformation, that very often these messages were spread not only by those media that had a bad objective or who are directly financed by Russia or from somewhere else. This is a so-called information virus, which is so contagious that it was spread quite in a conscious way by the mainstream media or by absolutely pro-Ukrainian politicians. What I mean, all the fakes that we've heard can be grouped into several groups. So this is increasing panics, decrease in risk, fake drugs, fake medicines, or conspiracy theories. At the very beginning of the pandemic and at the beginning of the lockdown in Ukraine in mid-March, leading Ukrainian media TV channels showed advertising of a medicine, and they said that it treats COVID-19. Then we reached out to the owners to these TV channels and asked them to remove the advertising. They said sorry and removed the advertising, and even the producer of this medicine apologized. Now I also remember a case when Leonid Kravchuk, the first president of the independent Ukraine, who is now head of the trilateral Minsk group, he came to an interview And he had some kind of a gadget, and in this interview he said that this is some kind of an American gadget which protects against coronavirus. And there was also a news that Oleksiy Danilov, the secretary of the National Security Board, meeting the ambassadors of Norway and Finland, he said that we are now in times of the first biological war. I even checked whether it wasn't fake, because it is an interesting message from a representative of the state. And he is definitely pro-Ukrainian, so we are not talking about influence of the Kremlin. I would like to understand where we are heading at. We will see the results of this propaganda, because in less than 2 months we will have local elections in Ukraine. For example, we see in sociological research that more than half of the Ukrainians think that coronavirus is not a threat to them. More than half of the Ukrainians don't support the lockdown measures by the cabinet of ministers of Ukraine. We see the rhetorics of the candidates to mayoral positions, mayors, who often fight the decisions of the central government. We see their actions. For example, in the western city of Chernivtsi, the local authorities decided to open kindergartens and schools despite that they are in the red zone. So we can forecast that servant of the people faction, which is the leading political party of Ukraine, will get places in the minority of towns and cities of Ukraine. Well, not only because of the COVID-19 pandemics, though I think this is the consequences of the decentralization reform, and the COVID-19 pandemics added to that. I have a comment from one of our viewers today. He asks, why do you call Dmytro Hordon a journalist? He's not a journalist. Another interesting comment. In Poland, there are also a lot of fakes spread by the national media. Maybe it's just in the blood of the journalist to spread fakes. Well, even unbiased media or non-Kremlin media, they also spread fakes and disinformation about COVID-19. Taking into account this fact, can you tell us why? Well, in my experience, very often they just want to increase their ranking. They want some sensationalist news. They write stories about COVID, which have the same level of panic as stories about Chernobyl or worse. Well, so do you think that some media are ready to sacrifice their journalist ethics in order to get more views, right? Well, yes, and I also would like to say that Ukraine's leading national media at the onset of the epidemic and lockdown, they decided that they understood that they need to be socially responsible, but they thought that they need to somehow to increase the fear. They wanted to make the population, the society, understand the consequences of the pandemics. They thought that it was their responsibility. Okay, if we're talking about the channels of the spread of propaganda, we mentioned those media that are influenced by the Kremlin. Alexandra told us about those influenced by China. But my question is to Hanna. Hanna, if you can hear us, can you tell us about the situation with messengers in Europe? What are the key channels of spreading disinformation? What are the sources of disinformation? Do you have such data?
So the kinds of channels which we were monitoring as part of the... Sorry, I'm hearing my own voice translated. The channels that we were monitoring as part of the working group, so that included news generally, mainstream news, and also channels which a lot of our member organisations were quite familiar with monitoring to check for disinformation. So those owned or backed by hostile states, particularly the Kremlin. But then we were also looking at junk news sites, the kind of sites where they're just trying to get clickbait, so they're sort of putting out anything. And conspiracy portals, particularly ones in Central Europe, who are really sort of churning out things around Bill Gates and George Soros and shadowy Satanist cults being in charge of vaccination. But then in terms of social media monitoring, which some of our research team at Zinc Network also took on, primarily there's a lot of stuff on Facebook, which we were looking at. There were certain Facebook groups which became sort of kind of hubs for clusters of these things being filtered out across online communities. There was one group in Poland which was called I Don't Believe in Coronavirus, nice and to the point, which when we started looking at it had around 5,000 followers, and by the time we'd finished the monitoring project it was well over 100,000. So these things really started to snowball. We're also looking at tweets put out by certain influencers or politicians and how they were using COVID disinformation to push out certain agendas. We were aware of things that were filtering through Telegram channels, though that we were less able to monitor those quite as closely. But when that content then came up onto Instagram and Facebook and got picked up by bloggers, that's when we spotted it there. So really, I mean, it was coming from everywhere all at once. It was quite chaotic. I think over the 2.5 months that we were doing it, we identified more than 3,000 different bits of stories coming across those 18 countries. So yes, a lot of noise and lot of channels.
Коли так, є якісь
Yes, there are some channels that we know are specialized in spreading conspiracy theories or fake stories. We know that there are such websites that are backed by the Kremlin. But there are those situations when disinformation about COVID-19 is spread through poorly educated journalists or journalists who seek to increase their audience. We have an interesting question. Do you know what budget Ukraine spends on fighting the disinformation campaign related to coronavirus? Well, it's actually very difficult to calculate this amount of money, and it's actually not a topic of our discussion. But okay, my question to you, what the government of Ukraine does in order to stop or to prevent this wave of disinformation about COVID-19? Can you briefly explain us, tell us about those steps which were made by the state, and how do you evaluate their efficiency? Well, at the beginning of the lockdown, which was imposed in March, the National Police of Ukraine and Security Service of Ukraine started monitoring such cases of spreading disinformation and transferring them to court for spreading the wrong information about the coronavirus. We have special provisions in our criminal code, administrative code, for spreading some kinds of messages in social networks. And yes, there were several court proceedings. I think it is a good news because we have always had those provisions, but they were not used. Law enforcement agencies didn't use them before the lockdown. Before the lockdown, there was a statistics that the article on wrongful spread of information, there were about 106 court proceedings since the independence of Ukraine. As of now, we have more than 300 such cases. Before, the courts were probably were afraid to proceed with such cases, but right now the situation has changed. Some of these cases look strange, some of them are legit, but okay. Do you think that the state has influenced the number of these fakes and disinformation? Well, I think the state actually contributed to the distrust in its actions, because when the chief sanitary doctor of Ukraine said that when we prohibited you from walking in the parks, it was purely a psychological measure. And after his speech, people lost trust in the government. I would like to welcome here our guest from Georgia, Laurent Dury, geopolitical analyst. So, Dury, can you please tell us about the situation in Hungary? Here in Ukraine, we think that Hungary is kind of a friend with close to Putin and to Russia. So I have two questions. First, what were the main affairs spread among the Hungarians during the lockdown, and who were those people who spread those stereotypes?
Yes. Hi. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the invitation. Yes, you are right. Hungary is quite pro-Russian, the Hungarian government, and even more so pro-Chinese. So we had similar disinformation narratives, what Hannah was talking about, like the USA produced the biological weapon. It was a weapon against China, or we had, of course, the George Soros conspiracy. But what you need to understand is two things. First, that Hungary is a microcosm, a world of disinformation on its own. And this kind of disinformation is part of the mainstream, and it was mainly pushed by the Hungarian government. So the pro-Kremlin disinformation, because we also have pro-Kremlin network of media in Hungary present, so this kind of fringe narratives, fringe networks were only secondary to the Hungarian government's these lines of disinformation, and this governmental COVID-related narratives mainly focused on the partnership with China, and also to lesser extent with the Kremlin. So what the Hungarian government was saying is that against the fight against COVID, Hungary's main partners are China and to a smaller extent Russia. So the Hungarian government tried to formulate some sort of a solidarity narrative, which played down Western cooperation, Western alliances, and Western solidarity, and valued Chinese, protective equipment, Chinese ventilators, and really try to push hard that Hungary is reaping the benefits of the so-called Eastern opening foreign policy of the Hungarian government. So these disinformation narratives served the purpose of pushing Hungary closer to Russia or to China.
Тобто у випадку Угорщини ми маємо ситуацію, коли не тільки якісь...
With Hungary, we have the situation, it's not that the journalists and other channels are spreading disinformation, but it's the situation when the government is also adding, fuel to the fire, targetedly adding to this discourse. But tell us, please, Laurent, do you also have American labs? Do you also do some tests on people, or do you have also labs where coronavirus is produced, or do they fear you? Do they fear your population with something else? Are you with us, Laurent?
Yes. So we had these outrageous conspiracy theories about the biolab or the virus produced by a U.S. facility or brought into China by U.S. soldiers, also present. but these narratives were mainly spread in the fringe media that are either operated by far-right Hungarian actors or pro-Kremlin actors in Hungary. So that was mainly relegated to fringe media networks and fringe outlets. I think the main conspiracy theory the Hungarians were impacted by was the George Soros theory. That has been the main line of communication of our government and pro-government media for the last couple of years. But unlike before the pandemic, George Soros was not, accused of trying to repopulate Europe or Hungary with illegal immigrants, but he was cast as someone who would, have some benefit from the pandemic, who would push Hungary into debt. And the opposition would be, financed and manipulated by George Soros to work against the Hungarian government, concerted effort to rule the situation and gain control of the spread of the virus. So I think the George Soros conspiracy was the main one present in the Hungarian media space.
Супер. Тобто у угорців є Джордж.
Super. So you have George Soros, we have the American labs. So I have a question to Tamarkin Tsurashvili. She's with us as well. She's from Georgia, and she's executive director of Media Development Foundation. For many years, they trace disinformation propaganda in their country. So Tamar, tell us, please, what do they scare Georgians with?
Forum. Actually, we have both George Soros and the Lugar Lab, which is built by US government. So we have more to scare people off. But this crisis actually proved useful in terms of improving knowledge of Georgian population on Lugar Lab, despite hostile information operation from Russia. Who has targeted this Lugar Lab, which is a unique one in this region in terms of high biosafety level, because the COVID-19 diagnosis was done by Lugar Lab in the fast way. So recent NDI polls show improvement in relation to this US-supported biolab, because people trust more that this is healthcare facility rather than some testing polygon for military purposes. But recently, Russian MP accused Lugar Lab in poisoning Navalny. The same case was 2 years ago when Skripal poisoning was revealed. So it's continuous effort of Russia to demonize this lab, which is important biosafety and scientific lab in Georgia, contributing and helping regional scientists and the local people to be safer. So we identified 3 types of disinformation campaign, political one, mainly stemming from outside actors, anti-liberal one, and economic, mainly related to clickbait sites, because it was mentioned before that not only Kremlin media lies, but the local journalists and the quality of journalism is also a problem in our society. And sometimes it's not, political agenda is not always behind the fake news. Especially in case of clickbait sites, they were mainly disseminating the false QS story or different conspiracy like the George Soros, Bill Gates, or 5G antennas related stories. As regard to anti-liberal campaigns, mainly clergy and the far-right groups, we're presenting this coronaviruses as a punishment from the gods because of pervert West and our aspiration to join Western society. The leader of far-right group was even happy when borders were closed because it stopped migration process from Asian countries. So when we are talking about the sources of this information, Georgian media consumers are more owned websites like CNN.ru or bbcnews.co, and we check their IP addresses, and they were located in St. Petersburg. So the tracking the sources is one part of our fact checking, which gives reader full understanding about intention of this intention behind this news. This is in general, but besides the Lugar lab, we have similar narratives related to EU failing to protect Italy and other narratives which is similar in Hungary, Ukraine or other countries.
Тамара, ти мене засмутила, тому що мої...
Tamara, you upset me because my politicians are convincing me that COVID-19 was invented in our labs. But it turns out that it all happened in Georgia. Do I understand it?
We have shared responsibilities, I think.
Да, це, мабуть, дуже хороший приклад мережевої роботи між різними.
I think it's a very good example of American agents work in different countries. So tell me, please, do I understand it right? So even in Georgia, where up to 70% agree that Russia is the source of danger to their country, people still believe those narrative myths and fakes that come from Russia.
If it comes from Russian actors, these messages are unpopular because Russia uses different approach. We have openly proclaiming actors are less popular in Georgia compared to so-called patriots positioning themselves in different way. They are not saying that Russia is better than West and we are pro-Russian, but they are actually the messages they are spreading are popular. While we're talking about the biosafety and biosubversion, it's not new disinformation campaign for Georgia. We're tracking this since 2014 when Lugar Lab was open. And people are afraid of their personal safety. It's natural instinct. It's not about believing Kremlin or US. It's somebody scares them that where Americans are testing their medicine on Georgians in order to occupy our land, and we are a third country, and instead of testing this vaccine in developed country, Georgia is the best place to do this. And I think it's natural instinct because it concerns people health. But another problem is with government. During this coronavirus crisis, government managed quite well, and their strategic communication was quite good. They even improved their rating. But before this, they were afraid to irritate Russia and to communicate the benefit of Lugar Lab. So it was we had problem with strategic communication before, but during crisis, it was partly improved and people really appreciate it. And NDI polls actually showed that people improve their understanding on the benefits of this US-supported biological lab in Georgia.
Дякую, Тамар. Я хочу запросити до нашої дискусії.
Thanks a lot. I would like to invite to our discussion Dmytro Krapivenko, who is Chief Executive of the International Center for Defense and Security of Estonia. Dmitry, hello. Can you please join our discussion? We have Georgia, Hungary, and other countries. We have Soros, we have labs. Can you please tell us about the narratives related to disinformation in Estonia, in the Baltic countries in general? And do you have data on how these narratives and fake news are successful? To what extent people trust in these narratives?
Thank you for having me here. And it's a pleasure to speak with such experts on this actually very difficult topic, because I think almost everyone is now very tired of COVID and I guess of different webinars, but nevertheless, let's just list several main points about these infodemics in my country. And I should admit that COVID, of course, created kind of new dynamics in the information environment here. So a part of enormous psychological pressure and, of course, greater unpredictability, also more chaotic, I would say, information space. So it's contributed greatly to increase of susceptibility of audiences here in Estonia, of course, in general, but in particular for some vulnerable groups. I would say that in this case, domestic actors or kind of pro-Kremlin sympathizers were more active than the Kremlin itself. And we should also note that this COVID period overlapped greatly with such important events like Orthodox Easter and celebration of so-called Victory Day, 9th of May. So what we observed that disinformation campaigns related to these events were used as pretext for different calls for meetings and actions. So basically, public gatherings, of course, were not allowed by the government restrictions, but several groups on social media used these campaigns in order to call for actions and to gather people. So another disinformation campaigns were quite against government restrictions and movements. So we tracked basically different stories about total lockdown of our capital, and again call for action to buy I don't know, more food and more alcohol or something like that. I would also name some kind of migrating or reoccurring narratives that the Kremlin and its domestic actors of influence are using in every pretext. So first of all, of course, and as Alexandra already mentioned previously, it's creating or heating up the distrust in government as such, or in specific government activities, actions, so that government is doing something wrong. And then we, of course, should understand that well, our government, as other governments too, they were in a very difficult position, basically learning by doing and trying to understand this complex situation. And another this reoccurring or migrating narrative by the Kremlin is, of course, our economic and social weaknesses. So basically, the main frame is that, let's say, the Baltic states, or Estonia in particular, economically and socially is very weak, and the COVID pandemic will definitely increase dependency on the European Union or on some foreign investment. And well, there were also quite interesting stories how these local domestic actors interpreted different events. Let's say, basically, medical masks brought to Tallinn by a plane. So it was actually showed as humanitarian aid from the Russian Federation, which of course was nonsense. But anyway, so they tried to play that card as well. But in general, I think majority of Estonian population was quite immune to that nonsense, with some exception of vulnerable groups. I would say, of course, all the population. That's one vulnerable group. Some group of local Russian speakers who tend to consume information from the Russian Federation channels. But in general, I guess it was a very good lesson to our society to test our crisis communication. And I think we are actually still learning that lesson facing the threat from the second wave. But I think that was very useful, kind of fresh up to those experts who are involved in both monitoring the information space here in Estonia, but also providing inputs to the government officials for its strategic communication. So how timely it should be done, how specifically targeted on different audiences. And yeah, we actually realized that we have still some gaps there, mainly related to expectations of different vulnerable groups and how you should convince them not, let's say, to gather for whatever reason, being it so-called Victory Day or religious celebrations on some other occasions.
Добре, що ти перейшов на тему урядових.
Thank you so much for telling us about the governmental actions against these disinformation campaigns. It seems that sometimes we in Ukraine, Georgia, and other countries try to reinvent the bicycle. Well, Dmitry, you know very well the countries of the Eastern Partnership, Estonia and the Baltic countries. In your opinion, does Estonia receive any help, any assistance from the European Union in order to be able to counter the disinformation attacks more efficiently? So what I want to ask, is it a benefit for Estonia to be part of the European Union?
I would say that, during the crisis, government officials worked very closely with civil experts from different organizations, and I think in that regard, size matters. And well, in my country, which is of course small by population, it's much easier to organize very efficient response and in a very timely fashion and manner. So basically, the government office mobilized for different channels and different contacts experts from the private sector and civil society, and they together coordinated this joint response, and they together basically went through that crisis in terms of communication, because the government messages cannot be trusted if they're not supported widely by actors in civil society and in business sector as well. So I think that we can share gladly that Estonian experience with our partners within the European Union, of course, with our partners from outside the Union. I am actually very, very concerned that the communication response and basically the general communication pattern of the European Union was very chaotic and weak during the crisis. So a lot of miscommunication happened between the national governments and Brussels national governments and European Parliament and European Commission, and of course between the national governments themselves. So I think that is again kind of weakness we should look at in order to improve crisis communications between our country, between our governments, and between the European institutions. Because I think in general, I think it affected very badly the image of the European Union in many countries, including Estonia, unfortunately.
Дякую, Дмитре.
Dear Dmitry, I liked one of your phrases. I think it's very important. Our national sources are sometimes more dangerous than the Kremlin. It seems to me that actually what you said is very important, and it can become a good point for all of us, for all participants of this discussion panel. At the end of our discussion, we can each take a minute or two and to say final remarks. So please react to this phrase. Sometimes national sources of disinformation are more dangerous than the Kremlin ones. Hannah, can you hear us? Yes. So the question was, can you react? Can you react to? I have the question. We want a final word from you. Can you please react to a phrase by Dmitry? Sometimes national sources of disinformation are more dangerous than those in the Kremlin.
I think there's definitely some merit in that, if only because the nature of Kremlin disinformation can often be quite a blunt object, as it's trying to achieve similar ends across various different national contexts. So in terms of things that are just happening in one country, they can have a lot more detail and nuance and know how to push the right cultural buttons on people's vulnerabilities and susceptibilities. Which to glide into a sort of closing remark, I think the main issue of the infodemic with COVID has been this global event that everyone's aware about, and this sort of shared susceptibility with the kind of information that we're hungry for as consumers that feed into our anxieties and uncertainties. So any malign actors or hostile states who have been using disinformation to achieve their agendas before COVID can now slap a COVID label on and reach wider audiences who have those gaps and uncertainties that can be abused. I think what's also become increasingly important is that exposing and countering disinformation, wherever it's coming from, has to happen across countries and across communities because of the nature of the beast and the way our information space is so shared and interbleeds so much. I think it's really important to keep that awareness that the kinds of false news and misinformation, disinformation that you might be seeing in your media space, it might be part of a much wider weather system of false news that's happening across Europe or even globally. And understanding that can help in the process of debunking and raising awareness and resilience. So all these various kind of roads of disinformation, wherever they're coming from, whether it's the Kremlin or China or specific individual actors or political parties or other domestic governments, they've all got a shared impact, which is a substantial one, is that they increase people's instability of knowing what's real, and which is very important in the case of an international public health crisis, as it diminishes our faith in those institutions which we're relying on for that messaging, trust in vaccination, which is going to become a huge issue if and when one arrives, and a growing polarization within societies about issues related to COVID, about lockdown, about what we should be fearful of. So it's
Ганно, пробач, у нас справді була тільки хвилинка, але те, що ти сказала...
Thank you, Hannah. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time, but what you said is very important for us to understand the big picture. And now I will give the floor to Dmytro Krapivenko, who actually said this phrase. Dmitry, if you want, can you please comment on that? Or if you want to just tell what you want.
I would say that basically, yes, doing better, better in terms of quality mapping of expectations of different vulnerable groups is something we should take very seriously. I mean, if we are not dealing with their expectations, information and communication-wise, so we know that that malicious actors will do it instead of us, and so basically speaking with and to our populations and audiences and trying to understand the aspirations. It's something that not just governments but civil society together is obliged to do. Because if they're not liquidating our own weaknesses, domestic weaknesses, and if they're not learning more about the structures and the specifics, so believe me, so people in the Kremlin and other actors of influence are very much knowledgeable about it, and our ignorance just can't help us.
Дякую, Дмитре. Тамар, що скажеш ти? 60 секунд.
So, and Tamar, 60 seconds to you.
I think that poor reporting is a problem, but the information operation of hostile countries in organized manner is much bigger problem, because we can address poor reporting problem in self-regulation format and try to improve the quality of media when intentional dissemination of disinformation through different channels, including the local one, is a serious problem. As Hannah mentioned, they act in covert way in certain societies, so we need better understanding of what is going on to identify problem and address. And I'm very thankful to Open Information Partnership, because we had very productive collaboration during COVID-19, exchange of information and use of the resources. Our findings were very useful for us in these hard times.
Дякую, Тамар. Галю?
Thank you, Tamar.
Перекрутити цю думку про важливість домашніх.
So I guess I have to speak about domestic actors and say the following thing, that they sometimes do something like, you know, they have good intentions trying to solve one problem, but they are creating another problem. Everyone have to fight. In Ukraine right now is a big problem that started that big commercial companies, they wanted to code their signal on the satellite, and it was a nice business idea, but the state allowed it. But even if the country didn't do anything, it wouldn't be so bad. But the country intervened unsuccessfully because Ukrainian politicians decided to solve this problem very fast by turning off the Ukrainian broadcasters, you know, on the satellite, making certain statements that were interpreted wrong by the Ukrainians, and more of Ukrainians have uncoded satellite with Russian channels than they were supposed to be if the state didn't intervene. And now all Ukraine is to solve this problem, and as we heard today in the morning, even the state channel Dom is going to be only available since March on the satellite. Yes, that's very reasonable. Thank you. Alexandra, tell us please something. Well, I would like to say that, of course, I agree with the danger from the local actors being a lot more serious than from Kremlin. Because if we take a look at Kremlin agents of influence in Ukraine, like Opposition Platform for Life and connected media resources with it, the ratings of trust to these media resources will be a lot higher, unfortunately, than the ratings of the trust to such a channel as Russia 24 or NTV, even though agenda is almost identical, and we always have to remember about this. Thank you, Alexandra. Laurent, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to highlight one major thought, which is about the geopolitical outcome of this crisis. So I think all these narratives allow fringe, pro-Kremlin, anti-EU, anti-NATO, you name it, actors to make their case against the mainstream political establishment, against the case of those who want to defend our media space and critical communication infrastructures. So I think these discussions and the OIP initiated research and debunking process is crucial in defending our communication and preventing these fringe actors or pro-Kremlin, pro-Chinese actors coming out on top of this crisis in the end.
Дякую, шановні друзі, дякую, шановні глядачі, що були сьогодні з нами.
Thank you, dear friends, for being with us. And the last thing I would like to say, the national sources are a lot more dangerous than Kremlin. That's why we have to see who's behind these sources. Who pays them? These people know very well what we are afraid of. They know very well what we want and what we dream of, how we hate and how we love. Provoking these emotions in us, these people achieve their aim. They find ways to manipulate our emotions and our consciousness. But since we don't know everything about the world, and since we are not, unfortunately, we are uneducated and do not have access to knowledge all lifelong, it allows them to do it very effectively. So Donbas Media Forum with us, stay with us. Goodbye.
Статтю або програму, яка допомогла вирішити проблему читача або глядача. Що першим спадає на думку? Можливо, яма на дорозі, яку після вашого матеріалу все-таки відремонтували. Переселенці, які не мали житла і завдяки вашій статті змогли його отримати. Або ситуація, коли порушені права людини були відновлені після вашого сюжету.
Я пам'ятаю, що під час парламентських виборів ми знімали дівчину з інвалідністю, яка не мала доступу до своєї виборчої дільниці, тому що вона була на другому поверсі. На другий тур після нашого сюжету їй змінили місце голосування.
Часто такі матеріали стосуються прав і свобод, медичного обслуговування, умов праці, соціальних виплат та допомоги. Гарантуються Конституцією України та міжнародними договорами, зокрема Європейською соціальною хартією.
Насправді, зовсім нещодавно були оприлюднені висновки Європейського комітету соціальних прав щодо виконання Україною взятих на себе зобов'язань за Європейською соціальною хартією переглянутою. І висновки є надзвичайно цікавими. Вони констатують і факти порушень Україною тих чи інших зобов'язань, зокрема, що стосуються низки соціальних виплат, які є численними, проте не завжди ефективними.
Соціальні права – це базові права людини. Їхнє порушення може негативно впливати на людей, соціум та країну в цілому. Та чи достатньо уваги ми, журналісти, приділяємо висвітленню цієї теми?
З одного боку може здатись, що соціальна тематика – це неважливо, як її зазвичай звикли називати, це соціалка, там про те, в кого протік дах, де яка ямка на дорозі, чи куди люди не можуть там доїхати, не знаю, громадським транспортом, але насправді це все набагато глобальніше. І це те, що турбує кожного з нас.
Кожна людина має знати, які обов'язки держави перед нею щодо забезпечення тих чи інших прав. І мені здається, що саме медіа відіграють ключову роль у тому, щоб донести цю інформацію до кожної людини.
Керівниця проєкту Ради Європи «Розвиток соціальних прав людини як ключовий чинник сталої демократії в Україні» Сюзанна Мнацаканян наголошує, є 31 базове соціальне право людини. І поки що уваги як регіональних, так і загальнонаціональних ЗМІ до цієї проблематики недостатньо.
Набагато більше зараз медіа приділяють увагу рішенням Європейського суду з прав людини. Але не потрібно забувати про висновки Європейського комітету соціальних прав, тому що там є дуже багато цікавого матеріалу та фактажу, які можна використати для того, щоб зробити і такі розслідування.
Дуже важливо, щоб ЗМІ приділяли належну увагу висвітленню питань, пов'язаних з соціальними правами. Крім того, при підготовці таких матеріалів журналістам особливу увагу експерти рекомендують приділяти чутливій лексиці. Однак чи можна зберегти в такому випадку зацікавленість читача? Цього року на Donbas Media Forum будуть озвучені слушні поради щодо висвітлення соціальних прав місцевими і національними ЗМІ.
С начала своей каденции президент Владимир Зеленский говорил о борьбе с российской пропагандой. Пообещал создать новый телеканал для вещания на временно оккупированной территории. Но пока все наоборот. Сигнал с оккупированной территории Донбасса, транслирующий «Россия-1» и «Новороссия ТВ», добивает и на подконтрольные Киеву территории. Глава Луганской области Сергей Гайдай на заседании Совета нацбезопасности и обороны попросил установить в серой зоне его области глушилки телесигнала, идущего с неподконтрольной территории. Но на вопрос, о каком именно оборудовании он просил, представитель президента на Донбасі ответил так.
На деякі питання я не зможу вам відповісти, бо це військова таємниця.
О том, что это за оборудование и почему же оно до сих пор не работает,
Hate speech – язык вражды или по-другому язык ненависти. Речь идет о создании негативных стереотипов и всех видах высказываний, которые оправдывают или поощряют разные виды дискриминации. Жертвой хейт-спича может стать любой человек. Украина-Харьков матч «Шахтер-Динамо». Болельщики бело-синих освистали бразильских игроков «Шахтера» и изображали такие звуки. За расизм фанатов киевский клуб проведет матч без зрителей и заплатит штраф в 500 000 гривен. А это Испания, Мадрид. «Зазуля нацист» кричали недавно на трибунах. Так фанаты команды соперника, известные своими левыми взглядами и поддержкой группировок ЛДНР, встречали украинского футболиста Романа Зазулю, который играет за один из местных клубов. Поведение фанатов назвали ксенофобией, а Зазулю поддержали сам клуб, Международные футбольные ассоциации, МИД и президент Украины. Язык вражды бывает 3 типов тяжести. Самый тяжкий – призывы к убийству фиксируются в Украине нечасто. Например, нападение на центры ЛГБТ-активистов. Несколько дней назад на Прайд-хабе в Харькове появилась надпись «Смерть ЛГБТ». До этого крыльцо офиса заливали кровью животных. При этом в украинских медиа преимущественно низкий и средний тип дискредитации, в том числе и жителей оккупированных территорий.
Кількість цих матеріалів була 13% від кількості матеріалів з ознаками хейт-спічу. Проте, якщо рахувати від загальної кількості матеріалів, це досить низький показник, оскільки, але передусім це не тому, що наші журналісти дуже чутливі, а тому, що просто зараз дуже мало інформації, яка стосується жителів окупованих територій.
Революция, оккупация Крыма, война на Донбассе и сотни тысяч переселенцев стали тяжелым экзаменом для українських журналістів.
Значна частина людей, які свідомо вибрали життя на окупованих територіях. Люди, які живуть під цими кольорами, не приховують. Багатьох влаштовує навіть погана копія СРСР. Ціна питання – подвійна пенсія.
Марина Курабцева – журналистка из Янакиева. Более 5 лет приоритет ее работы – тема переселенцев и жителей оккупированных территорий. Говорит, люди до сих пор сталкиваются с негативным отношением регулярно. Переселенцам могут отказывать в аренде квартиры и трудоустройстве. До сих пор присутствует травля в соцсетях, как и язык ненависти со стороны отдельных медиа и блогеров. Но не все СМИ делают это специально.
Есть отдельные медиа, которые не обязательно поставили себе за цель издеваться над переселенцами и жителями оккупированных территорий. Нет никакой массовой неприязни, скорее всего, а есть просто медиа отдельные, которые зарабатывают клики, к сожалению, путем хейт-спич.
Некоторые медиа распространяют язык вражды, но гораздо чаще ярлыки вешают политики, активисты, блогеры, эксперты. Громкие примеры, вот эта цитата, политика Ильи Кивы. И резкое высказывание экс-министра социальной политики в интервью BBC.
Про українську всі виїхали. А той, хто хоче отримати 2 пенсії, там і тут, хай потерпить. Мені їх не шкода нікого, абсолютно, чесно скажу. Мені шкода тих солдат і офіцерів і їхніх родин, які вбиті там.
По мнению правозащитников и медиаэкспертов, зачастую такие месседжи об определенных категориях граждан распространяются политиками с определенными целями.
Коли це постійно кажеться, звичайно, з боку чиновників, звичайно, це формує певну громадську думку щодо людей, які дійсно мало чого вони не виїхали, якщо вони такі проукраїнські. Якщо залишилися, то вони підтримують Путіна. Цей дискурс, він підтримується. Тому що, а якщо вони такі вже наші, нащо нам використовувати наш бюджет, нащо нам використовувати якісь нові механізми, якщо вони не такі наші. І мені видається, що в деяких випадках це дуже така умисна політика, використання мови ворожнечі, використання штампів і стереотипів стосовно людей, які залишилися в окупації, тому що так простіше не вирішувати їхні проблеми.
Особенно общество поляризовано перед выборами. Наглядный пример – президентская и парламентская кампании этого года. Деление на своих и чужих породило оскорбления ярлыки, порохоботы и зе-боты. Баталии между двумя лагерями не утихают до сих пор, еще больше разделяя общество. Политикам выгодно использовать язык вражды в своих целях. Следующая кампания к местным выборам не станет исключением. Играть на чувствах людей, чтобы настроить в свою пользу будущих избирателей, либо наоборот, против своих оппонентов.
К сожалению, здесь средства массовой информации могут стать инструментом в этой борьбе, и как раз профессиональная журналистика будет заключаться в том, чтобы убирать градус эмоций, не распространять манипуляции, а больше все-таки сосредотачиваться на сути и пытаться, скажем так, не заострять на таких манипуляционных вещах внимание.
В украинском законодательстве нет термина «язык ненависти», но в Уголовном кодексе и законах, касающихся медиа, есть понятие разжигания национальной, расовой и религиозной вражды. Статья предусматривает наказание 5 лет лишения свободы, а при отягчающих обстоятельствах – 8. В прошлом году было заведено 47 таких дел. Национальный совет Украины по вопросам телевидения и радиовещания проверяет медиа на соответствие законам Украины. Если в эфире зафиксируют разжигание вражды, вещатель платит штраф до 20% от лицензионного сбора. За последние пару лет Надсовет оштрафовал несколько каналов. Самые громкие истории – штраф телеканалу «Интер» за антиукраинские речи ведущих на концерте ко Дню Победы и News One за использование клише российской пропаганды. В то же время на других каналах выходят программы, в которых используется язык вражды. Например, «Вата-шоу» на прямом или «Антизомби» на ICTV. Комитет Верховной Рады по вопросам гуманитарной и информационной политики планирует закрепить в законопроекте об аудиовизуальных услугах определение понятия «язык вражды» в СМИ, блогах и, в частности, в высказываниях народных депутатов.
Понятное дело, что он не сможет мониторить весь интернет, и в этом нет смысла. Но если будут жалобы на язык вражды, если будут жалобы на манипулятивные вещи, которые будут иметь характер дезинформации, то есть умышленного вброса недостоверной информации, чтобы был орган, который на это реагировал и который применял санкции.
Решать, блокировать ресурс за нарушение или нет, будет суд. Также Надсовет будет сотрудничать с крупными платформами, такими как YouTube, Facebook, для улучшения механизма фильтрации контента. Сейчас YouTube изменил правила. Модераторы могут удалять и запретить монетизировать контент с использованием язика вражди.
Зараз, якщо журналісти і більш чутливі до випадків мови ворожнечі, то ця мова ворожнечі більш активніше поширюється якраз в соціальних мережах. І з цим теж треба якось цьому протистояти. Це новий більш виклик, тому що якщо на них хоч якось ще можна повпливати, то на соціальні мережі, відповідно, впливу законодавчого немає, и врегулировать это досить складно.
Данные всеукраинского опроса СКОР показывают, среди украинцев нет веры в открытость диалога с жителями восточных регионов. Людей с востока страны видят в негативном свете ряд центральных и западных регионов.
Що Західна Україна, чим більше проєвропейською вона є, чим більше економічно безпечною вона є, тим вище буде стереотип до Східної України. І це суперечить взагалі сутності проєвропейської орієнтації, толерантності і цінностям людським.
У социолога Марии Золкиной иное мнение. Уровень доверия ниже, считает она, из-за меньшего количества межличностных контактов. Но согласно исследованиям Фонда демократической инициативы, к жителям оккупированных территорий нейтральное либо позитивное отношение. Это транслируется по всем регионам Украины, особенно на подконтрольной части Донбасса.
За роки розгортання конфлікту не виникло відчуття, що за лінією розмежування знаходяться чужі, не виникло ворожнечі до людей, які знаходяться на окупованій території. Ставлення до них є радше співчутливим, і їх вважають скоріше жертвами різних обставин.
Военный конфликт и язык ненависти подпитывают друг друга, образуя некий заколдованный круг. Язык ненависти нельзя считать безвредным, потому что это всего лишь слова. Наоборот, в виртуальном пространстве язык вражды распространяется с огромной скоростью, и в итоге он может привести к серьезным, а во время войны – катастрофическим последствиям в реальности. Ватники, укропы, сепары и бандеровцы – такие обозначения уже никого не удивляют и стали, к сожалению, нормой для нашего общества. В борьбе за хайповые заголовки и просмотры теряются реальные человеческие жизни.
О, сразу, да. Чую. Ага, ми в ефірі. Доброго дня, друзі. Всім дякую, по-перше, за увагу до нашої панельної дискусії. І всіх вітаю на нашій панельній дискусії, а також вітаю окрему команду.
Greetings at our panel discussion. And for having this possibility, despite the coronavirus and all the restrictions connected with it, to be present at the forum. That is one of the key events for media community of Ukraine. My name is Marina Beskorvava, and I represent the British Embassy in Kiev, and I'm Countering Disinformation Media Development Program Manager. So I shall start our today's panel with a thesis of quite obvious that we are spending more and more time online. This forum is online, this panel is online, and everything that is connected with it, the online and cyber digital space more and more becomes part of our life, shaping our habits. We collect, cats in mobile apps, competing with our friends and changing our habits, the way we spend our time. We also are using different mobile apps like, meals and trying to compete with our friends. I find it interesting to follow my eating habits in one of the mobile apps. So it's a game space that is becoming a part of our life, is shaping our habits, and is changing our behavior. At the same time, online brings new challenges. We are becoming more vulnerable to information influences, which are not always useful and good. We are become vulnerable to disinformation, and it gets harder to check information that we consume. And at the same time, more often, we hear that the initiatives aimed at countering disinformation are like in the ideological vicious circle. We cannot always understand if our traditional approaches of fact-checking, of debunking are efficient enough, and if they are in interests of our audience. And then there's a question, what are more alternative approaches, which more creative means of counteracting disinformation? And I offer to talk about this today during our panel. We have selected the title Game as a Tool Against Fake News. And our speakers today will be Jon Rosenberg, researcher at the University of Cambridge, Department of Psychology. Also, Lyubov Kvasyuk, of the worker on IREX projects. Also, Nicholas Melendez, behavioral scientist from the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office's open source unit, who also studies behavior. And I would like to speak about our guests about this, and I would like to give floor to Jon first, because several years ago he suggested a very interesting approach via games to teach consumers to differ fake information from good information. And the game that Jon has developed offered to try on the personage of a bad boy and to go the entire way of since the media is created, and how you can actually bring disorder in the society by your actions. I think that Jon can describe his game and his idea much better, and it will be interesting to hear what motivated him to such development. Jon, the floor is yours, please.
Ми трошечки затримуємося з презентацією Йона.
We still need a couple more minutes to launch the presentation of Jon, but at this time our audience can think what question they can ask Jon as a developer.
I'm not hearing anyone. Мене говорити або ні?
The floor is yours. Yes. Can you hear me?
Ви бачите презентацію або ні?
Can you see my presentation? No.
Цікаво.
Interesting. The presentation of Yon is very interesting because despite the fact that he lives in London, he studies these matters in Cambridge, at Cambridge University, and he has prepared his speech in Ukrainian. And personally, I give a lot of credit to him for a person who speaks Ukrainian freely and can even make a presentation in Ukrainian. So it's the additional, score. I can't hear anything. So Yon can't hear us. So I will try to give more details about the game while we're waiting. I will not take floor of our speaker. He can speak about the idea better, and then we can share the link to the game so that you could play it if you want. It's available both in Ukrainian and Russian languages, and I think it was translated into 14 different languages, and it was rather popular in the world. As I mentioned, you get the chance to try on a bad character or some like villain, and then you choose the media, its form, its title or name, and you have like the devil on your shoulder whispering different advice to you, which are usually not very nice, how you can more and more have bad influence or bring bad influence to the society, either spread some fake about a politician or some emotionally colored thing, or to purchase the network of bots and how much money that can cost. So several strategies are offered to you, and you can, according to your own taste, to develop the design of a negative history. So it's very interesting and worth trying. I was always curious, and maybe Yon is going to mention it. And what if such approach is not useful and not good? And what if it is going to make us a big favor and can teach us bad stuff and show how you can actually do it, especially if there are some younger category of people like teenagers. Maybe it will be especially interesting for them to try such things in real life. So, Yon, could you please comment if you took that into account when you were developing this idea?
So, Yon, can you hear us? Can you hear us now? Can you hear the English interpretation? So we need to have a break for several seconds.
Hate-speech – язык вражды или по-другому язык ненависти. Речь идет о создании негативных стереотипов и всех видах высказываний,
I can hear people, yes. I can hear the broadcast too, but it's the sound is a bit hollow.
I hear you and hear Yeah, I can hear the broadcast, but I can hear your voice over it.
преимущественно от часто, например, нападения на центры ЛГБТ-активистов. Несколько дней назад на Прайд-хабе в Харькове появилась надпись «Смерть ЛГБТ». До этого крыльцо офиса заливали кровью животных. При этом в украинских медиа преимущественно низкий и средний тип дискредитации, в том числе и жителей оккупированных территорий.
Кількість цих матеріалів була 13% від кількості матеріалів з ознаками хейт-спічу. Проте, якщо рахувати від загальної кількості матеріалів, це досить низький показник, оскільки, але передусім це не тому, що наші журналісти дуже чутливі, а тому, що просто зараз дуже мало інформації, яка стосується жителів окупованих територій.
Революция, оккупация Крыма, война на Донбассе и сотни тысяч переселенцев стали тяжелым экзаменом для украинских журналистов.
Значна частина людей, які свідомо вибрали життя на окупованих територіях. Люди, які живуть під цими кольорами, не приховують. Багатьох влаштовує навіть погана копія СРСР. Ціна питання – подвійна пенсія.
Марина Курабцева – журналистка из Янакиева. Более 5 лет приоритет ее работы – тема переселенцев и жителей оккупированных территорий. Говорит, люди до сих пор сталкиваются с негативным отношением регулярно. Переселенцам могут отказывать в аренде квартиры и трудоустройстве. До сих пор присутствует травля в соцсетях, как и язык ненависти со стороны отдельных медиа и блогеров. Но не все СМИ делают это специально.
Есть отдельные медиа, которые не обязательно поставили себе за цель издеваться над переселенцами, жителями оккупированных территорий. Нет никакой массовой неприязни, скорее всего, а есть просто медиа отдельные, которые зарабатывают клики, к сожалению, путем хейт-спич.
Некоторые медиа распространяют язык вражды, но гораздо чаще ярлыки вешают политики, активисты, блогеры, эксперты. Громкие примеры, вот эта цитата, политика Ильи Кивы. И резкое высказывание экс-министра социальной политики в интервью BBC.
Про українську всі виїхали. А той, хто хоче отримати 2 пенсії, там і тут, хай потерпить. Мені їх не шкода нікого, абсолютно, чесно скажу. Мені шкода тих солдат і офіцерів і їхніх родин, які вбиті там.
По мнению правозащитников и медиаэкспертов, зачастую такие месседжи об определенных категориях граждан распространяются политиками с определенными целями.
Коли це постійно кажеться, звичайно, з боку чиновників, звичайно, це формує певну громадську думку щодо людей, які дійсно мало чого вони не виїхали, якщо вони такі проукраїнські. Якщо залишилися, то вони підтримують Путіна. І цей дискурс, він підтримується. Тому що, а якщо вони не такі вже наші, нащо нам використовувати наш бюджет, нащо нам використовувати якісь нові механізми, якщо вони не такі наші. І мені видається, що в деяких випадках це дуже така умисна політика, використання мови ворожнечі, використання штампів і стереотипів стосовно людей, які залишилися в окупації, тому що так простіше не вирішувати їхні проблеми.
Особенно общество поляризовано перед выборами. Наглядный пример – президентская и парламентская кампании этого года. Деление на своих и чужих породило оскорбления и ярлыки, порохоботы и зе-боты. Баталии между двумя лагерями не утихают до сих пор, еще больше разделяя общество. Политикам выгодно использовать язык вражды в своих целях. Следующая кампания к местным выборам не станет исключением. Играть на чувствах людей, чтобы настроить в свою пользу будущих избирателей, либо наоборот, против своих оппонентов.
К сожалению, здесь средства массовой информации могут стать инструментом в этой борьбе, и как раз профессиональная журналистика будет заключаться в том, чтобы убирать градус эмоций, не распространять манипуляции, а больше все-таки сосредотачиваться на сути и пытаться, скажем так, не заострять на таких манипуляционных вещах внимание.
В украинском законодательстве нет термина «язык ненависти», но в Уголовном кодексе и законах, касающихся медиа, есть понятие разжигания национальной, расовой и религиозной вражды. Статья предусматривает наказание 5 лет лишения свободы, а при отягчающих обстоятельствах – 8. В прошлом году было заведено 47 таких дел. Национальный совет Украины по вопросам телевидения и радиовещания проверяет медиа на соответствие законам Украины. Если в эфире зафиксируют разжигание вражды, вещатель платит штраф до 20% от лицензионного сбора. За последние пару лет Надсовет оштрафовал несколько каналов. Самые громкие истории – штраф телеканалу «Интер» за антиукраинские речи ведущих на концерте ко Дню Победы и «Ньюз Ван» за использование клише российской пропаганды. В то же время на других каналах выходят программы, в которых используется язык вражды. Например, «Вата-шоу» на прямом или «Антизомби» на ICTV. Комитет Верховной Рады по вопросам гуманитарной и информационной политики планирует закрепить в законопроекте об аудиовизуальных услугах определение понятия «язык вражды» в СМИ, блогах и, в частности, в высказываниях народных депутатов.
Понятное дело, что он не сможет мониторить весь интернет, и в этом нет смысла. Но если будут жалобы на язык вражды, если будут жалобы на манипулятивные вещи, которые будут иметь характер дезинформации, то есть умышленного вброса недостоверной информации, чтобы был орган, который на это реагировал и который применял санкции.
Решать, блокировать ресурс за нарушение или нет, будет суд. Также Надсовет будет сотрудничать с крупными платформами, такими как YouTube, Facebook, для улучшения механизма фильтрации контента. Сейчас YouTube изменил правила. Модераторы могут удалять и запретить монетизировать контент с использованием языка вражди.
Зараз, якщо журналісти і більш чутливі до випадків мови ворожнечі, то ця мова ворожнечі більш активніше поширюється якраз в соціальних мережах. І з цим теж треба якось цьому протистояти. Це новий більш виклик, тому що якщо на ЗМІ хоч якось ще можна повпливати, то на соціальні мережі, відповідно, впливу законодавчого немає, и врегулювати це досить складно.
Данные всеукраинского опроса СКОР показывают, среди украинцев нет веры в открытость диалога с жителями восточных регионов. Людей с востока страны видят в негативном свете ряд центральных и западных регионов.
Що Західна Україна, чим більше проєвропейською вона є, чим більше економічно безпечною вона є, тим вище буде стереотип до Східної України. І це суперечить взагалі сутності проєвропейської орієнтації, толерантності, цінностям людським.
У социолога Марии Золкиной иное мнение. Уровень доверия ниже, считает она, из-за меньшего количества межличностных контактов. Но согласно исследованиям Фонда демократической инициативы, к жителям оккупированных территорий нейтральное либо позитивное отношение. Это транслируется по всем регионам Украины, особенно на подконтрольной части Донбасса.
За роки розгортання конфлікту не виникло відчуття, що за лінією розмежування знаходяться чужі, не виникло ворожнечі до людей, які знаходяться на окупованій території. Ставлення до них є радше співчутливим, і їх вважають скоріше жертвами різних обставин.
Военный конфликт и язык ненависти подпитывают друг друга, образуя некий заколдованный круг. Язык ненависти нельзя считать безвредным, потому что это всего лишь слова. Наоборот, в виртуальном пространстве язык вражды распространяется с огромной скоростью, и в итоге он может привести к серьезным, а во время войны – катастрофическим реальности. Ватники, укропы, сепары и бандеровцы – такие обозначения уже никого не удивляют и стали, к сожалению, нормой для нашего общества. В борьбе за хайповые заголовки и просмотры теряются реальные человеческие жизни.
Дякую, що дочекались нашого повернення.
Thank you for getting back, for being patient with us. Can we launch our first speaker, our first speech? Jon, can you hear us now? Hello, can you hear us? No, it's okay. Phew. Thanks God, finally. Thanks so much for your time. I know that you have to be present at the next meeting at a higher level soon. That is why we are very grateful for your patience. Thanks a lot. So you know what to do. The floor is yours. I know, but where is my presentation? I see nothing on the screen. Maybe you can just start talking. Ah, okay, so we see your presentation. Is it the right one? Okay, so your presentation is on the screen. You can start. Where are the slides? I cannot see them. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Can you please just start talking and imagine that we are on the first slide, and please tell us when we need to click on the next slide, and we'll do just that. Okay, let's try it. Hello everyone. First of all, you saw that unfortunately I have to run to a meeting with the British government in 20 minutes. Oh, 5 minutes actually. That is why I cannot stay with you for a long time after my presentation. So if you have any questions, please send them to me via email. Hello, my name is John Rosenbeek. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a researcher from the Cambridge University. And I research the changes in the east of Ukraine. as well as fake news and misinformation online. My main work consists in improving people's skills to recognize fake information on a psychological level, which can be developed, how can it be developed, and how these skills can be scaled up in order so more people can use them. Next slide, please. Today I would like to talk with you about our work, about our online group, about fake news, which is called Bad News. This game, Bad News, was launched in English in February 2018. And we tried to introduce to use several techniques which are widespread in spreading the fake information in the internet. Next slide, please. An example of this is conspiracy theories. The elements of which the conspiracy theories consist of, how to recognize them, and why they are efficient. In our game, we have 6 such techniques, 6 scenarios. Every scenario teaches you how these techniques work. Everything happens on behalf of a so-called bad guy, of a person who creates fake news. In this game, you start as an anonymous user of a social network, but gradually you grow into your magnate king of fake news, and you learn how fake news work from inside. If you do everything in a proper way, you get a lot of followers, you increase trust in you, and you cause chaos in the society. Next slide, please. On this slide, you shall see a screenshot of how our Bad News game looks like. We included several components of research into this game. For example, questionnaire, which helps us see whether people will learn to detect fake information. We try to verify the efficiency of this work as a vaccination against misinformation, and we do it in many ways. What we do? We analyze headlines. Next slide, please. We analyze headlines posted on Twitter or in other social networks which contain fake news or not. And we ask people before the game and after the game how trustful this post is. And then we evaluate the difference between the opinion of the people before and after the game, and we hope that they will learn how to tell fake news from real news. And we hope that these results will stay with the people for a long time. It looks like it works quite well. Next slide, please. The results of our research are the following. People who play this game, they detect fake information and misinformation better than the control group. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see that the efficiency of our game continues for more than 2 months. Next slide, please. We also try to understand whether this game bad news is efficient in other languages, other than English. It turned out that it is also relevant to German, Greek, Polish, and Swedish versions of the game. Next slide, please. As of now, we have 6 scientific publications about this game, and I will be very happy to send you a link to these publications if you wish so. One of the results is that people older than 50 years are more susceptible to misinformation than the younger ones. I don't know whether it's true for all the countries, but in every country that where we worked, so this is more or less so. One of the reasons behind that is, in my own opinion, is that the young people who have used internet since their childhood, they know how easy it is to create a website or to spread news over the internet, while the elderly, they have grown up in a society without internet. That is why to be a media for them, to be a producer of, it was quite difficult to create news, to create content. I mean, in order to be a TV channel, you had to have a lot of money, for example. Or, for example, if you are a newspaper, you need to pay journalists, you need to pay salaries, you need to pay for the office, and so on and so forth. There were much less news websites before, news outlets before, but now the situation is different. In the past, the media had to maintain their reputation, but after 30 years, in the former Soviet countries where the media was state-controlled, the situation changed. Of course, there are differences between different cultures, but according to other parameters, we don't see a huge difference between how men and women use our game. Next slide, please. Our game is available in 17 languages. Recently, we have launched Russian and Ukrainian versions of this game. Next slide, please. So you can play this game using the following addresses. Next slide, please. And now we are also developing other tools. For example, we are working with WhatsApp in order to see whether we will manage to create a game which helps people detect misinformation in direct messaging apps, such as WhatsApp and Telegram. Next slide, please. I would like to say a couple of things more. What we also do, we try to prevent radicalization through gamification. This is just one of the projects that we now do in Lebanon. Next slide, please. We also work with people who have suspicions because of vaccination, who don't vaccinate their people because of these fears. And next slide, please. And We now hope to try to use this approach to prevent spreading of misinformation about coronavirus. And you know that there is a lot of information like that. Next slide, please. Well, I'm really sorry that I don't have more time to spend with you. I will be more than happy to answer your questions via email. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Jon. Can I ask you a very brief question, please, and then we will let you go? Have you thought about that you are providing the bad techniques to the people, that you kind of teach people how to spread fake news rather than tell bad news from good news? Can you hear us, Jon? It was a question to you, right? So my question to you, last question. Unfortunately, I don't have time to take this question. Well, okay, then thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry, please write me an email if you want. Thank you. Well, it's actually good that we had those several months of practicing Zoom calls and Skype calls, and we have grown thick skin to all those technical difficulties. This was a presentation on our first speaker.
But we still have Nicholas Melendez with us, who is a behavioral scientist from the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office's Open Source Unit, Great Britain. And I would like to address my question to Nicholas. Perhaps you can tell us, what do you think? Such games, can it be that they will teach and will show bad methods, bad techniques, rather than they will teach people to tell the information? They can teach something bad instead of teaching. What is your opinion on that account?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
So the question was the following. The game Bad News teaches or offers the player to try on the role of a bad guy or a bad girl, and teaches negative techniques, bad techniques, and shows how you can yourself damage via informational influences. And the idea that it's gonna work as a vaccine, and the person who has passed its way is going to tell what's bad, what's and what's good. But do you think it can happen that this game will have a reverse effect and will show people how they shouldn't do? Maybe younger users can try it, and they will be applying this knowledge in practice instead of, you know, and creating their own bad media.
Yeah, so that's an excellent question. So the game is based, as I'm sure Don mentioned, on someone to a small amount of something bad. They then will be able to recognize it and fight back against it. It's sort of similar to, you know, in medical terms, why you receive a vaccination. So whilst, yes, you might be teaching young people these skills, how to manipulate an audience, it's far more likely that you are giving them the skills to be able to recognize when this is being done to them. It's unlikely that you will be, you know, training the next troll farm employee. Mm-hmm. It's much more likely that you will actually just be helping them recognize how they could be manipulated in their day-to-day life.
Тобто така вірогідність існує все-таки.
But do you say that such probability does exist?
I would say the thing is that if someone was wanting to mislead an audience, they would already be trying to do it. The game doesn't teach them how to create, for example, a botnet that could then manipulate audiences online at a large scale. It doesn't teach you specialized skills that are inaccessible elsewise. So I think no, the chances that someone would use it in a significant way for bad are almost zero. It may, for example, give people the skills if they want to wind up their friends. For example, showing emotion, conspiracy theory. We all have that friend who likes to start arguments just to kind of wind us up. And so perhaps those people will see it and use those skills. But I can't see it being any serious concern.
Дякую за відповідь. Скажи, а ви у департаменті міністерства, що ви взагалі думаєте про...
What do you think in your department about such non-traditional ways of fighting disinformation, like games, gamification, alternative education, alternative trainings? How is it connected with your work? What are your opinions on this account?
Sure. I think gamification is possibly a really good tool to try and engage people with this idea. So media literacy, it covers such a broad range of subjects. But the problem is that it's really a universal issue. It's something that we have a huge problems with it in the UK, in America. We're seeing it now more and more with health information in places like Africa, in East Asia. And so I think gamification provides an excellent solution that will give them the skills. As a behavioral scientist, we use an approach that's named the COM-B method. So when you want to change a behavior, a negative behavior, you look at the capability, the opportunity, and the motivation that someone may have to do or not do that behavior. And so what can happen is that if you teach someone the skills, say for example, you ask them to take part in an adult education training, and you force everyone to participate. You teach them how to verify information online. You teach them how to double check sources, how to recognize if something is low quality or false. But they might not be motivated to actually do it. And so the thing is, you need to change that motivation. And I think gamification is an excellent way to deliver to this problem. And so I think anything that takes more alternative methods is very important. And that's something also I wanted to say is, we need to move away from the current traditional fact-checking and debunking attitude. What we found is that a lot of the research suggests that fact-checking a false claim can actually amplify it. It can also not go to the right audiences, so the people who believed false information in the first place. And it can also serve to actually cement the false information in someone's mind. An example that I like to use is there's a false narrative, a conspiracy theory online that suggests that wearing a face mask reduces the level of oxygen in your blood and is therefore dangerous. So this is completely false, of course. And if you, as a journalist, for example, you write levels, they don't cause any problems, etc., etc., you might think, okay, great, my audience is going to read this, they're going to learn the truth. But the problem is that some audience members may take that, they may read it, they may say, oh, how interesting. And then what happens is maybe a month goes by, 2 months go by, and one of their friends mentions that they don't want to wear a mask because they're worried about it damaging their oxygen levels and reducing their oxygen levels. And that person who read the original article will think back, I read something that said that. I read something that mentioned oxygen and face masks. But the problem is, they might not remember the connection and where that connection was and what the association in reality was. All they remember is that they saw it from an authoritative source and they were connected. And so in order to try and be a bit more creative, we need journalists, we need media executives. shows that talks about how masks don't affect oxygen. You should show a famous athlete training. You should Golovkin training wearing a face mask, showing that it's not stopping his oxygen levels, and people therefore they'll see that, they'll see him training, and it's a subtle way to push back against that piece of false information.
We have 20 more minutes left, and there is one more speaker, Lyubov Kvasyuk, and I think we will talk to Lyubov Kvasyuk, and then if there is still more time, then maybe we'll also ask questions to Lyubov and Nicholas. So Lyubov is a representative for IRIS in Ukraine. IRIS is the organization that is implementing one of the large-scale projects on media literacy in Ukraine, and they work with the schools and the universities. Apart from that, in their portfolio, they're half a game thing, like online course, very, very fine. I can't translate it into Ukrainian. Lyubov, can you help me to translate very, very fight? And what are your insights on this course? Greetings. I hope you can hear me. There are some problems with the sound, right? No, we can hear you well. Thank you for the possibility to introduce our products, Very Verified. This is about the information literacy. While during our implementation of very important projects for Ukraine, and among them media literacy, we are creating different products which in different ways provide the possibility to people to master skills of critical perception of the information, and that way increase their capacity to fighting disinformation, detect fakes in time, manipulations.
There are several products. This is a game which can be played online and offline. There are games which we created ourselves. There are those games which are used by the participants, by our students, by our partners. They are now on the stage of development. But I would like to pay your attention to this online course. It is called Very Verified. This online course is special and unique. It is quite unusual. Its concept is new. I have a couple of slides for you, visualization of these courses. So can you please share my presentation on the screen? Thank you. So you can see on this slide, on the next slide, actually, you shall see a cup of coffee. The concept is that this online course is associated with the time that you spend to have a cup of coffee. For most people, this is a daily habit, and critical thinking shall also become a part of our everyday life, of our daily habit. In our course, the information is placed in such a way that if a person wants to learn something new, they can get access to all the parts of this course anytime they want. They might choose the time they want to spend learning things. All materials on this online course are available daily, every day, 24/7. You don't have to finish, for example, first part of the course and then proceed to the second one. For example, you have 10 minutes and you want to learn new skills. First, you can choose You can choose your cup of coffee, for example. An espresso is an article which can be read by in 2-3 minutes. A cappuccino, an article which can be read in 10 minutes. Coffee and a croissant up to 30 minutes. So it means that this is what help engage people and simplify using these course materials. We hope it will encourage people to use it as an everyday education tool. Our course is available in 3 languages: Ukrainian, English, and Russian. It consists of 5 chapters. This course has several short tests in every unit, but in general, the course has a final test, and if you pass this test, you can get a certificate. This test is actually not an easy one. Only a person who have read all the materials can receive the certificate. We know that the rate of getting these certificates is quite high, and we also know that a lot of our visitors who read materials of the course, we have teachers, we have professors, they use our articles to teach their students, school children and students at universities. It really works. If you take a look at the next slide, slide number 5, you can see results of several research. So these are the results of our learners. So what are the basic skills needed for critical thinking? Our course is completely open to anyone. It also contains an additional block which consists of blended education. It has teaching materials which allow the learners to learn online and also to attend offline courses, offline lessons. We developed these materials for blended education to be able to give people the opportunity to choose their style of education. If they want to study only online, they can do that. If they want to blend it with offline education, there is such an opportunity. Our facilitators work as facilitators of blended education, and if you take a look at the next slide, you will see their smiling faces. So this is the first group of people who tried this blended education. The aim was to go through this blended education course, to read all the online materials. Then those people attended offline events with facilitators, and using different exercises, different tools, which allow to get information, additional information in interactive way, and to try them in practice in real life when communicating offline. So this is what our course is about. This is quite popular now because people love learning something new. So I hope that this blended education will provide us with more opportunities to study and learn something new. And I have 2 more slides. I would like to show you visualization of the game which has been developed. This is Fake Busters game. This game has been developed for our participants as part of our project. It can be played individually or as part of a group. Participants get packages of news, sets of news. They need to use special skills on reading this information. People need to read a piece of news to find signs of disinformation, misinformation, manipulation. And there are different ways to work with these cases. So people use their skills and they get results. But it's not only about getting new information. It's a game. People get points. People compete against each other individually and as part of the group. And even our website is also interactive, so this game can be played online. On the next slide, you will see all those happy people who won as part of a game. So this was our first offline game. In the process of this quest, people had a lot of discussions, so they analyzed news and they won. They won and they got a lot of new skills. This game is working now. We have a question from our audience. Have you tried working with, for example, with MPs of the Verkhovna Rada, not only with students, children and teachers, or probably some political parties reached out to you for such education? Well, we haven't received any requests like that yet, and we haven't tried to reach out to them. But professors at universities, yes, so they reached out to us. They really like this game and they use our articles, our materials, and we also have librarians, we have teachers who also use our game. So one more question from our audience. What about you? How do you tell the truth from the fake, the truth from the misinformation? Can you remember such cases when you were victims to manipulation or disinformation? Maybe Nicholas can first take this question. As a behavior specialist, what can you tell about that? How do you differentiate between the fake news and the truthful news?
Absolutely. So yeah, I'll admit I have fallen for fake news in the past. It's so easy to do. The problem is that a lot of the vulnerabilities they're universal reasoning. That's the phenomenon where we choose to believe what we want to believe. So we're more likely to believe information if it aligns with our previously held beliefs. The problem with that is that affects us so many different ways. It can affect us politically with partisanship. It can affect us with our own sort of personal biases and prejudices. It can affect us with silly things, as like, for example, if you hear something bad about a football team, it's like you're more likely to believe that it's true. So it's very, very hard to completely avoid these problems. The other one is that the way that we receive information now it's so intense. When you talk about social media, people often refer to the fire hose because there's so much information coming at you at once. On Instagram, flipping through pictures. And the problem is that cognitively, our brains only have so much power to process information. And so what happens is that we won't actually evaluate critically each piece of information. We just sort of accept it, essentially, passively. And so it's very important to encourage people to engage more critically with information, to have a healthy level of skepticism, to understand how we're being manipulated, so how the information environment can be manipulated to trick us, and to also be aware of our own personal vulnerabilities when it comes to our motivated reasoning and our own ideologies. But yes, no, I will admit, I've embarrassingly felt stuck But in we was very, very scared. We would set up groups on WhatsApp for our neighborhoods, and it would help us coordinate just citizens, delivering food to elderly people, to people who were sick and couldn't go out. And there was a series of voicemails that were voice notes that were sent around and were very, very common. And they were from a working class woman describing how hospital was they prevented ambulances from being sent out because they were so overrun. This was the beginning of the health system essentially collapsing. For a moment, I see this, I was scared, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's terrifying. And then I sat back and I realized, I don't have any information about this. Where is this woman coming from? I haven't seen this anywhere else. It hasn't been verified. It's scary. Therefore, it's very emotive and more believable. It's quite conspiratorial. That could be another concerning thing. And I just thought hard and long for a moment and realized, actually, what's going on here? I did some Googling afterwards. I immediately sort of looked up on the internet to see if other people had seen this. And it turned out it was actually very common. And so there is an example of instinctively believing it, because it's very emotional, and then waiting a second, realizing I should think a bit more carefully, doing some research, realizing it's fake, and then I push back. I put comments on the chat saying this is fake. We should delete this. No one should believe it. Here's a link to the article. So all of us are vulnerable, but we can all do things to essentially build up our own resilience and then counter that false information.
Супер, це прекрасна відповідь і дуже щира. Дуже, фактично всі стаємо жертвами дезінформації.
We all become victims to disinformation, but not all of us can admit that. Lyubov, the same question for you. How do you differentiate the truth from disinformation? Do you have any personal story when you have become the victim of disinformation? So I would like to say that I don't like the word the truth, because we all have our own truth, and that's why we try to avoid this word and to explain and to speak more and saying that it's very important to identify those markers and those things that tell you about the existence of manipulation, disinformation in the information, whether it's a fact or it's some propaganda or manipulation. So I orient more on such markers, and what my project taught me, and that's what my son was taught, and I'm happy that he was growing up together with this project and together with me. And when we somewhere in the shopping mall see some channel and we have to watch TV, the child says TV says one thing, but it has to be checked. You have to think if it is the information that they're telling us. And did it really happen? But I shall be honest with you. Did I have cases in my life when I believed something that turned out to be fakes? Yes, of course, because I'm a human being, and a human being is easy to manipulate, especially if you appeal to emotions, to something personal. And of course, it also happens to me on some emotional background. It's easy to manipulate anybody if it's something very personal to me. So I'm trying to think like this. Hey, Luba, and what about media literacy? You know about this. Think about it. Let's go through a checklist. Is it emotionally colored? Yes. Okay, now let's think in a more detailed way. So these are the things which are very important in my life, and I encourage the, participants of IRIS project, the teachers, and communicate this knowledge to my family, to my friends. And I think it's very important for people to obtain the skill to identify the situation, to self-identify situation, and without labeling it as if it's the truth or something completely negative. It's important to acquire these skills. This is my opinion. So the way that I follow in my life. Thank you for your reply. One more question to both of you, to both experts. Tell me, please, based on your experience, we have now lots of forums and channels where disinformation is spread. We have WhatsApp messengers, we have Viber, there are deepfakes, there are video manipulations, there are proxy media. You are experts. So as experts, what other forms of manipulation do you think we can expect in the future? What can appear that we are not ready yet for? So let's start with Nicholas.
Yeah, that's a good and terrifying question, to be honest. I think what we're going to see more of is more of the same, first of all. So we're going to see the same tactics used sort of by, complex information operations. We're going to see that democratized, and we're going to see more individuals, political parties, private companies doing that. There's already been a series of incidents in Central and South America where PR companies have been other quite sophisticated methods to manipulate the online environment. We're seeing, again, a proliferation of bot technology that's able to manipulate reviews or products on Amazon, online, for restaurants, that kind of thing. And that's becoming cheaper and easier to use. I think we're going to see a development of hybrid accounts. So those are ones that are half automated and half run by people, spreading more false information on closed platforms such as WhatsApp, Viber, Kik, like you mentioned as well. That's very concerning, I think. And then also, I think we could see a more aggressive use of things like deepfakes. We saw already lots of incidents. We've manipulated to show, for example, a child being kidnapped. And these video clips resulted in the lynchings and the murder of people in Nigeria, in Pakistan, in Sri Lanka, and I believe in India. And so what happens when everyone can create a deepfake that shows one of their friends or a local political leader or a local religious leader saying something insulting? Recent studies, I believe by Stanford, have created a product that essentially allows you to not only replace the face of someone, but also recreate their voice incredibly easily. And the thing is that people are worried because they think someone will make a video of President Trump declaring war on Thailand. But really, to identifying when those videos are fake. What I'm worried about is smaller level, at a local level, at a local political level.
Дякую, дякую.
We saw what happened when Russian activists or Russian militants faked incident happening in Ukraine, and if they had the technology to show a local Ukrainian politician saying something controversial, it would be even more devastating.
Дякую. Любов, що ви думаєте?
Любов, what do you think? As for this question, I think Further on, the situation of complex packages of information is possible for disinformation. You know, when we speak about a case when disinformation gets to us through some video channel, then in the future it can be complex information that is planned in time. For example, first package information, visual, then goes to other channels, so that people would have a connection between one piece of information with another piece of information, which is going to make this process, the process of fighting or countering this disinformation much more difficult, and the information will grow bigger. The volume is gonna be more, and people will find it hard to to follow this pace of the way this information is produced, and maybe they will also take a more careful look before they spread this information or share this information. They will think, hey, hold on a second, I have to think whether this is disinformation or not. But I think in the future we shall have a problem with a big amount of information, and it will be adding itself in order to target this disinformation. That's what I think is possible ahead of us. Such complex things we will all have to accept and understand how to work with it in our lives, how we are making our decisions.
Could I also say one thing as well that I'd be very wary of, and that is of particular importance for those working in the media, is the development of hackers, computer hackers, accessing newspapers, genuine, reliable newspapers, media outlets, and planting fake stories within them. These happen a couple times once. In I think it was Qatar. It started off the Saudi-Qatar diplomatic splat last year, and that's something that we should be worried about as well. Malign actors laundering their false information through genuine sources. And related to that, we also see an increase, at least of instances where this has been captured, is fake journalists being created. There was a famous example, a man named Heshmat Alvi, supposedly an Iranian human rights activist, but actually it appears he was the creation of political group MEK. He had submitted articles that had been published in very reputable newspapers. Submitting their work to genuine, reliable sources and then being published there.
Так. Ну що, цікаві часи.
Interesting times that we live in. Lots of challenges, lots of different new forms. And we see more and more of creative approaches to creating disinformation. More and more new channels appear. And our entire community working with counteracting this phenomena. We have to be also creative and learn to think 3 steps ahead of them and to offer new approaches and solutions. Will alternative training or gamification can be one of those ideas? We can give it a try, but more new and interesting things will be in the future. So let's be creative and let's cooperate with our community to give a decent reply to such actions. So I would like to thank to all our audience, to all our speakers, and I would like to thank our interpreters for helping us to understand each other better and see you. And I would like to thank the DMF team as well. See you.
Що першим спадає на думку?